All right, what is up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, you beautiful, blasphemous bastards? Welcome back to the Raging Atheist. I'm going to try to do this differently today, and I'm thinking, at least until my schedule changes, that I'm going to try to have a set schedule for some rooms throughout the week, and that's going to be my content. And important parts at some point, I'll probably start putting out as little shorter videos. It's kind of like, the thing that we're going to watch today, at least the beginning. One of the things we're going to watch today. Excuse me. So first off, the last open room, it was awesome. It was a lot of fun. I appreciate everybody that came in, especially if you're arguing against, whatever position I'm taking that evening. Cerberus Hex and William coming in, arguing with me for hours. I really love that shit. And hopefully that'll continue to happen. John Maddox coming in, Praise coming in. I really respect it when people will come into the Viper's Den, so to speak. If you're outnumbered, like Christians are a lot of times in atheist room, or I am a lot of times if I go into a Christian room. So, despite how I think about the things you say, I'll usually respect that. So it was a great, fun time, and the nature of rooms, I'm considering like just stopping to pay for StreamYard and going to only like 6 people. Because like 10 people, it can be really hard, to get a word in edgewise. The nature of the rooms is if 2 people go at it, they're going to go at it 15-20 minutes, then I should be stepping in, but I fail at that. I'm a bad moderator. So I'm considering that. I might keep it at 10. Also, there's with 10 people, sometimes you'll have 6 or 7 people trying to start speaking at the same exact time, and it's pretty much the more dominant you are, the more you'll get to speak, right? So it's I don't know, I'm considering going down to 6, but today I'm going to change it up a little bit. So I think Sundays are going to be a day where I'm going to watch shit, whatever I decide to watch, and I'll invite people to come on and watch and respond to shit with me. I'm thinking probably tomorrow night. I haven't really came up with a schedule. Tomorrow or Tuesday night, there'll be another actual open room with topics. And then we'll do Friday night, fight night. That'll be a Friday thing, at least until my schedule changes. So, yeah, I think it'll be fun. We'll see how it's going to go. I know several people are streaming. I was just over in Jay Passek's side chat. I know Speed is streaming. It's Atheist Experience Day. So Sundays are always iffy. But if there are people out there that would like to come in once I open it up, feel free to. First, though, I got to set the stage. So to put this into perspective, the way my open room ended was practically a bloodbath. 7.5 hours of open room. By the end of it, I'd say probably the last 3 hours of it, I was practically brain dead, just mentally exhausted from talking with William. William and Serb can drain you, and I was mentally exhausted and pretty much out of it. Although I would pipe in, but at the end of it, John Maddox would come in, and he would him and Marty was there, and SPM was there, and they had some heated exchanges. I probably should have spoke up, but at that point I was just all right, I'm going to try to keep this thing going. It's past like midnight, and I said I was going to end at midnight, but I'm going to keep this thing going, see what happens. But then Leo got into it with LPP. It started to come out with this bit of an argument. Now, at this point, Leo and Gurr are on this laughing shit. It was really confusing. I'm not sure if they shared some laughing gas or some Molly together before the stream, but they were on something. metaphorically, and just laughing and being silly. They're both fairly young people. So it was kind of really, I didn't really catch the gist of the argument with LPP, and LPP would run out of the room shortly after. But then praise would come in, and Leo would go through the argument. And I have to agree with one of the commenters of the live stream. It was a fucking bloodbath. I remember sitting there because I'm like struggling and trying not to go to sleep. I'm like half asleep, listening to the stream at the same time. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I should stop this. This isn't, I felt bad for praise in a moment. And probably let it go on for too long, because I mean, Leo was pretty much running circles around him, and it wasn't pretty. So we're gonna watch a bit of that bloodbath first, and then I'm gonna open up the room and we're gonna watch Praise's response that he put out yesterday. So here we go. Let me get back to StreamYard. And I'll probably play about 10-15 minutes of this. I'm not going to play the whole thing. There's like about 30 minutes or so. It was at the very end of the live stream. So after that, I'll open it up. Actually, I can go full screen since it's my shit.
But what, I'm not appealing to like the origination of something, so I don't.
And real quick, I've noticed lately, and Leo's always been kind of loud, but it seems worse now, and it seems worse for everybody that uses these headsets with the microphone in their headset. Leo was blasting it in my ears all night long. All night. It was super loud, and I think it comes across in the live stream that way too. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. And people with these certain headsets might need to be aware that they might need to turn their gain down a bit, turn their volume down, because it is a blasting.
You're saying
and I tried to turn them down, and it just didn't work. I turned them down almost all the way, and it was like the same.
What God himself, it's a genetic fallacy. Look it up. That's what it is.
I know what a genetic fallacy is, Praise. How is what I'm committing a genetic fallacy?
How dare you make me agree with Leo? How dare you?
So here's the argument in syllogistic form. Premise 1, God is an agent with intention. Premise 2, God has desires, which would follow from premise 1. Premise 3, God is omnipotent. Premise 4, God cannot fail, which follows from premise 3. Premise 5, God desires for all humans to be saved. Premise 6, not all humans will be saved. Conclusion 1, hold on, I haven't finished the argument. Conclusion 1, therefore God is failing with respect to his desire, from premises 2, 4, 5, and 6.
You're going to have
Conclusion 2, I'm still not done. Conclusion, I'll let you know. Conclusion 2, no, respectfully, but I'll let you know. Conclusion 2, therefore God is not omnipotent, from premises 3, 4, 5, and 6. Conclusion 3, therefore God does not exist, and that's the argument.
So it fails your own, like you're trying to show God fails. It fails on its face because God doesn't need anyone. So you're going to have to show for your argument to work. All the premises actually.
Yeah. So you want to start with premise 1. God is an agent with intention. You're rejecting that.
No, that's not what I heard. The first premise.
So you don't reject all of the premises. So which premise is it that you're rejecting?
Let's let Praise tell us, because I thought it was a great. I thought it was great on the fly, Leo. I think it's a solid argument. So Praise, what don't you like about it?
Real quick, can I get?
Let me explain what I
don't. I just want to know what premise he's rejecting.
Well, I mean, it was kind of fast. What I thought I heard premise. Okay,
Here,
maybe premise 2 and 3 then.
Oh, like legitimately, I'll share my screen so that you can see it, because I think that's fair.
Yeah, let me see that.
Let me do this.
And is Serb trying to say something?
Yeah. I just wanted to give. I want to point something out to Praise. Praise, you notice how you're sort of going in circles and not being able to get anywhere? And I told you what you would need to argue, and then you just didn't do that.
So, okay, premise 1, God has agent with desires. Okay, I agree with that. Premise 2, God has desires from premise 1. No, I think that's...
follow from
okay, I would agree. I would disagree with premise 2.
So then you would disagree with premise 1 because it would just be logically entailed. If God has intentions, then God has desires. That's what desires are a type of intention.
No, so there's a colloquial definition of desire, and then there's an ontological definition.
Philosophical usage of desire, which is a particular type of intention, a goal-directed intention.
And that's what I'm rejecting. So
God does not have goals.
No, he does not. He's already obtained all goals already.
Okay, yeah. Then that just leads into other arguments. So I don't know.
And that's what I was saying. Like your argument falls apart because
you would just disagree with the first premise. It seems that you're denying that God is an agent. He doesn't have intentions. No. He doesn't have goals. He has
the Trinity. He's tripersonal. He doesn't need humans.
That doesn't answer my question. God doesn't have intentions, goals, wills, or desires.
Colloquially, yes, but not the way you're trying to express it.
I'm not using it colloquially. I'm using these terms in the philosophical sense.
Well, then that's why it fails.
An intention, a desire, or a will are going to be considered roughly synonymous. So, I mean, to say that I will X, I desire X, or I intend X is to express the same thing.
You're trying to attach some type of ontological prerequisite to God here.
I have no idea what that means. I'm just deriving what classical Christian theism argues. God is infallible. God is an agent.
So you're putting God's attributes on trial. You can't do that because he has aseity. So already that's
just question begging. You're just assuming the conclusion being called into question.
No, I'm rejecting. It's a categorical error off the bat. Like you're not even properly characterizing our God.
Which premise are you rejecting?
So the way you've already explained that you're going at the philosophical way with this. I'm going at the colloquial way.
Sure. So which premise are you rejecting?
Number 2. I've already explained this.
God does not have desires. So then it follows that God does not desire for all people to be saved.
In a colloquial sense, yes.
I just don't know what you mean when you say that.
I don't know what else to say to you. I mean, like it doesn't register with you. I don't know what else to tell you. Like,
you can explain your own views to me. That just doesn't seem to be my problem. Respectfully.
God is self-contained. He's not dependent on anyone or anything. That should be loud and clear.
He's not arguing that argument. Praise.
Well, the failure.
What you need to do is explain the difference between your usage of desire and why that's different from how he's using it.
Okay, as I explained before, his desire is in a personal, social sense. It is not in an ontological, eternal sense.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, I'm just it's just going over your head that I don't know what to tell you.
But I told you what I mean by desire. I just take a desire to be a thing I want to occur. So when God desires for something, it's a thing he wants to occur.
It's a social good that it's a desire for a social good. So what?
I don't understand. So what you mean by social good? If God desires for something, it's a thing he wants to occur.
So do you understand that God has a community of agents around him?
Okay, wait, but cut out the word praise. Would you say that God wants everyone being saved to occur?
In a personal sense, in a social sense, and because he's with the community.
This is the problem. It doesn't matter the sense. It's a thing he desires.
It does matter.
It doesn't though. It's a thing he desires. There's some sense.
No, because God doesn't desire anything. Like you don't even get that.
So then God does not.
If he did desire, he wouldn't be aseity. He wouldn't have aseity if he did desire something.
You're just going back on what you said earlier.
You're conflating and equivocating.
You're just going back on what you said earlier.
I just explained that. You don't get it.
Not desire. But you said
what do you think aseity is, Leo?
You said God.
Tell me what aseity is right now. Tell me what the definition is. Tell me what the definition of aseity is.
Oh shit! Well, you said earlier that God desires for all people to be saved.
You're just dodging. You won't even address what I'm saying. You're just dodging it.
Now you're saying God doesn't have any desires at all. I don't know where you're at right now.
Right. If he had a desire, he wouldn't be God, because then he would be contingent or dependent on something else.
Desire for all people to be saved, right?
In a colloquial, personal, social sense, yes.
So then there's a sense in which he does have desires, then, right?
In a social sense,
So
yes.
he does have desires.
Not in your sense, no.
Okay, so what sense of desire do I mean? Tell me what I mean by desire.
That it's to complete or it's an ontological sense to need like a requirement for something, a dependency. It's a dependency.
No, I said what it is. Something that an agent wants.
Then your whole argument.
All right. Let me get back up here. We'll do that. How are y'all doing?
Hey.
Oh, I thought I was watching a live stream. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, well, that was just like the setup. We're gonna be watching another one.
Okay, gotcha. All right, yeah, cool.
So Praise is gonna respond last night to that which happened on Friday night. And I watched like the first 25 minutes of it, and I was laughing. So I'm like, I'm gonna do a different kind of open room. I'm gonna invite people in, and we'll talk about this because, I could play the rest of that. It goes on for about another 20 minutes or so, but it's essentially just that same thing. Leo has to like tell Praise 4 or 5 times what he means by desire. And it was just this bloodbath. So, I wanted to get into Praise's response a bit this afternoon. I'm glad a couple of you guys joined me. How y'all doing?
Hey. Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I was over at Speed's channel, and I told him I was coming over here, and they were calling me a traitor. So,
yeah, I bet John Peterson didn't like that one too much.
No, if you don't talk to John at all.
No, and John is really mad at me, I guess. So, I mean, I guess he has reasons. So, people had their reasons.
I mean, I know you guys had a thing, but I thought at least that he's not on part of the channel anymore. But I thought you guys at least would have talked at some point.
No, I mean, he tried at first, but I didn't want to speak with him.
Oh, that's lame.
1 second, my daughter's right here.
so what? I can. Oh, Ray just muted.
All right, I'm back. So yeah, I mean, yeah, he has his reasons. I don't gripe about him. He was pretty mad at me yesterday or the other day. I can't remember if it was yesterday or not when I showed up in Speed's chat.
Oh, that bums me out.
But yeah, like no, he tried to reach out there at first, and I didn't want to talk right then. I wanted to take some space away, and then he got mad about that, and we haven't talked since. So.
Oh, that's lame.
What was? Let me just ask. What? Because I kind of came in late. I didn't quite understand like what was going on with that logical argument. Who present that? That's an argument that Leo presented, and Praise was combating against it.
Yes, Leo presented the argument, and at first, Praise rejected every premise of the argument, every single one. I could probably, did I X out of it? Let me see. No, I didn't. I could probably, yeah, it's right there. So we'll pull that up real quick.
Okay, cool.
All right, so God is an agent with intention. God has desires. God is omnipotent. God cannot fail. God desires for all humans to be saved. Not all humans will be saved. Praise initially rejected all of that.
Huh. I mean, that's really weird because, like, he says God is an agent with intention. I mean, that would imply. It seems like the God of the Bible is a God that is actively engaged in the world. That he has intentions with how the world is going to function. He engages with the world. So I'm surprised he would disagree with that one. God doesn't have intention.
Yeah, so eventually he settles. It's the God has desires is the one that he's rejecting, but I believe the entire argument comes up based on God desires for all humans to be saved, or something along those lines. So it was just it didn't go well for Praise that night.
I completely reject the omni characteristics of this God. There's no way that an omniscient God can see or know that terrible, evil things are going to happen, and an all-powerful God would not do anything to stop said evil and terrible things to happen. So he can't be omnipotent and he can't be omniscient, because if he doesn't do anything to stop any of these things, then he lacks those abilities. So I completely reject any omni traits for the Christian.
Let me pull that up, because I immediately, like, I was like half asleep, just trying to let the stream go as long as I could at that point. But once Leo started talking the syllogism, I immediately perked up. I loved it immediately. I loved the premises. I loved the conclusions. I liked the way that Leo argued it. Outside of, I thought he needed to let praise in more, but that's what Leo does. He overtalks and stuff. I think he could have really let praise kind of really hung himself if he let him speak more. A lot worse, but I love it because this is what I've been talking about for years. Like I remember what was my videos, the 3-0 God, this omnipotent, benevolent being that knows all, is everywhere. I think that is very easy to actually prove does not exist. And I think they make it easy if they define their God in that classical theistic sense.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I mean, I'm just trying to logically walk through it. That if God is all-knowing, and like the all-knowing, all-powerful, triomni God, I mean, certainly that there's a problem with that, like with the logical problem of evil. Like, why would God create evil in a world where, if he was triomni, then technically he should be able to create the outcomes of whatever he would want without that evil. Like, this is the kind of the classic argument is that somebody, a God who is triomni, like a theist might say that God has a reason for creating evil, that there is some beneficial value of evil because it leads to some greater good. But the argument against that would be that if God is triomni, then he should be able to create that beneficial good without the evil. He doesn't need the evil in order to create that beneficial good. So I think, like, what this ends up devolving to is that God, like, you could say that God is not triomni, or that God's a dick. That God does this shit because he just wants to, because he's like Loki. He's a cock, he wants to just make things, he wants you to suffer.
Yeah. And that's, I've actually heard that, like, Jesus suffered for our sins. So that's why, if Jesus suffered for our sins, then we shouldn't be suffering, because the suffering was already taken care of. So why is there suffering? It just seems like, it just goes in a circle with the.
It was always one of my favorite arguments, the problem of evil, and this has become one of them as well. And yeah, it all ties into your definition of your God just doesn't make much sense, right? Like with here, it's if God wanted all of mankind to be saved under God, he has the ability to do so. He could easily do so. There's other arguments, like Ocean Keltoy put out this really good argument that I fell in love with immediately, and it was because it kind of argues for the same notion of the Christian God, is that he lays out all of his premises, and his ultimate conclusion is that the only being deserving of hell in this universe would be God himself. So I really loved that argument as well. But I'll tell you, Praise did not like this argument.
Praise doesn't like any argument. That's the problem from what I've seen from Praise.
What was his so he essentially thinks that God does not have intention. He thinks that God does not have desires.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he took offense to in the moment. Now I think he's got something new that he's come up with since, because I think what happened was I ended it at about 2:30, And I don't think he stopped thinking about it right up until he made this stream, which I don't knock him for because I do that same shit, you know. But so we'll get into it. You know, he's got a funky beginning to his streams, and I always include it. I find it hilarious. So yeah, we'll let the last begin, and I can't wait to hear what you have to say, Jason.
Ode Yahweh Kesidko va'azam chra Shem Yahweh Elyon. I will give thanks to the Lord according to his righteousness, and he will sing, and we will sing praise to his name, the Lord Most High. That is Psalm 7:18. And it's already awesome to see people in the chat. Good to see the freak. Kevin's in the house. Cheryl, boom, boom. We got one way, new dumb argument. Yes.
You know, real quick, he's getting better at those openings with the Aramaic there or whatever.
Hey, Christian saying. Carpenter, thank you so much. You're part of Team Praise I Am. Awesome. And I'm
sounds drunk.
To be part of this team. Well, it's really part of the team.
He always sounds drunk. Yeah.
Sounds drunk. Sounds like he's high or something. I don't know, but.
I honestly don't think he is. I really don't. He always sounds the same. But yeah, we've always kind of joked about that ourselves. So just come out with it. Well, you know, Praise. I'll do a drinking stream with you, just like I did with Will Kincaid. I mean, I won't really because I'm trying to. I'm quitting again. But
I just messaged you on Discord, Serb, and here you are. What the fuck?
Okay, well, they say there are many ways to summon me.
Yes,
I'm actually glad you're here, Serb, because you know. Earlier, when Leo first came out with the argument, he was arguing a little bit against it. But like once Praise came in, I think Praise made it impossible for you to like argue with him against Leo on this. So I'll be interested to hear what you have to say about what Praise has to say here.
I am the great I am. But much appreciated, brother, and welcome to the team. And represent. Let me see what species. You're on the, let's see here. You're the sun level. Awesome. That is, all glory goes to the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. They're all co-equal, but the Son is pretty special because only through him we are saved. Good to see also Brother Bill's in the house. Yeah, so we had an interaction last night. First of all, good to see Bob and Raw, though, too. I want to make sure, to say hi to those guys. But ontology of rape, what does that mean? So that's a good question, Bob. It's a good question. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to supply an answer for you. So in metaphysics, this is from philosophy.
All right. So real quick, anybody else can respond on this. Feel free. Now, notice Boot the Door's comment is Praise I Am said hashtag ontology of rape. What does that mean? Can someone explain? I don't think he's gonna try to explain what ontology is, but the ontology of rape, I'm not sure if he's gonna quite get there.
So, what? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's something like he said in my live stream or if he's because I know he had another conversation with Leo like earlier in the day, so he might have gotten into it there because I don't remember him saying that in my live stream, but it was the very end of it. But all right, we'll get into his reasoning. Why doesn't he like that argument? Which he's a Christian. Of course, he wouldn't like the argument. What is wrong with the argument? I don't think I just don't think we really got too much detail from him in my room on it.
Basics.com ontology. So ontology is a branch of metaphysics. So ontology is concerned with the study of being and existence, including the definition of classification of entities, physical or mental, the nature of their properties, and the nature of change. So there's certain things that go beyond science that science cannot explain. Well, like the idea of introspection, the idea of human love. I mean, those things cannot be scientifically investigated. So what I'm saying is that rape is an offense that science cannot investigate. It goes beyond scientific
He does.
explanations, and that's what I was trying to convey with my conversation yesterday with Leo again.
I don't know. What do you think? What do you think about that? Can science explain what the nature of rape?
What?
I think I think nature is sort of a wishy-washy word. I think science can describe a lot about rape, but I don't know what nature means. In this case.
However, Praise put it there. Praise however he put it, not how I put it.
Can science explain the nature of rape? Well, maybe not science itself, but evolution. It's such a weird way of phrasing this. What the fuck, Praise?
Yeah, it's not like.
I mean, it's essentially, you could reword it to say, can we understand like the classification and nature of consent? That like understanding like where is the line between somebody consenting and somebody not consenting, or like is somebody sort of consenting? So I understand that like I think that we can like analyze that scientifically, and we can think about like how people make decisions, and so I think that's it. Well, you can do it. I understand the difficulty, but I still think that scientifically you can explore what does it mean to be raped.
Yeah, and does he mean like science can't explain like why people rape? The motivations people have when they rape.
I mean, that's more psychology, I would say.
Yeah, that would be more psychology and subjective to the individual rapist, right? Like, it makes no sense. Like, the point immediately made no sense to me. And if he said nature, because I couldn't remember if that was the way he said it or not. But yeah, the way he's saying it is just like I don't get it.
Why didn't he just say, "Can psychology explain rape"? That's much more accurate. Yet it's still neat. Praise, I don't know, man. I go from one stream giving me a headache into another.
I know.
Yeah,
me and Praise have had this up and down relationship, like me and most people have. But I was truly baffled by this. Like I said, I watched about the first 25 minutes and I was laughing. I was like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. All right, so we'll continue.
So Leo was popping up all over the place, and me and him had some actually long conversations, and I feel that he Chill's in the house. Good to see you, Chill. Man, sometimes I feel Leo's disingenuous, like he's out to stump a Christian or to entrap a Christian. I don't think that sometimes, this is what I feel anyway, might be wrong, but not always either. I mean, sometimes I do feel that Leo is a good faith actor, but not always either. It's like when he gets around his buddies and stuff, he gets a little rowdy, and he gets a little slimy, and he likes to try to, he tries to get one up on people and try to sneak one in there. And this is what I feel like he tried to do last night. So this.
All right, I'm fairly certain, usually Leo's drinking beers that late in the evening, so he was probably a few beers in, but I don't think he was being like sloshy or slimy. I think he presented his syllogism clearly. I've already said, like, the one thing I didn't like about it, and Serb, you were there. I thought Leo could have really let Praise in a lot more to kind of respond to him. But outside of that, I thought Leo presented the argument. I don't know. What y'all think?
Well, I think he made the argument really clear. Like, I mean, he literally had it written out, right? I mean, that's literally about as clear as you could possibly freaking make it. But I think there is a serious issue with it, though. But I doubt Praise is smart enough to figure out what that is.
All right. Well, let's hear. I'll throw it back up real quick and lay out the serious issue with it.
Desire is an emotion. Goals are not. You can desire things that you can't possibly have a goal for.
That's
So
true.
God could desire something and have it not be a goal, and that tears apart his whole argument because then God wouldn't be failing. Because you can only fail at goals. You can't fail at having an emotion.
That's true. Yeah, I'd say that's. What does anybody else think about? I'd say that's fair. Premise 2 would be an issue. Now that's the issue that Praise is going to have as we continue, but we'll see if he lays it out like that.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure if the application of the word desire in the context of God is. I mean, like, what does it mean to say that God has desires? I mean, I'm sure it's just like God wants certain things to occur. He want like God, like if God has intention, then another way of framing that is that if God intends for something to occur, then God wants it to occur. God has desires for something to occur. I think that's all that is trying to be conveyed with premise 1 and 2.
My Chrome crashed.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a very Christian response to this without getting into the philosophy. Saying God has desires, as Leo's laying it out here, is I can't even say the word probably. Anthropomorphizing God. And we say God has desires, but that's not actually describing how God is, because that's the way of men and not the way of God.
Well, I mean, God is, well, first of all, like, God, Christians anthropomorphize God. They say God is a disembodied mind, or he is a mind. So he's thinking. God thinks. God has thoughts. I mean, I'm assuming God has thoughts. If God has thoughts, God has desires. God wants for things to occur. I mean, even in the Bible, it seems apparent that God wants certain things to occur.
Yeah, and I think that's the way Leo's pretty much describing his definition of desires there as well.
Well, I think he's really I think he actually says it at some point that his definition of desire is literally interchangeable with the word goal, which was my issue.
God has a goal. Okay, yeah. I mean, God.
Yeah, I remember him saying that.
God created the flood to wipe out the sinners and to kind of generate the earth with people that weren't sinful. He had a goal there. I guess it gets to a point, if God has a goal, can God not complete his goal?
Well, yeah, and he ultimately has the ultimate goal of New Jerusalem, right? So all of this is, getting to that moment when Jesus comes back and 1,000 years of New Jerusalem, the new earth, or however they describe it.
I think that this set of propositions could be boiled down to like 2 propositions and a conclusion. It could be much more basic. There's a bunch of propositions in here that are redundant that you don't really need.
Yeah, and I do think you can change that word. I'm just trying to think of what words you could replace it. Desires.
Well, I would just say goal, because that's the definition he's using.
Yeah,
I think it would still work.
God has goals. Yeah, God has goals.
I think most Christians would answer, yes, God has the goal of saving everyone. Still.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, God has goals. Yep.
You think if that was the goal, he would make the message easier for everybody to absorb and be saved.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of issues with people believing that about God.
I mean, it's just, there's how many different denominations of Christianity. Everybody disagrees on everything. Everybody disagrees on the method of baptism and on the method of one message for everybody. This is how I want you to do it so you can all be saved. That's it. But it's not like that. So I don't think God would desire or have a goal for everybody to be saved, because if it was, it would be a clearer and easier path.
Awkward, did you want to say something?
Yeah, if God knows everything and does everything, then how the hell did all this shit get started? Why'd he let it happen? Or however you want to describe God.
Yeah, it's like the problem of evil situation. Like, if God knows everything, why does he allow evil to occur? He could have not allowed evil to occur. I mean, the argument for that would be like, there's some reason that God allowed it to occur. Or in this situation, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go.
Oh, he wanted it to happen, apparently. He wanted the
Yeah.
snake to tempt Eve and Adam, and they ate from the tree of knowledge.
This is like a free will argument. Like, does God, like, do we have free will?
Yeah.
Well, they didn't before they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Well, I mean, a Christian argument could be like, we do, that God gave us free will. Eve actually was able to choose to talk to the snake and to eat from the tree of knowledge. The opposing argument would be God knew that was going to happen, and God created Eve with the intention for that to happen. Therefore, Eve actually did not have free will because God made her to actually do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
God
but
intention
so-
is. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Clockwork.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying they both walked around naked before they knew that they were naked. I'm just saying.
True. Yeah, and I think the intention is important because about 4 months ago I laid out an argument that God has essentially failed 4 times, I believe. The fall, the flood, Jesus, and then ultimately with Revelations.
Revelations is my favorite book of the Bible. That's my
Because
favorite book.
eventually, just life as we know it, everything changes. Great genocide, blah blah blah. So yeah, it's and the only way to really argue against God failing in at least 3 of those 4 instances is that his intention, his omnipotence, he knew all of it was going to happen, planned for all of it to happen, but when you argue in that manner, libertarian free will goes out the window.
Oh yeah, God was just like, fuck it. It's gonna happen. Let it happen. Yeah.
Which essentially was Maddox's argument against Leo, was libertarian free will. He didn't get into it too much because he left. But that's going to be pretty much, I believe, the direction that Praise is going to try to take. Let me get back over to it.
Is this the stream where Maddox rage quit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which, he was actually on really good behavior. I've been in, me and Maddox have had some screaming matches. So, but I've also seen him. It was back when he was hanging around with Smokey. He was way worse than he is now. Way more disrespectful. So he's cleaned up his act a bit.
Okay.
He was terrible. Like if you want to see what I'm talking about, go back on Modern Day Debate and find some of the debates he had with Smokey. Any of them. You only need to watch about 10 minutes.
Yeah, he was not great.
All right, we'll get back into this. See what he has to say.
This is a conversation that took place last night on the Raging Atheist channel. And first, actually, I'm going to show LPP. We're going to go through this conversation starting with LPP. And we're going to pick apart and dismantle his argument as syllogism. It's a syllogism. It's not a syllogism. It's a syllogism.
I see what you did there, Praise.
Let's jump into, because I do think that there's something coming up I do want to watch coming up here on Eddie's channel. So, I don't want to get too, I don't want to go too much into that right now because I want to be focused on this. So let's jump into LPP. Let's get the start of this conversation and see where it goes. And I jump in, and you'll see where it goes with me. I have some explanations. See, the problem is the libertarian free willie, the free willist, the one that believes in free will or agent, I think it's called agent.
I have to stop it there. He literally just said somebody that believes in libertarian free will is called libertarian free willie. All right, we'll hear him.
Causation, free will, or something like that. Hold on, let me make sure, because there's two classifications out there. Agent. It's called agent causation, or yeah. I guess incompatibilism. Yeah, I mean that's.
All right. So for the smarter people in the room, he said that there were two causes to what was it? Fucking I don't know, whatever the hell he was talking about. But he couldn't find it. Like two causes of free will. So for you more philosophically minded people than me in the room, what is he talking about?
Two causes to free will. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
That there, what was it? Say, could you repeat what did he say? That there are two causes of free will.
Yeah, he said that there were two major causes to libertarian free will, and then he Googled it, agent, causation, free will, and nothing came up. So
Yeah,
I don't know what he's talking about.
if you're going to say there's two causes to free will, I think you're kind of conceding the point maybe before you even make the argument.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know.
Well, this is his first major fail of what I saw. We're only 8 minutes and 55 seconds in, and I only saw like the first 25 minutes. So, like, I thought it was a major fail, but I'm catching up. I'm trying to catch up with philosophy. So I was like, maybe I just don't know.
Okay, so I just wanted to put that in there. That we had our discussion. We'll continue now, with this discussion. You'll see. I think Leo Filius has some type of scheme that he has planned against Christians, and he thinks that he can basically uproot them somehow or subvert them. And I think that's what he's more concerned about than the quality of his arguments. The atheists are more concerned of trying to win an argument rather than trying to justify an argument. I don't think his justifications here you're going to see are pretty flimsy. But here, let's jump into it.
I make him wait there for an hour.
That shit he just said was like, what?
What is Leo like? Is Leo Leo's a talking snake in the garden who's going to try and uproot Christians, and he's Satan, and oh my God, he's just asking questions. He's trying to get you to justify your beliefs since you have no intention. I'm saying here's what I believe and here's why, and I have proof for what I believe. You just say this is what I believe and screw you. So Leo's trying to engage them in conversations. It's almost like crazy. Like, I don't want to have a conversation or discussion about my beliefs. I just want to talk to other people that believe like me and stay in my echo chamber. I don't want to be challenged. Like, oh, get out of here.
Yeah, it's not a scheme; it's an argument.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Maybe the scheme is over talking, but in the heat of the battle, we all do that, especially in these room type situations. Almost everybody does it. If you don't, then you get like what I did in this open room. Mainly, I was like quiet for hours at a time. At some points, yesterday at Math Pig, I was super tired because I stayed up late Friday night. But I was quiet for most of the time. I think that Leo was into the argument, and there were moments when he wasn't letting praise respond, and they just went in circles over the definition of desire and blah 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 blah. But it's like that's not a scheme. That's the nature of a debate. You present an argument, and then you're supposed to argue against that syllogism, right?
Yeah, that's how it works. I mean, and Leo's just going through, and obviously it's a logical argument. He's trying to lead to a conclusion that God does not exist. So if he can justify each proposition as being true, then it goes through. That's the whole point. So I don't quite understand. I guess Praise knows this. He's trying to refute certain propositions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think and again we all do this. Very human nature. But Praise, the butthurt is strong here. Sometimes you just got to take it on the chin. I remember, like with Matt Powell, I lost that fucking debate. I just had to, I lost it. I didn't go to debate. He kicked my ass. There was this other one. I can't remember the dude's name, but he always argues. Science and physics, right? And I spent 2 weeks researching for this debate because I don't know shit about physics, right? But James wanted me to step in because somebody had stepped out. So I'm like, yeah, I'll fucking do it. Thought I knew what I was talking about. I went in there, I got my ass stomped. You know, like sometimes you just got to take it on the chin.
I think I know who you're talking about. Now, I can't think of the name off the top of my head, but I know.
Can't remember his name. Like we even talked on Twitter for a while after that because he knew he got me, so he liked to rub it in a little bit. You know.
What the fuck is his name? Jesus fuck. I can't think of his name right now, but I think I know who you're talking about.
Shit, you know, it's hard to do it in the moment. I'll grant him that. But when you've had a night to think on it, you wake up the next day. Usually, I think most people will be like, "Yep, yeah, I understand." So now I'm gonna actually debunk it.
The preacher's in the side chat.
Preacher is what's up, preacher?
Go.
Yeah, it was really weird him coming in and out the other night. I'm not sure what was going on there, but all right, we'll listen to some more.
While y'all were going back.
That's fair. Yeah, I was just wondering from LPP if so. I just wanted confirmation from him that he thinks God is maximally great being.
Yeah, let's take it.
I'm pretty sure I've already answered that question.
Okay, so you are affirming. All right. So do you take that maximal greatness entails maximal rationality?
Whatever maximum is maximally rational, I would assume so, yeah.
Okay, so then God only ever does what he ought to do because
he only do what he ought to do. That to me is incoherent. Can someone explain that to me? What God ought to do? He's not under odds. He's self-governed. Are you saying, in his own?
Oh, I love praise sometimes, just the way he says shit. He's not under odds. I think I understand what Leo's putting down there, but what about y'all? Like, do you agree with Leo that God would only do what he ought to do based on like an internal critique of the Christian God?
Yeah. I mean, Leo laid the initial concept of is God maximally rational? Does God does God function under reason? Does he do what is reasonable? God doesn't do irrational things. He doesn't do things that just don't make any sense. He has a reason for why he does certain things. So is God do what he ought to do? It's not like God says to himself, I know that the reasonable thing to do or the thing I should do is X, but I'm just going to do Y. I'm just going to do some crazy shit. Like, that's what he's trying to say. He's trying to say God just doesn't do, God is not Loki. God isn't going to say, oh, I know I have an intention of doing this, but I'm just going to do something else just for the shits and giggles. That's not what God does. And he's just asking Maddox if that is his understanding of who God is.
I don't see like why you would have an issue with that terminology. And the whole, like, I've read the Bible like 9 times now, and I've never heard the Lord is not under oughts in the Bible. I've never read that anywhere in that entire fucking book. To me, it makes sense. Like, you know, if God does have intention and God has had a plan from the very beginning, so he understood that the Garden of Eden was going to happen the way it did, whether it was metaphorical, however it happened, in whatever way it happened, and the flood happened in whatever way it happened, and everything. Yeah, you have your libertarian free will, but he pretty much knows the general direction the world is going to take or whatever. If he knows everything, then yeah, like he's just going to do. He's as Jason said, he's not going to sit there and think about it. Like, what are my options here? You know, he's not going to sit there and think, you know, I could save the children in Yemen. He just doesn't fucking do it, right? For whatever reason.
Or there's a part of him that says, I want to save these children. I know this is what I want to do, but I'm going to do the opposite of that. I'm going to do what actually I shouldn't do. You know, because that's not that like humans do that. Humans sometimes do things where we mean to do one thing, but we're like, for whatever reason, we don't do it. That we don't do that. Like God doesn't do that. He's trying to lay down a set of understandings for God, which show a contradiction. And so what ends up happening is that folks like Maddox or whoever immediately they know what's going on. They know that there's this contradiction that's coming. And so he's thinking, what can I say to avoid this contradiction? So he's grasping for straws, looking for anything.
Defense mode. Yep.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. And that's what, I liked about the argument. And I agree with Cerberus. Yeah. I definitely think there can be some improvements on it. And I bet you if Leo's probably thinking on improvements on it himself, if this is indeed his syllogism. I don't think he ever claimed it was his. So I don't know. To me, I think Praise has some hurt feelings, and I'm not going to knock him for that. It's human. I have hurt feelings all the time. But Praise, you got owned in that moment, and you didn't know how to respond. You probably had never really faced that argumentation before. It's not a scheme. He hit you with an argument you weren't ready for. It happens.
That's right.
Self, well, he doesn't tell himself, hey, Yahweh, we got to make sure we got to operate correctly today. Let's make sure we stay within those bounds. We ought to do that, Yahweh. Like the Trinity isn't talking to each other like that. So it's just I think an incoherent way of trying to convey this argument, or he's trying to explain God in this way, and that's just incoherent to me.
But you literally just backed him up with what you said about he literally just pretty much said what we said, Jason. There is that God isn't having Yahweh isn't having a conversation with the Holy Spirit and Jesus about which is essentially exactly what Leo frickin' said. Oh, Praise, you're so precious sometimes.
God is pure natural act. He doesn't think within himself, ooh, do I need to do something, and that's a mischaracterization of the Godhead.
What rationality is a being that engages in the actions or the behaviors that, all things considered, with respect to the standards that they use to evaluate their actions or behaviors, they ought to engage in. So God only ever engages in the behaviors that he ought to engage in. So, with respect to the argument that I was presenting to you, it seems if God were going to create a world with agents, he would create it such that if he desired for all people to be saved, then that's what ought to occur, and then that's what would happen. So why is that?
Not necessarily. That's false. I'm going to show you why that line of thinking is faulty. But I just want to put this out here as a disclaimer that I'm not necessarily rejecting or revoking the idea of Calvinism, like their idea of sovereignty and his attributes. What I'm arguing for is the free will compatible. I don't know if compatibilism, like for me, that's kind of a gray area, but I'm just going to put free agency incompatibilism. I think it's more incompatibilism than. But it seems like compatibilism could fall in there, like on a more.
He's arguing with himself. So anybody want to comment?
What does he think an ought is for God? Like, I've heard one of the arguments against stealing is wrong because God's not a thief. Lying is wrong because God's not a liar. And I've also heard that used as an argument against the LGBT community, which makes me think homosexuality is bad because God is heterosexual. So that makes me think, okay, well, what are the oughts for God? God not ought to do this, or God ought to do this, and they never clear any of that up. So if you're going to talk about oughts, then explain what you think the oughts are for God to do or not to do, and he's not getting into that.
Yeah, from my conversations with Christians, I think that they just whatever God does is justifiable. So even if it's ordering the murder of children, doing it himself in the flood, if God does it, it's just by definition not wrong, because to Leo's point, God only does what he ought to do, right? Like it's like the Christian worldview.
God ought to drown everybody in a flood, or God ought not to allow child abuse and murder, right?
Dude, I hopefully everybody, I get yelled at because I don't play it long enough and I cut in too much, and that's just an old habit. But I'm still laughing the second time through, or this is actually the third time through. I'm still laughing. Like, I stopped it there because I was laughing, and I'm like, I'm sure somebody's got something to say, because this is just funny. He was literally arguing with himself right there for a good solid minute.
Yeah.
Too funny. All right, let's go.
Mediums, like a medium scale, a neutral scale, compatibilism. I'm not too sure about compatibilism, but I'm sure it kind of works in there maybe. And that's what I don't think he's thought this out that well, really. I think it's it's very harebrained. So you're going to see in my response, it is harebrained by Leo Filius. But let's see how LPP responds. So I think he did a pretty good job, because he's not really too much into philosophy, or maybe he is, but I think he's more primarily focused on science and theology and stuff. Let's just jump into him. Here we go.
Not the case.
All right, yeah, I gotta unmute. So real quick there, like, LPP is good at giving bad links. That's what LPP is really good at. Cerberus, what happened the other night, when the very first one, and then Michael would call one out later that he provided, that was just absolute bullshit. But I spent a good hour in the rabbit hole of going down that site, who owns the site, this John Lott dude, a legitimate dude, but a definite propagandist, is known for like spinning statistics, and it was just crazy. Worked for Trump, just crazy shit. And it's like it would literally be like me, providing a study, right? Like stats from a study about how Medicare for All would pay for itself after an initial investment of, I think it's like 22 what is it? It's like $22 trillion over 10 years, and an initial investment of that, and then universal healthcare starts to pay for itself. There's a study that found that. But if I linked the Young Turks that talked about it, I think he would have a fucking issue with that. But that's what John Maddox does. It's what he's good at. He will spin the science. He will spin the conclusions of papers, and then give you like bad links, so you won't hopefully find where he's misleading you. That's what LPP does.
Yeah, John Lott is well, I guess he is an economist, which is the issue. Whenever you hear, pro tip, if you ever see an economist talking about politics, they're wrong.
Yeah, well, and there's been just several controversies surrounding him, like skewing statistics, and like that particular page that John had presented that night. It was statistics that were probably accurate. Yes, handguns are used. I can't remember the damn argument, but I heard a pretty good argument in the room we were in yesterday against that. You probably remember. I have to go back and find it. But but the way that the information is presented is to present a narrative for the story that they're presenting it behind. And then he's trying to present this is an accurate source, when it's basically just like I said, it would be like me providing a Young Turk source.
Yeah, so I've never seen, and because I've looked at some of John Lott's stuff, because he's a big gun rights guy, And the
Yeah,
statistics,
he's written like 3 books on the shit.
yeah, the statistics he uses are true, but they're not always the whole story. And then he's trying to tell a very particular story with those, right? He's very motivated. So you can get information from him, but that can't be the end of your research because you're just going to come away with not knowing everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like which I don't even watch the Young Turks anymore. But if I only went to the Young Turks and got what they admittedly give is this very slanted view, you're only going to have that very slanted view. All right, so yeah, we'll move on. But yeah, that just came up to me, and that's what LPP does. That's what he's good at. You know, like I don't know if he got it from SFT, but that's what he does. He takes these scientific papers, misrepresents the conclusions, and then hopes you don't find it.
Why is it the case that not all people will be saved, despite there being a desire of an
I thought I heard somebody talking.
Infallible being.
Okay, Leo. So, can what you desire be limited? The actualization of something you desire be limited by other parameters?
Not for an infallible being.
In this case, allowing.
No,
for,
not in this case.
Leo, allowing for liberty.
I remember the argument from yesterday. It was yes, handguns are the most used in mass shootings, but that's because most mass shootings are actually targeted mass shootings. The most used gun in random mass shootings would be, a rifle style weapon. So I thought that was a pretty good argument.
Well, it seems to me, if I may, real quick, with LPP showing statistics that it's mostly handguns, it just seems like we would say, okay, yeah, so handguns are the problem, so let's focus on that. It defeats its whole ideology, I think.
Well, no, because he doesn't. So I still kind of make arguments like this, but the point of the argument isn't to say you should focus on handguns because that's the right thing to do. The point of the argument is to go, if you're actually worried about this stuff, you would be focused on this, but you're not.
Yeah, it's
to
say
what are you against, like the whole assault weapons thing.
Yeah,
which I never claimed that. There was nowhere in the discussion that I claimed that assault weapons were largely utilized in any particular instance over any other type of weapon. So I don't even know. Now, looking back on it now, I don't even know why particularly he was bringing that up. Maybe there's some context I'm not, remembering correctly or something.
Well, I believe it's their way of arguing that we are, because many times I had to keep bringing up, hey, nobody's saying we're going to take all your guns, So it's his way of saying, well, you kind of are, because if you want to stop mass shootings, you're going to have to take away our handguns as well. So I think that's essentially what they're arguing is, that you would have to pretty much take all guns away or some shit. It doesn't really make much sense why you would even bring it up in the context of the argument. So, but Leo, it's good to have you here. So I don't know if you've watched so far, if you've actually watched the entire response to you.
I have
what
not.
Do you think about it?
I didn't know Praise even did a response to me.
Yeah, this was last night. I saw it live, but I think I was in a room. I think I was in Wild Heart's room or Math Pig's room.
Was it just Praise, or did he bring anybody else in?
I think it's just Praise.
Yeah, I think it's just Praise. I watched some of it, but then I went to Wild Heart's channel. Since it's Praise, there's no substance to it.
Yeah, like I said, I watched 25 minutes and I was just laughing. I thought it was fucking hilarious, man. So, all right, we'll continue. If you haven't seen any, he's just really starting to get into it because you know how I am. I pause it every 20 seconds. So
yeah, you're like me.
Yeah, I can relate.
You hear one word and you just pause it. Like, wait, what does this guy mean by that? Huh? What is he even saying?
It's like this nervous fucking reaction. I keep my finger on the trigger,
Yep.
To be able to force everything that has free will to do.
Yes, LPP, that's true, and we have to. This is kind of what I missed too, but I'm gonna lay it out that what I think that is the missing ingredient, and I think it completely overturns what Leo Filius didn't catch, or anyone else. Anyone else didn't catch this either, but I finally did. I'm glad I did catch it. But I'm gonna let him kind of hang himself a little bit here, Leo Phileas, and then we'll kind of jump into it.
Oh, he's talking about me hanging. I thought he was talking about. Because he's the one that just hung himself there.
Would that negate?
No, I always love this stuff. If you don't mind, short story. Because I always find this hilarious because no one thinks about this. I was with my friend, black friend, when I was.
What?
I think I just turned 20. We hit a deer while we were going down the road, so we stopped and looked for the deer. Couldn't find it. Cop comes along, starts basically harassing my friend for us being there on the side of the road. Cop says, "I'm going to give you enough rope to hang yourself with." And I could not resist. I could resist even less than I can now. I said, "Sir, are you calling my friend an N-word?" But I just want to point out that praise is told a black man he's going to help him hang himself.
That's true. I often don't think that praise hears himself, but I don't hear myself a lot of times. So like again, I don't knock him. I just vocalize what I'm watching.
Can I ask you guys a quick question? Since like Serb or Rage, you'd probably know before I would. Is it true that Olive is Praise's sister?
Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. I just wanted confirmation on whether that was true or not. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't
Now-
know for the longest time, like because I mean,
That image there.
She was Olive Branch, and she's been around for a while, and I never knew it.
Oh, is that so? This image that Praise has for his icon is that actually him?
I guess it kind of. So there was this one time,
Because I have heard that there's been. Sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say I have heard that some people have seen him. Sorry.
Yeah, well, Skylar Fiction showed there was this like one time for like 5 seconds where he accidentally turned his camera on, and it kind of looks like because the dude didn't have any facial hair that I remember. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I would say yes, I think it is actually him, just a cartoon version.
Okay. Why doesn't he turn his camera on? He looks kind of like Godless Engineer a little bit actually.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, that's a very flattering version of his face. I've never seen him, but he's had 5 or 6 images that are really similar.
Has he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like the cartoon images.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it is him because, like I said, one time, I mean, he got really mad at it. I think he's probably still mad that Skylar Fiction showed that. So. Oh, those were the good old days. I remember that shit. That was funny. All right, we'll continue.
Free will, yes or no, Leo?
Would what negate libertarian free will?
If the maximally great being forced the entities that have been granted free will, if it forced them to do everything that it wanted them to do, would that negate libertarian free will?
If it forced them to, sure, yeah. But I also think that it's the case that it's logically possible for God to actualize a world in which all of his desires come to fruition. But also, this doesn't bear on the argument.
Depends on what you mean desire too, and that was kind of a buzzword. It's just a buzzword. What the hell do you mean desire?
I actually did define what I meant by desire because I believe Serb raised an objection to that.
Yeah, you did. I even said it earlier that you straight up defined it a couple times,
like 4 or 5 times. It was crazy.
I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here, guys. But I'm gonna be in the side chat listening because I got some stuff.
You
to do
fucking
around
better
the house,
be.
but I'm not done anymore, Leo. That's why I love Leo. He's like, get in here right now. Don't leave. Where you going?
Good to see you.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Marty. Have a good one.
Nice,
Take it
guys.
easy,
Love
Marty.
you guys. Bye.
Take care.
Love you. Peace out.
I haven't looked at the side chat in a while. Yeah, dude, I thought this was hilarious. So,
The one with
buzzwords.
funny.
Buzzwords. Yeah, earlier we were talking. Sir made some legitimate points against premise 2, and I think we all know what you mean by desires, and praise should have too. We all think that maybe the word desires could be like replaced with goals or something like that.
Well, I just don't see personally. I don't see a difference between saying
yeah. That's
person
what you
X
say.
has a goal and person X has a desire. I just those are identical statements to me.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I think it's set out pretty clearly, and he just he's called it a scheme. You've got a scheme against Christians.
What?
It's fucking insane, man. God, it's crazy. So yeah, we'll continue a little bit.
Desire in a humanistic sense. He does not elucidate. He doesn't represent desire in a godly desire. I don't think he even knows what that means. And then I think
he's right there. I don't know what that means.
Sense to me, or I don't understand what you're talking about.
We always hear this from these Christians, you know, if it could be about desires, it could be about knowledge, it could be about morality, but they all end up making the same argument. Well, but it's just different for God than it is for us. Okay, so then what's the asymmetry? What makes it different? And then they can't answer. Or they give an explanation, and then it's just like, well, yeah, but that just doesn't even sound like a desire or morality or knowledge or whatever it is that you're talking about. So I just don't see this objection as being very fruitful at all.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's like their cop out, right? Like we were talking about this earlier before you came in. Like it doesn't. If God does it, it's okay. So it doesn't matter. There's no reason to justify it, no matter how atrocious it is. God works in mysteriously fucked up ways, right? That's pretty much their argument: is God works in mysteriously fucked up ways, and who are you to question it?
Pretty much.
Praise is funny, man. This is gonna get better, though, I think.
Well, I mean, at least Praise did ultimately try, where LPP just tapped the fuck out.
That's a good
one.
point.
Once the tip went in, LPP tapped out. Praise tried to take it for a little bit, at least. I mean, you know.
That's true. That is very true. Yeah, because like Leo, you'd ask LPP a question, and he'd be like, "Oh, it's midnight. You go crazy at midnight," as if that's a good answer. Just ad hominem.
And I'm just like, yeah, what the fuck does that? It doesn't even mean anything. Like, do you have an answer?
Yeah, it's I forgot what I was gonna say. Fucking weed, man. All right, let's go.
So, and then as if that's an argument, to me, that's actually a concession of the argument right there. Like, he's conceded numerous times. Well, that doesn't make sense to me. Well, it's so freaking bad. That's your problem.
Yeah, then explain it.
Right.
Yeah, like a lot of what Praise says doesn't make much sense. You have to expound on that praise. You need to explain it.
And the thing is, somebody not understanding your argument or your position doesn't somehow immediately make your argument or your position correct.
One thing I've always noticed about Praise, like as soon as I started to get into this circle of YouTube, I noticed that he'll say, "Oh, you're using a logical fallacy," yet he would never explain or elaborate why any given thing was a fallacy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, well, this was a guy when I was sitting at about, I don't know, 1,500 subs. This is my favorite Praise story. He thought I was making all of this YouTube atheist money. Now, mind you, at the time I had no Patreon. I had just the pennies. I mean, it would take months because once you are monetized, I don't know if it's changed because I haven't been monetized in a couple years now. But when I got monetized, you had to get up to $100 for YouTube to send you any fucking money, right? So it would take months to get there. I'm talking 6-7 months before I would see any money coming from YouTube. And he literally thought I had all of this YouTube atheist money that I was making, challenged me to a debate on Modern Day Debate, and we had that fucking debate.
I love it. Not YouTube money, but YouTube atheist money.
It was the funnest
like
shit ever.
there totally isn't like YouTube Christian money with, you know, people like Cameron Bertuzzi, who I do like, but you know, let's be honest, he I guarantee you that he makes probably $20-something a month off YouTube.
It would not surprise me.
It was like literally the best.
I know he makes over
thumbnail
1,000.
ever.
I know for a fact he makes over 1,000. I'm almost positive he makes over 2,000.
Yeah, you can make money off of YouTube.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is that a lot of people that it isn't like directly through YouTube that they make their money. Like Vosh, for instance, I use him a lot, but he's a good example. And he's rather transparent. Like he's straight up. I make 6 figures a year, but most of that is like stream donations and stuff like that. And website subscriptions and stuff. That's when, the tier 1, tier 2, all that stuff. Those are the like website subscriptions. And then I think Twitch has some system like that. That's where a lot of those guys make their money from.
All right, let me get over here for a second. All right, so now I need that again. Where did I do with that? This is like the funniest fucking motherfucker. Funniest thumbnail ever. So you guys see that shit? It's the very top one. Are atheists in it for the money? Raging atheist versus praise.
So
Look at that fucking thumbnail. That is beautiful, man.
I mean, the thumbnail is awesome.
It was over 2 years ago.
Dude, you should make that your new avatar. Like,
Yeah, that would be really cool.
It's pretty badass, man. It's pretty badass. So, let me get back out of there. All right, we'll continue.
Phileas, you got owned, son.
Sure, because of libertarian free will, humans choose to reject God and thus are not saved. But all that means is that God is not blameworthy for his failure.
You see how he gets around it blameworthy now. Like, oh yeah, so he's not blameworthy, but he's still not omnipotent. Like it's a bait and switch.
No, it's not. There's
Still
a distinction between failure and blame.
Because his desire for all
Didn't I? Maybe I didn't.
I thought
but I did
that was the real
express-
Leo. Sorry.
Well,
Go ahead, Leo.
maybe I didn't, but I thought I did express with praise when we had our discussion that I draw a distinction between failure and blame. I don't take those to be the same thing. I even gave an example. Suppose I desire to go to the grocery store and I get in my car and I drive there and I get T-boned at an intersection on the way to the store such that I do not make it to the store. So I failed with respect to that desire to get to the store. But I'm not blameworthy for the failure. The person who T-boned me is blameworthy for the failure. But I still failed.
Yeah, you went through that, and they were like trolling you about that argument in the side chat of Praise's stream.
Of course they were, because they don't understand
let me
it.
see. Yeah, it was hilarious. It's not. I was like, maybe one will be on the screen now. It was like, you guys clearly don't understand. But what it is though is, and it kind of happens on every channel. But what I've always liked about my side chat is usually when I get out of bounds, I got motherfuckers in my side chat telling me, but like in these Christian side chats, it's all like this echo chamber, man. It's like they are team Christian. Even
that is why
it's
I like
crazy.
Rebecca's channel, because she's a Christian. Christians come in, atheists come in. There's a mix of Christians and atheists in the side chat. It's just the discussion is usually well behaved and meaningful. It's just a really good time.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Can you say I don't understand what the problem is? An infallible being failed. That's it. That's the argument. An infallible being failed. I don't know why they can't understand that.
Well, they understand that they're just trying to find ways to object to the argument because they don't like it.
It backs them in a corner, right?
Yeah.
And you saw it plainly the night that like it actually happened. But even here, still throughout this whole, it's like I haven't seen the whole thing, but I'm assuming through the whole hour and 40-minute stream, Praise is still backed into a corner trying to argue his way out of it.
I don't
Why do you
know
think he did a response video?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can argue with it. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Wildheart.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
No, I'm just gonna say, you can't argue against it. He's agreeing that an infallible being fails. He's agreeing with the premises and the conclusion, and then bringing up kind of excuses later.
Ooh, SJ's in the side chat. SJ, you want to come in? I just have a couple of questions for you.
Come on in.
Who's up for round two?
I've had a pretty decent relationship with SJ. We talk kindly to each other usually, but I haven't paid attention. I've been kind of plugged out, so I'm not sure. I'm not even sure what's going on, Leo.
The way that I would describe SJ is she is polite. Yes, absolutely. She is a polite person, but she is very intellectually dishonest. I would rather be rude and intellectually honest than polite and intellectually dishonest. That's just me, though.
Yeah, I get that.
What are the questions, SJ? Come on in. Come on in. Sit on down. Let's talk about God's infallibility.
Yeah, I do have the link. No pressures. But yeah,
And can I
it'd be
just
fun.
say, I love Cat Centrifuegways. I love Cat Centrifuegways, and I want to start to again. So, yeah, carry on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
link
let's-
is at the top of the side chat.
I wanted to have SJ on my stream for a chat, but this was like a year ago. Our schedules did not align at all, so unfortunately.
Ask her again.
I think
Maybe
I will.
maybe she'll come on in here. I actually don't know if she's going to join. She might be busy.
Yeah. But anyways,
I would like her to. I just have a couple questions. That's all.
I know she was having a stream today, and I'm online today, and I saw it, and I was thinking about going over there and checking it out because it looked interesting. But
Does she still host
remember
open
what it
rooms or like open up her streams at all, or no?
I think so.
Okay.
Let me see. Yeah, why are moral people pro-choice? A response to Shannon Q and Matt Dillahunty. Yeah, I wanted to check that out. I just didn't get a chance to.
that sounds interesting. I might check that out later.
Yeah. So, probably a stream. I'll definitely watch later. All right, we'll get back into this. Or go ahead, Leo.
I was just going to say, what was that? What was the title of that stream again? You read off.
Let me see.
Why are moral people pro-choice? I think.
Yep. Response to Shannon Q and Matt Dillahunty.
How long ago was that?
Just a couple hours.
Oh.
Oh no shit! I didn't even realize that. I better make sure I'm still sub to her. I should be.
Oh, here we go.
Can't remember what I was doing. I got to doing something, and I didn't check it out, but I definitely will. It looks interesting.
Oh shit! I wasn't even sub to her.
Can just say I'm gonna go. J Patrick is live, and he's all alone. So I'm gonna go and join him.
Well, you tell
Thanks
him
for
to
coming
come
on,
over
Wildheart.
here. Wildheart, you get over there. You tell Jay to come this way.
Yeah, I'll tell him to come over here. Yeah, I will do. I'll be right back. Cheers.
Yeah, tell him his stream is boring and nobody's watching it. He needs to come over here.
Well, I was glad.
He's got 12 people watching him right now.
I started because I started setting this up because I watched like 25 minutes of this shit, and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna do an open room and we're gonna talk about this for a minute. But Jay started streaming, so I was like, oh shit, because Jay will do praise, and I'm like, Jay saw Praise's shit yesterday, and he's gonna do it as I'm trying to do this shit. So I went over there, and like, thankfully, he was talking Jill today.
Are you and Jay, are y'all kind of on good terms now, or is it just
Oh yeah, I mean, you probably figured out by now. I usually don't stay very angry at people for very long.
That's true.
And Jay's only really pissed me off. Seriously, like a couple
SK,
times.
Gurr just subbed to you. You should totally come in. Come in and we just want to talk to you. We just want to talk to you. Come on, ask any questions.
The water's fine.
It's funny, Gert. The natives, they always call that my bear spirit because I get angry in the moment, and then the next day I'm like, it ain't worth it.
I understand that. I get that. That's cool.
I thought in the moments I was like, yeah, that makes sense, and I'm super high and shit. At least back then I thought I was super high, but I wasn't, because compared to the weed now, the weed we were smoking back then ain't shit. But I thought I was super stoned, and they're telling me this shit. I'm like, yeah, man, fucking bear spirit. Now I think back on that, and I'm like, the most ridiculous fucking shit I've ever heard in my life.
Well, to be fair,
I need a counselor. It's not bear spirit. I need a fucking counselor.
Well, I mean, Rage, I like what you do, and yeah, you definitely do get heated, but most of us do. I mean, I'd say all of us do, but yeah, it's all good though.
Well, a lot of it too is there's a lot of history, with a lot of folk through the ages of me ranting and raving on YouTube.
That's true, and you have been put through the ringer a few times by a bunch of assholes. So
yeah, when John Maddox brought it up the other night, my spirit wasn't into even answering it because I don't even think about it. I'm finally to a point I don't even think about that dude anymore. It's a good point to be in.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Genuinely.
Yeah, I just hope the motherfucker don't come back ever, dude. Yeah. All right, we'll continue with this.
Versus to be saved is not
state of failure based on what standard? This is what I wanted to ask. I should have asked him based on what basis or standard.
He did ask me that actually.
Oh, well,
and I did answer.
Well, how do you know the desires and will what God wants to accomplish? Well, you have to read the Bible. And I think it's pretty clear that
This is really funny.
You're going to see how you epically failed here and face planted, Leo Filius. You face planted. You're going to see.
Stupid. You face planted, bro.
It's funny because he actually did ask that, and I just said, but the thing is, I asked him the questions: is God infallible? Yes. Does God desire for all people to be saved? Yes. Will all people be saved? No. All right.
Right.
One of these things is not like the other. Like we got a problem here. God's failing with respect to the desire because he's not infallible.
That was the funniest thing about this. This is why I've been laughing through the whole thing. So I started this with a comment somebody left. Somebody called what happened between you and Praise at the end of the stream a bloodbath. So I started with that. I mean, and it pretty much was a 7.5 hour stream that covered a lot of good topics, but it ended in a fucking bloodbath, man. Like, and he is waking up after being stabbed 57 times, trying to say I didn't get stabbed 57 times. That's the funniest part about all this. It's like the fucking denial. The denial.
And I do just want to say, after I left the stream, I did listen for probably another 20 minutes after I left.
Yeah, you did, you little fucking chat rat shit talker motherfucker.
You were tripping me the fuck out because you would not let Praise slide with any of his bullshit or any of his deflections. I fucking enjoyed the hell out of it.
There is one thing I will say, is that if you want to learn how to just completely pick apart an argument, watch a little Jack Gangstrike. Watch him do his magic.
Oh, I saw him go after, I think it was Beckel.
Just like I desire to go to the grocery store.
Beckel.
But right there, I get T-boned by somebody else, such that I don't.
Why are you using a human?
I didn't even press the damn button. I just had my mouse there. Holy shit. Or wait, no, we were listening to shit. Fuck. I got distracted. Sorry, guys.
You good. Yeah, let's continue.
Hypothetical. It's incongruent. They don't match.
What doesn't match about them, Bray? What's the asymmetry?
Make it to the store. I am not.
Real quick, I gotta go. My kid's ready for dinner, so I'm gonna start the oven. I'm gonna let it play, and I'll be right back. I'll just be gone for like a minute.
Okay.
Right on.
Blameworthy for failing to make it to the store, but I still failed to make it to the store.
Wait, so it seems like you're making a want and a goal the same thing, and I don't think.
No, I take desires to be normative. I don't know what it means to construe desires in a non-goal oriented.
So there it is. There's that little phraseology buzzword. I don't know what it means. So that gets you out of it somehow?
He thinks it's a cop-out.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. That's like the main point of his bitch through the whole thing that I saw was, basically that you by you saying that you're pretty much admitting that you lose the argument. It's the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Skew you out of your atheism or your objection against the omnipotence? No, it just means that it's something you don't understand. It's an argument from incredulity at that point, to me anyway. Or if not, it definitely borders or broaches upon that.
That's funny because saying I don't understand what this means isn't an argument. It's just a statement. I don't understand what this means.
If anything, it's asking for clarification.
It's exactly what it's doing. It's like, can you clarify what you mean when you say this?
Yeah, I mean, the way he words shit doesn't make sense a lot of times. I don't know exactly where he lives, But he's got like this really weird slang. I've got a really weird slang too. Nobody understands like the bane of my existence being Yankee and Southern at the same fucking time. Let me tell you.
By the way, I did want to respond to Tara there in the side chat. Tara,
go for it.
He said, "S.J. Thomason, don't go in. They're going to gang up on you." I understand this might sound a little bit pompous, but I think if SJ came in, everybody else would let me ask my questions and go down the line of reasoning.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I know SJ knows that. I mean, me and SJ have talked. She knows who and how I can be. But at the same time, we've always had some fairly rational conversations. And yeah, if SJ were to come in, she doesn't have to. I'm sure. I mean, if she's interested, maybe they set up a thing on her channel where she has a little more control. Who knows? But more than welcome to come in here. And yeah, everybody in the room would not be quiet. Like Cerberus Hex has been very, very silent for a very long time, and it scares me. So I think the rest of us can follow suit.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll continue.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, there's lots of things I want, but I don't actually want to go get them.
Well, then I don't know what it means to say that you don't want, or rather that you want them.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost.
Okay, Leo. You're also
Really? I guess
you're
I'm
also
special.
placing the finite understanding of the big picture onto the maximally great being.
Right. There you go. So LPP knew exactly. That's a great point.
It's funny because I don't even know what the fuck LPP said there.
Yeah, I don't understand what LPP was saying there either. A great point. Like, was that when LPP was trying to go into like libertarian freedom? I'd have to play it back.
I think this is when he started trying to go down that route.
If you would play it back again, because I don't think I actually even caught all the words.
Yeah, neither do I. So let me. We'll go back just a little bit, maybe a little bit more than that.
Or your objection against the omnipotence? No, it just means that is something you don't understand. It's an argument from English.
That's just praise. I need to go back further.
No, you need to go ahead a little bit more, or just let it play.
All right, just
for
let
like
it play.
10 seconds off.
At that point, to me anyway. Or if not, it definitely borders or broaches upon that.
The entered sense.
Yeah, I would agree.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, there's lots of things I want, but I don't actually want to go get them.
Well, then I don't know what it means to say that you don't want, or rather that you want them.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost.
Okay, Leo. You're also
Really? I guess
you're
I'm
also
special.
placing the finite understanding of the big picture onto the maximally great being.
Right.
Okay.
There you go. See, LPP knew exactly. That's a
God's
Right, so-
ways are higher than our ways, is what he said.
Yeah. I think that's exactly what he's trying to say.
Yeah, the big picture that makes God not. I still didn't quite catch it. The way he talks, man. I've only talked to LPP a couple times, and the first two times we were screaming at each other, and then we had a couple decent conversations on Gur streams, and then I think on Gur streams we were screaming at each other the last time we talked.
I think so.
Well, the funny thing is that during Gur's live streams, LPP would actually join pretty frequently until like Danny and myself and a couple others started joining them, and then he kind of stopped.
I noticed that too. Once I started to get more atheists in the streams, like a lot of, like I used to get, mostly Christians or maybe a mixed bag, but then when it became mostly atheists, the Christians are like, nope, not going in there.
Yeah, that happens. Dude.
Many.
That happened to me, like when my open rooms back in the day were like blowing up, and not really many people were doing them. So like it a lot of atheists started coming on, and I had a lot of Christians for a while that would come in and out. But after a while, it was nothing but atheists. It was almost impossible to get Christians to come in.
It's hard for us to not end up in an echo chamber because they just don't want to engage with us. And I don't think it's because atheists are largely rude. I think it's because Christians largely, ultimately, don't understand that in those discussions they don't really look as good as they'd probably like to think that they do.
Yeah, and they figured out if they started making their own rooms, then they could really just have echo.
They could just
chambers,
control it,
you know?
and they
You know,
can control it.
Yeah, it was one of the only things I really gave Smokey props for, because he would let anybody come in, no matter what. And a lot of Christian rooms aren't like that. If they'll let an atheist come in, but they'll make sure that their numbers far exceed. It's rough going. I love it because it's like a Viper's Den, man. You go in there and just have some fun. That's good shit.
I think we all know that if this discussion between me and LPP had happened on his channel, it would have played out very differently.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You've been backstage quite a bit. Go ahead, Puff.
Yep.
I think it just boils down to this. It's not that it's like a Christian thing or an atheist thing or anything like that, right? It's that it boils down to when humans, right, when we're doing something and we believe that we're doing it out of good intentions with well-intentioned motives, right? Any criticism of that or any exposure of holes in that that effort or what you're trying to do, that goal and the methods that you're using, right, or that rhetoric, any exposure of that comes it's received as a personal attack. And that's the thing, is that it takes a lot of self-reflection to be able to go, it's not a personal attack, it's criticism, and maybe I can self-reflect on that. It's like I think it was a player at Duke. He asked him, "Hey, how do you Don't you get mad or don't you get beat down that your coach yells at you all the time?" And he's like, "No, I don't get mad at all. He yells at me because he sees something in me I don't see, and I'm never going to see it." Right? And it takes a lot of introspection, but that's what it comes down to: is that people think they're doing it out of good intentions and they're trying to do a good thing and show you, this positive truth or whatever. And it's any exposure of, hey, that's not, there's holes in the Swiss cheese. You take it as a personal attack.
Yeah. It's like a human reaction. And what you see, like with Praise's response here, is just pretty much an absolute rejection of the argument. There's this argument. He probably said it already, but like he's literally saying the argument's garbage, doesn't matter, and that's what they do a lot of times. It's you're not. They're going to run away from a truth or just purposefully be blind to it as much as they can. I'm almost surprised he's even talking about this. Leo, clearly you got to him, I think.
Well, the thing is, it's very hard. Like, I learned to kind of pull it back, but it's hard for it's got to be super hard for Leo, but it's bad for the way that it impacts, because the thing is that he comes with valid criticism and facts, right? But he doesn't code them in disarming language, right? So the fact that it's just, here's the raw facts, here's the truth of it, right? That is abrasive to people. The thing is, people we're not the big tough fucking creatures that we think we are. So the thing is, they don't take that. The thing is, if he coded it, which he doesn't need to, it's not his responsibility to shield them from the truth or make it a softer punch, right? But that'd be the only way to change the reaction, because the thing is, it's the harshness of the reality of the truth that they see it, and it's that initial rejection reaction. They have a repugnant reaction to it because it hurts. And it's abrasive, and the thing is, he hits with hard punches. The thing is, when you cut a false idea to the core and somebody has nothing to stand on, they're falling. They're falling just through thin air now, and they freak out. That's about it. And the thing is, we know that, Leo, you get passion, but also you come with some, the truth, the facts, and you really don't have much of a concern about their feelings, because it's facts, and you're not insulting them, but people take it as an insult. And the thing is, if you could, I don't know, maybe pull punch for them, but I don't see why you need to. You don't have to. It's not your responsibility. It's not a requirement.
I mean, it clearly bothered Praise, but so until I started doing YouTube, I never really thought I don't know, a program, whether it be on TV or on the internet, could ever like convert me from Christianity. Like it was a process for me that I thought about it. I thought about things in the Bible, and the more I thought about it, the things in the Bible just didn't make much sense. And then I started kind of reading a little bit from other religions, and over a process, I just came to this atheist conclusion. I never even really thought it possible or it's never been my intention to try to convert Christians to atheism. I know that they have that intention with their programming wherever it runs, TV or on the internet. Their ultimate purpose is to convert people to Christianity. I don't think any atheist does that, but like until I didn't think it was possible until I started getting comments, and I've gotten maybe 5-6 of them over the years of people, either comments or like emails of people telling me that I'm the one that converted them away from Christianity. And for one, I don't really believe it, because I'm not that type of dude. I'm the one that makes you not want to be an atheist. But for two, it's like it could be true, and so I guess it is a possibility of that I just never considered because I didn't take that route myself personally. And I don't even know where that came from. I just started talking.
I'll be right back.
All right, yeah, we'll get back into this.
Great point. Why are you superimposing, or why are you trying to smuggle in the idea that God is supposed to be equated with human interaction? That's stupid. They definitely do not correlate with each other. Maybe in an analogical sense, yes. In an analogical sense, they might correlate. But definitely not in a univocal sense. Why are you trying to univocally predicate God? This is a problem I see with atheists do all the time. They put God in
I don't think Praise could define that word if I asked him.
Yeah, I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt it.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry, but if you're asking him if God is like this, then isn't it him doing that? Not you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Like Praise confuses me because a lot of times what he's arguing against, he doesn't realize he's arguing for it. It's baffling. It's this, man. I just laughed the whole time I watched this shit. Fuck. I probably shouldn't turn my camera on. I'm trying to quit smoking, or quit smoking cigarettes, I should say. And it's
Have you switched to vaping?
Huh?
Have you switched to vaping?
No, I just like loose tobacco and in a pipe that I'm trying to like
Okay, I guess.
wean myself off of tobacco. So my brain is scattered, man. So.
Man, let me tell you, anytime I try to take a break from vaping or nicotine in general, man, I get so fucking irritable. I can't even enjoy a movie half the time because I just notice every problem with any given movie at that point, and it just irks me. So.
I've got to quit smoking everything. So weed. Let me see. This will probably be okay. My house is a little messy, and I got my shit in a different area. All right, I got to change my settings. I'll show you what I'm smoking, and I'm doing it rarely, and I'm trying to cut down, and it's got me all scatterbrained. And then I got to quit smoking weed too. So let me right there. Should work. Where am I at? I got my thing. All right.
Oh, there
so yeah.
Oh, that's
smoking out of that. I got a little I keep a little loose thing here, and man, I'm scatterbrained. And then I'm thinking about like, all right, man, I'm running out of weed, and I'm like, I can't get no more weed. I've got to quit smoking weed, man. So yeah, my brain is not where it should be, but we're gonna do this. I'm just gonna roll with it.
Yeah, push on.
All right, let's continue.
And they try to put him under scrutiny under that humanistic understanding, which is false. It's an erroneous way to approach trying to understand God. But let's let him hang himself a little bit more. But you're going to see here that I'm totally going to wipe the floor with him when it comes to his arguments. It's going to be completely wiped off the board. It's so simple. It's actually a simple thing that I should have kind of brought to the argument, but it didn't pop in my head. But now it has, and this is why I'm doing the show. But you guys will see.
So, in terms of the way,
I don't understand what that means.
Okay, so you correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't believe in your B theory, right?
Of course.
Okay, so let's assume that this maximum great being is not bound by this, right? Would the
All right, so this is going to go on for a minute. This is like the second major fuck up of the stream for praise here, because and I'm going to let it go because at some points it's actually going to be playing, at some points it's not going to be playing. You're going to see pretty much everything that not Gur. Why am I equating Gur with praise right now?
I've
that
never
praise
been so
is doing.
insulted.
So yeah, this is fuck up number 2.
So there's no audio coming from Praise's stream?
Yeah, it's actually playing.
Oh, no shit.
So if anybody has something to say, go ahead. Because at some point they're going to start talking again. And yeah, eventually I think he figures it out. Yeah, I know he does eventually. Because he goes to this lame-ass William Lane Craig.
Hello. How you guys doing?
Hey, what's up, Maynard?
No, this is Mr. Delisier, Sir Delisier.
For some reason, you sounded like Maynard there for a second, and I see Maynard in the side chat. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. So you guys talking about free will or something? What are you guys talking about?
I guess kind of. Yeah.
I heard Leo Phillips had a great argument against Christianity. So
Yeah.
you know that kind of rang an alarm, rang a bell for me. I'm like, you have an argument against Christianity? So I figure I would jump in and see what he has to serve us.
All right. Well, Leo, if you're there, yeah, we can take that down for a minute. I'm warming up my oven. I got to throw some chicken in. I got about probably an hour. Leo, if you want to lay down the argument for him.
He might be away.
Yeah, he might be AFK at the moment.
Yeah, I have this type of effect on people. It's like when I come around, things are never the same. Like people have arguments against these Sunday worshipers, but when I come around, it's a whole different issue.
It's literally nothing to do with that. It's just Leo has.
I'm just joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah.
But you guys know me. I'm the AKA Your Way or Yahweh Tested by Fire, AKA Mr. 7 Day Cycle Argument, AKA I'm always here to serve you guys this year.
Oh, this 7 Day Cycle guy.
Yeah, but I'm not arguing that today. I'm arguing what you guys are arguing. Don't worry about it.
Cool. Yeah, so he'll be back. To the side chat real quick. Yeah, I forgot to throw in my traditional there. I'm not talking shit because I fuck up my streams all the time too. Yeah, because I at least mute at least twice a stream usually. So, well, I mean, essentially, let me see if I still got it up. I can pull up his syllogism while he's gone.
Leo, have you returned to us? See his mic unmuted.
Yeah.
We got the 7
Yeah, I
Day
heard
Cycle guy.
Terry say I had an argument against Christianity. Well, not specifically. It's an argument against classical theistic conceptions within Christianity.
Okay.
This argument wouldn't be an argument for a This wouldn't work against a universalist.
I'm not a universalist, so you
So can I ask you a few questions?
Please go ahead.
Hold on a second, I'm eating. Sorry, I haven't eaten all day, so you guys just gonna have to deal with it.
No problem, man. Do what you can.
Hey, I'm cooking. I'm about to start dinner now, so I will be AFK for a moment.
Okay.
So
and 1 second. What's her name? Carlita. I'm not a cloud chaser. Stop the madness. Stop the madness, please, Carlita. I like you a lot, though. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So, Terry, do you
Yes.
think God is infallible?
Infallible, yes. Amen.
Do you think God, in some way, shape, or form, wills or desires for all persons to be saved?
Amen.
Do you think all people will be saved?
Nope.
So God is failing with respect to that desire. He's
It's
not
a failure.
infallible.
No, because desire doesn't have an impact. There's not a mechanism by which desire actually has an impact on our free will. So for you
That
to,
doesn't matter for the argument.
What is your understanding of desire?
A desire is a sort of, that's a normative concept. It's going to be attached to things like our goals and our beliefs. Those are going to relate to our desires.
No, I would make a I would distinguish desire from will. When it comes to will, there is a goal as it relates to that, and that will be accomplished.
So you're saying desires aren't goal directed. So when I desire X, I'm not intending for X to happen.
The way I would say it is when I say I desire something.
Well, but do you agree with that? If I desire X, I'm intending for X to occur.
Depending on the circumstances, because you can desire something, but there's also, it can contradict another desire that you have, which is desire to give people free
Yeah, I don't
will.
know what it would mean for a maximally great being to have conflicting desires, because that means it doesn't know how to resolve the confliction, and thereby it wouldn't be an omniscient or an all-knowing being then.
No. Let's not conflate and bring confusion to the issue. Let's address your first objection, and then we can go to any other entailment that comes with that. Number one, you spoke about desire, and I'm telling you, desire needs to be distinguished from will. As it relates to desire specifically, I can say yes, God has desire to save everybody, but He also has the desire to give people free will.
Are you saying that there's no way for God to reconcile both of those desires simultaneously?
Let me
It's not possible for God to both ensure that all people will be saved and ensure that all people have free will?
Before we get to step number two, can I just finalize step number one?
Well, I'm not like, I don't know what you mean by steps. I'm just asking you questions with respect to what it is that you're saying that help me clarify the position you're taking.
I understand. Don't do that like the last time and get agitated. The last time
I'm not agitated. I'm just wondering about the entailments of the things that you're saying.
Number one, I'm asking you to tell me what you're saying. I'm the one questioning you on your understanding of desire, because you're saying desire has to have an impact infringing on our free
I never
will.
said that. I never said that. Nowhere did I make that argument.
Wait, aren't you inferring that desire would have an infringement on our free will? Because if you're not saying that, so by
me desiring to take Amelia Clark on a date does not impinge on anyone's free will.
Wait, hold up. You just stated that the fact that God, first of all, God, number one, desires for everyone to be saved. And I'm saying, okay, and you're saying somehow He fell in that desire, and I'm saying,
yeah, because you agreed that not all people will be saved, right?
I didn't finalize my argument. I'm trying to make an argument here, which addresses your point. Number one, you suggested that the fact that God desires for everyone to be saved, and He doesn't accomplishes that for some reason, shows that He failed in regards to that.
What do you think failure means?
I didn't even finish the point yet.
Yeah, because you keep making a bunch of more claims, and I'm trying to understand what it is that you're saying when you say those things. So it seems that what you're saying is that there isn't that God desiring for something to happen, and then it not happening doesn't mean God's failing with respect to that desire. So I'm just wondering what you understand failure to be.
Well, again, like I said, failure can only relates to something that has to do with His will, not a desire. You could desire.
I don't
something.
think so. I think you can fail with respect to desires.
So if I desire to have some ice cream right now, and I don't get some ice cream right now, I fail.
Yeah, you're failing. You're failing with respect to that desire.
So your understanding of failure and my understanding of failure, because I don't feel that failure has an impact on my character or my essence.
Yeah, I just don't see how that means it's not a failure.
No, okay. So
the impact of a failure doesn't bear on whether or not it's failure.
Okay. So no problem. So let's agree that you're saying this failure, according to your own quotation, has no impact on his omnipotence. No problem. Thank you very much.
No, that's
So
not
you
what
felt
I said.
no, that's exactly what you just said. It has no,
No, it's
impact.
not.
You said,
Can you
you
draw
just said that.
draw that out logically from what I said? Can you
You
reiterate
just-
what
you
I
just
said and then
said-
draw that
Okay,
conclusion
I'm gonna
out of it
repeat what you
logically
said.
for me?
Yeah, I'm gonna repeat it. Then don't interrupt me. I just said if I desire to have some ice cream, it doesn't have an impact on my being.
Sure, but you're still failing. That's all that matters.
Okay, so it doesn't have so God.
So God is still failing.
no,
so
no,
he's
no,
not
no.
infallible
Hold up,
because
hold up.
infallible means he doesn't fail ever in any way, shape, or form. But he is.
Okay, let me repeat again. I asked you a question. If I desire to have some ice cream, does that have an impact on my being?
Well, it's
So
not.
I'm a
what you
follow.
said.
Wait. I'm going to logic here. Listen here. I said, does it have an impact on my being? You said, no, it doesn't. Now I
Well, no,
said,
that's not how that went.
That's-
You
buddy,
said
buddy,
I
you
desire
keep-
for
you
ice
keep-
cream right now, but then I don't have any. And I said, sure, you're still you're failing with respect to that desire. And you said, well, sure, but that doesn't have an impact on like who I am.
Exactly.
Well, no.
And what did you say?
it doesn't,
You said
but
yes. You
that
said
doesn't mean
yes.
that it isn't
Okay.
a failure. So sure,
am I arguing the
God's
failure?
failure doesn't
Am I
impact
arguing the
anything about
failure?
the world, even though I mean he's an omnipotent being. So
You're
kind of
diverting
does,
again.
but he's still
every time
failing.
You get caught, every time you get caught, you're diverting.
I don't know
Adding
what you've
layers
caught
on
me
layers.
in.
I'm going to repeat and try not to interrupt me yet again. I just said you agree that it doesn't have an impact on my nature, on my being. I'm a fallible person. God, if you're doing an internal critique, is not a fallible person. He's infallible. So if you're agreeing,
Well, then how is he
that,
failing?
If you agree that failure does not have an impact on my being, therefore it doesn't have
Not
an impact on
yours.
God's being. Okay, so
No,
not mine, but God's.
wait, hold
but
on.
God's.
What's the inference there? What's the inference there?
It's
You're
totally
saying
analogous.
that God is
It's
just
totally
like
analogous.
you?
Buddy,
God
buddy.
isn't an omnipotent being?
Buddy,
God
buddy.
isn't perfect?
How
Or are
how does
you
that change?
perfect? You think that you're perfect?
How does it change? How does it change the argument I'm just presenting to you? If it doesn't have an impact on his being, so if I'm fallible, it doesn't impact my fallibility. If it doesn't impact my
Well, yeah,
being,
but
it
you're a
doesn't affect
fallible being,
God.
so you're expected
Exactly.
to fail.
So
So
does
if
it?
you're
So
failing, it doesn't matter.
no,
But God is not expected to fail, but he is.
Okay, so what is the mechanism by which he failed?
I don't know what you mean when you ask what's the mechanism by which
Because
he fails.
you're saying desire has an impact on something.
I
being
haven't
fulfilled
said
or not.
desire has an impact on anything at all. I
So
don't
it
know why
doesn't
you
have an
keep saying
impact.
that.
So your whole argument is out the window. So what are you
Yeah,
saying?
but I don't understand what you mean when you're talking about impacts.
I'm-
I don't understand how that bears on anything
buddy,
that I
buddy,
said.
buddy,
There's a thing God wants to be the case, but
Buddy,
it's not the case. So God is
you just
failing
said
with
you
respect
just
to that
said
desire.
you just failure has desire has to do with goals. Don't you have to tangibly go through some type of process for you to accomplish your goals? Yes or no?
Well, not God doesn't. God's perfectly knowledgeable. He doesn't go through the processes to learn or know things.
So you're saying, wait. You're saying we could undertake a goal without going through a process?
No, oh my God, you're really not listening to what I'm saying. See, you keep drawing
You just said that.
distinctions between God and people. We're not morally perfect. We're not omnipotent. We're not.
What does that have to do with
We're not
undertaking a
maximally
process?
knowledgeable. What
What
does
does
it
that have to
mean
do with
for a
undergoing a process?
maximally knowledgeable, maximally powerful being to deliberate about anything? It doesn't need to.
Are you saying
it already knows?
Are you saying being all knowing has an impact on
making an argument against your own position.
You're interrupting again, agitated. How is him being all knowledgeable has an impact on him going through a process, undertaking a mission, or
Because that's to say that there's some means by which God uses to achieve an end, which is just to say that he's not omnipotent.
That's what he does.
Yeah, then he's not omnipotent. Because an omnipotent being doesn't need to use tools and things to achieve its ends. Because the reason that we use tools is because we have some sort of limitation
only if it's outside
that
of himself.
which the tool
What did that just say?
satisfies. So if you're saying that God has means to his end, you're saying he has some incapability that which he needs a means to satisfy, which means he's not omnipotent.
You saw how I let you speak? Okay, thank you. Let's see how many seconds before you get
Yeah,
agitated.
but the problem is that when you speak, you're
Agitated,
just not
agitated.
saying anything at all with respect to what I'm saying.
I'm gonna-
which is
I'm
why
gonna
I
re-
keep interrupting
yeah,
you.
yeah,
And I'm going
yeah.
to keep interrupting you until you actually start addressing the things that I'm saying.
No problem. You weren't like that with the praise I am, because when you're faced with a real one, you act differently. Like the last time I interacted with you, buddy. When I said by means, I didn't say a means outside of himself. If you were paying attention, you would have known that. So it had
When did
no
I
impact.
say that though? Can you show me where I said that?
You just said if he needs But you're inferring that, right? Because if it's not,
No,
outside
I'm
of
not
himself-
inferring that. You
So
said
he's-
God
so
uses
how-
means
okay.
to achieve his ends, and I'm saying then that entails he's not omnipotent.
Okay, so explain to me if he
I already
undertakes-
explained to you that argument. I can
I'm
do it
making
again
a
if you'd
question.
like me to.
I'm asking you a question. Pay attention. If he's undertaking a process through a means that's not outside of himself, how does that?
I don't
impact his
understand what
omnipotence?
outside of himself is doing here. What work is that phraseology
Outside of
doing?
himself. You don't know what outside of himself means?
No, can you explain it?
Okay, so let me ask you a question. A simple,
So you're not
a simple-
going to explain it.
A spider has spider webs, right? If he wants to go and create a spider web, it's from himself, right? The spider web is inside of himself. So
I'm just
same-
not understanding how this bears on the objection I just raised.
buddy, you just said it has an impact on his omnipotence. I'm trying to say it's by
What do you mean when you say that? I don't. What?
What are you saying? You're the one who was making an argument.
Yeah, I never used the word impact though. You did. I don't know what that word's doing because I never used it. I don't know what you mean when you say that.
Are you smoking weed or something?
Did anybody hear me ever use the word impact in an argument?
So let me maybe I'm the one who's slow here. Didn't you just suggest that if he has to undergo a process or find a means to accomplish his will, that somehow that has an impact on him being omnipotent? And I'm saying
Well, it would
it's
depend
not
on what you
outside
mean
of
by
himself.
impact.
I'm saying it's not outside of himself, so it doesn't have an impact on it.
Well,
on
it
his
depends on what you
omnipotence.
mean by impact. You just have
You
to tell
see,
me
now
what you
you're
mean
being
by
a retard.
impact.
Now you're being a
See,
retard.
what you're doing is you're insulting my character instead of
No,
objecting to anything
you're
that I'm
being a
saying
retard. You're being a
because you
retard. I
don't
caught you 4 times.
because you don't have
I
objections.
caught
to
you
what
4
I'm saying.
times. I caught you 4
You
times.
haven't caught me in anything, and
Like
I don't
the
think
last
that there's
time, like the
anybody
last
in the
time.
stream or in the side chat that's going to agree with you on that.
Your last
And
argument
now you're
was,
running away. I still want an answer to that question.
No, the last argument you made, we have to bring some finality to the last.
I still want to
argument.
know how you resolve the tension between God's infallibility, His
before we go
desire
there-
for all people to be saved, and the
before we get
reality
there-
that not all people will be saved. How do you
Before-
resolve that tension?
Before we go there, we have to bring some finality.
What do you
to the
mean
last
before?
argument.
It's the same
the last
argument. You don't even
the
know
last
that I'm
argument
presenting
that you
the same
brought
argument
was
because you're doing
suggesting
such a
that
poor job of listening.
somehow, all that agitation is not going to change nothing.
I'm
You're
not
speaking over
agitated.
me. Yeah, you're
This is
definitely
actually kind of
agitated.
hilarious how poor of
I
an
know.
attention
You've been
paying
every
to the
time
argument that I'm
every
presenting.
time you're losing
in your
this-
attempt to actually meaningfully
every time
address
you lose a
because you haven't
debate,
made
every
one.
time you lose a debate, you keep talking and talking and talking and talking. And
Yeah, I don't really
and repeating
care
the
about
same
what
thing.
you think. What I care about is if you
I
have
know.
any
It's
response
not what
to
I
the
think. It's
argument
what
that
I
I
know.
laid
It's
out.
what I know. Here's what I know. You suggested that
I
God
don't
was
care
not
what you know. What I care about is if you have any
because
responses to the
somehow
argument.
he needs to
Are
go
you
through
are
a
you are you
process
are you
to
going to give a
bring his
response
co-
to the
his-
argument?
his mission-
Are you going to
his
attempt to
mission-
resolve?
I know. Keep
Are
it.
you going to
Keep it.
sorry?
Keep
Are you
talking,
going to
keep talking.
attempt to resolve the
Keep talking,
tension
keep talking.
in God's
I know,
being
I know,
infallible,
I know.
desiring for all people to be
Theophilus,
saved, and the
Theophilus,
reality that that won't be the case?
Theophilus, I caught you 4 times. That's good enough for me.
So you don't have a response to
I
that
know,
argument.
I know.
Okay.
You got
so you
caught
don't
4
know how to
times.
resolve that tension.
You got caught
So you're
4 times.
so what you're doing is you're
Got caught
tacitly
4 times.
conceding. You're tacitly conceding the argument. That's what
No, I didn't concede nothing. You got caught.
So
4
then, how
times.
do you resolve that tension? Can you
No,
explain how you resolve
for
that
me,
tension?
For me to even go to the next step, I have to show you.
So you don't know
have
how to resolve
concede-
that tension.
You have to concede and be humble
Yeah, I don't
enough
care.
to
I just want
accept-
you to resolve the tension.
I know.
Can
You
do
have to
that? Is that a
accept.
thing
You
that
have to
you can do?
accept the fact that you got caught 4 times. You got caught 4 times.
So you
And,
can't. Okay.
So that's.
Yeah, I didn't.
if you
I didn't
concede
think that you were going to resolve the tension.
No, but once you agree that you got caught 4 times, then we could go proceed. You think I'm gonna go talk over you to try to get a point across? No, you got caught 4 times.
No, what
Now
you're doing is
agitated.
dodging. You're just
No,
dodging.
you
Yeah,
got
you
caught-
are.
You got caught.
If you're
4
not
times.
dodging, then give me the
4
argument
times.
for how you resolve
I
the
could go to
tension.
your
See,
4 points where
you're
you
just
got caught.
dodging. You're just a dodger.
You got caught 4 times. Show me how God is not omnipotent because he has to carry out, finds a means to carry out his will. Show me how.
Did anybody else hear me already explain that? Whether or not they agree? Did anybody else hear me already explain?
Yeah,
the
but I
reason
said it
why
was.
think that?
But I said that if it's not.
Oh,
outside
so
of
you're not
himself-
denying that I explained that?
No,
so
you
then why are you
explained,
asking
but
me to do it
doesn't
again?
address the point. It doesn't address the point because it's not outside of himself.
Yeah, but you
Can you-
haven't
can you
explained
address
how
that?
that phraseology is relevant to the argument that I gave. You're just
If
you're
it's
just
not outside
inserting
of
that.
himself, omnipotent
Yeah, but you haven't
means-
explained how that's relevant to the argument I gave. You just keep
means
reasserting
he's not
it.
omnipotent means there's a lack of power for him to carry out a process. I'm saying it's within himself. So you have to address that. You're the one who's losing here.
You
not
haven't
me.
explained how it's relevant to the argument that I laid out. You can keep asserting it, but you haven't explained why
What was
it's
the
relevant.
argument I was
objectively.
repeating? What was the argument
I was?
I don't know why you're asking questions instead of responding.
Why was the what? Now you're diverting again. Why? What was the argument I was addressing as it relates to omnipotence? Oh,
So you don't have an argument that resolves the tension of the argument that I originally.
You got caught 4 times. That's what I mean.
Exactly.
You got caught four times.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
That's what I mean. You got caught. Leo, this is always what you do. Against the Sunday worshipers, you're calm, collected. And when you're dealing with me, it's always a different story.
Notice how what he's doing is just bitching and complaining about how he interprets the ways in which I interact. But he's not providing a response to anything that I said. I just want to make that clear here.
I'm not the one crying like a girl, buddy. Stop it.
You do sound triggered, 7 day week guy.
You think so?
You're like really upset. So
no. Wait. JR, one thing before you go. JR, there's 4 points that were made. I could reestablish the 4 points where I won. Can you establish 1 point that he won?
Well, the thing is, he won because you haven't given him anything of substance.
Okay, so how about this? How about this? He said one thing. I'm talking to you right now, and tell me where I'm lacking in my reasoning. He suggested that somehow. Someone who's carrying out a process or goal through a process is somehow not omnipotent. I said,
notice how he's deflecting from the original argument to something else.
Okay,
because he can't resolve the tension in God's being infallible, desiring for all people to be saved, but the reality of the case that's not going to happen.
That's a whole different issue. You saw how he interrupted me.
Whole different issue than the one that I originally raised. What are you even talking about right now?
You went
are
to omnipotence.
all over the place.
You went to omnipotence. And GR, notice how he interrupted me because I was about to expose him once again. Because every time I expose him, he needs to bring some confusion. That's what the devil does, unfortunately, because he got exposed. But show me how the fact that he suggested that God is not omnipotent. The God is not omnipotent. Yo, buddy, stop the drugs, man.
I'm not your buddy, guy.
Yeah, I know, but stop the drugs. It's not good for you. Explain to me how God being he suggested that God is not omnipotent because he needs to find a means to carry out his will. And I said
omnipotent.
And I said it's not outside of himself. So explain to me how I'm lacking in that.
No, what do you mean when you say outside of himself?
No, I'm talking to GR. Yeah, you stop the
drugs.
You stop the drugs and let me talk to GR. GR, you said he made an argument, right? So show me how.
No, he doesn't even want to engage with me anymore because he knows he has nothing to say. This is just hilarious.
You didn't say nothing serious. Leo Phillips, you never say nothing serious. So GR, explain to me how I'm lacking in that last argument because that's the last point he made.
JR or Gur?
Gur, you're the one. Gur, you're the one who was making claiming that I'm the one who was triggered. Explain to me, because triggered means you have no substance
really
to the argument.
Up right now.
Fucking sir, man.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so are we back to not addressing the points, or we're dealing with emotions?
You're kidding me.
Okay, so not addressing the point. Thank you.
Well, real quick,
what it is.
Gur should actually get a chance to tell you what it is. For me, you might have made 4 points there, but it was going so fast. Like you talk so fast. I didn't hear none of them.
I agree. But Rage. The reason why I was going so fast. Yeah, I know. But the reason I do that is because Leo Felix has this tactic every time. Not a tactic. This is his coping mechanism. Every time he gets caught, he starts laughing and being wild and talking over people. That's what he's doing. But
I just want you guys to know I'm breathing in the copium that I have here.
I think maybe
canister.
No problem.
Maybe you've been looking forward to it and you're a little amped up. So some deep breaths while Gur, you say your thing and like maybe explain those 4 points because like I said, I didn't quite catch them. Maybe I missed them.
Yeah, I just want to know what those 4 points have to do with the argument that I laid out. So I showed that if God is infallible, but he desires for something to occur, and that thing doesn't occur, well, then that's just to say that God is not omnipotent. He didn't know how to make the thing he wanted be the case. So then he's not an infallible being. And you still haven't explained how you resolved that tension.
Well,
all you've done is dodge. All you've done is dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge, but you haven't answered.
No problem. Try to decaf next time, right? Buddy, I already explained the desire. He has to explain
I didn't know
to me.
Beer was caffeinated.
What? Yeah. You see, already there. This is what I mean, not being able to control yourself.
What are you talking about? You're the one that mentioned something about caffeination, which is absolutely nothing to the reiteration of the argument that I laid out.
No, I was just about to do it, but try to calm down. So as it relates to the argument I was presenting, I said he has to explain to me how desire has an impact on
our free
But I don't
will.
know what you mean by impact. You keep inserting that word, and I haven't used it. And thus far, you still haven't told me what you mean by it.
Okay, so
you're
so
gonna
if
have
you're
to
saying-
outline what you mean by impact.
Okay, so
maybe I do
basically-
agree with you, but I don't know until you tell me what it means.
Okay, so I'm sorry I have to explain the word impact. So basically, what he's saying is there's no tangible effects between the desired God and the desired effect.
I'm not
That's
asking what the
basically-
word means. I'm asking what you mean when
No,
you use it
but you're
in the
supposed to.
context that you
You're
did.
supposed-
I know
you're
what the word
supposed-
impact
you're
means in a variety of different contexts, but I don't know what you mean when you use it in this instance. That's
Okay.
what I'm asking for. Not a definition of the word, your usage of the word with respect to the context and how it bears on the argument. And you
Okay.
haven't done that yet, Terry.
Okay. So here's my response to that. The word impact in any context will be the same. My definition will be
So
the
you
same.
think the word impact with respect to like governmental
wait,
legislation means
Listen.
the same thing as impact with respect to a massive ball hitting the ground? You think those mean the same thing in those contexts?
Listen to how.
Now you're
I
just
said-
equivocating.
I said 4 words and you're already interrupting me. So basically, what he's saying to me.
Yeah, like I said, I'm going to keep interrupting you because
Okay,
you keep
watch,
saying
again,
really
I-
dumb
I know,
shit, and it's
I
not
know,
in
I
any
know,
way,
I
shape,
know,
or
I know,
form
I
responding to
know.
anything that I'm
I
saying.
know. Now,
So I'm just
to calm
trying to
down.
keep you. All I'm trying to do is
calm
just keep
down.
you on.
Hey,
track.
Gur, I'm the one who was triggered, right? Wait, I gotta show you guys my face. I gotta show you. I'm the one who's triggered, right? All right, no problem. So again,
I saw titties.
Yeah, no problem about it, man. I'm relaxing because I'm supposedly the one who's triggered. But, okay, so basically, what he's suggesting here, if I'm understanding correctly, is that the desired will of God has no desired. There's no tangible effect between the desired will of God and the desired effect. So this is basically what he's saying. Because if he's going to argue that somehow God is not lacking in power for his desired will not being fully manifest.
I'm not arguing that. That's the conclusion of the argument.
Well, buddy, I'm arguing against your conclusion, showing you that your conclusion is flawed because
You haven't
have
done
to
that
show
yet, though.
you have to show me the tangible link between the desired will and the desired effect. So show
I
me
already did. God
what is
desires for all persons to be saved.
how. What's the
but
tangible
not
effect?
all persons will be saved.
Tangible effect.
So
That's a
God is
tangible
failing
effect.
with respect to that desire.
The mechanism. I'm asking you for the
I
mechanism.
don't know
by
what you
which
mean when you
mechanism?
talk about a mechanism.
Exactly. So
with
so
respect
your
to it, I just
so
don't
your
know what
argument
that
is
means.
flawed. Your
Now, if you're
argument is
asking
flawed.
how is it that God's desires not being met somehow gets you to a
I didn't say
failure,
that. I didn't
I've
say
already
that.
explained that.
I didn't say that. I said, what is the desire? I'm asking you the link between the tangible link between the desired will and the desired effect.
I
You have to
gave
address
that. The link between the will and the effect is that there is a will for something to occur, and the effect is that it doesn't. So then the agent with that will is failing
Okay,
with
so will,
respect to that will.
I would agree. I
or
would agree
desire.
with will.
because
I would
there's-
agree. I know
those
will
terms
and
are
desire is
similar.
not the same thing. Will and desire is not the same thing.
I didn't say they were the same thing. I said they were similar.
Okay. Thank you. If it were, if your argument was the will of God was not being fulfilled, then I would agree with you. But his desire, show me
Yeah,
what is
so he's failing. So he's not infallible.
Show
he
me-
wills
if you're-
for
if you're
something and it
saying
doesn't
it's
happen.
failure-
No, he
Hey,
failed. He failed to
for-
make it the case.
you-
He failed to bring about the
said
thing
it
he
100
wanted.
that's not bringing
And
about.
you haven't objected to it. I've
Hey,
said it
buddy,
a million
buddy,
times,
buddy.
and you've objected to it zero times.
I get it. I'm still asking you to show me the tangible link
I
between
did.
his desire.
Right.
His desire. No, you didn't show me the mechanism.
Yeah, you're
by
just
which his
rejecting
desire.
it, but I've shown it.
buddy, I'm asking you to show me the mechanism
did.
by which you think his desire has to be fulfilled. Must fulfill
Because
the
if it's
effects.
not fulfilled, then he failed.
That is the.
Do you need me to give you here? Let me give you an example. If I desire to go to the store, but on the way there, so I'm like, I'm driving in my car, I'm going down the road, and then I get T-boned out of nowhere, and I don't make it to the store because of that. You would agree that I failed to make it to the store in virtue of that having been my desire,
I agree
and
with
that desire not being met.
I agree with
Okay,
that.
so then you're just admitting you understand this.
No,
God
your
desires
analogy-
for
see,
all persons
okay,
to
no
be
problem.
saved.
Okay, so
But
here's
that
why
doesn't
you're
happen.
wrong. Here's why
So
you're
he
wrong,
failed
buddy.
with
buddy,
respect
buddy.
to that desire.
If
He's
you want to have a
failing to meet his own desires. So
Okay,
God's not
perfect.
infallible.
Okay, so here's the problem with your analogy. Something else impeded your process of
Yeah, that's just
bringing-
blameworthiness, not failure.
5 seconds, and you already interrupt me. I'm telling you, stop the drugs, man. Whatever drugs.
Yeah,
you're
because
on,
I know what objections you're going to raise.
No, well, if that's the case, you should have a
Stop
monologue.
the
Talk to
what?
the wall.
Stop the
Talk
what?
to the wall. Yo,
Stop the
talk to
what?
the wall behind you. Talk to the wall behind you. If you want to talk to yourself. But here's the issue. I already asked
Probably
you.
get further along with the wall, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. Here's the issue. I made it clear the analogy you just brought forward is something outside of God, or not outside of God, something else outside of you is impeding your process. There's nothing outside of God that's impeding his desires. What I'm saying is
so then why are they not being met? If there's nothing impeding God's desires, why are his desires not met?
This is because he has
Terry, I want you to answer that question.
I'm about to answer it, so be quiet. Try to calm down. All right. Thank you. Because I already made it clear already that he also desires that we have free will. So you have to put that.
So those desires are in conflict.
If you want to say it that way.
So God doesn't know how to resolve those desires. Yeah, then he's just not omniscient.
He did resolve it by willing.
Also, can I ask another question?
Wait,
are you saying that it's impossible for agents to have free will and for all of them to be saved?
Hey, Gur, I thought I was the one who was triggered.
I was gonna say. To be fair, you were in the middle of.
Thank you.
Response.
At least there's an atheist here that has some integrity. My hat's off to this guy.
I should, but I'm just a shitty moderator, yo.
No problem. At least there's one. I could give up to my man Gur. I could negotiate with him at least. So here's my issue. Okay, so he suggested that there's a tension between the will of God, not the will of God, but the desire of God for saving people, wanting everyone to be saved, and the fact that he wants free will. I don't see that being problematic. For the simple reason is that he fulfilled his will, which is what? To save the people that are called by his name, those who would respond accordingly.
So then God doesn't desire for all people to be saved. He chooses who gets saved.
No. He desires for all to be saved, and he willed for those who respond accordingly, that was chosen before the creation of the earth, to be saved. So he didn't fail.
So he didn't will for all people to be saved. He willed for only certain people to be saved.
No, he willed for a certain group of people to be
yeah,
saved.
So he just
desired,
he didn't will for all people to be saved.
No, definitely not.
Terry, are you like a Calvinist or some?
No, I'm not a Calvinist. I'm certainly not a Calvinist.
Saying that God doesn't want all people to be saved. Like he actively doesn't want that.
Buddy. I just said desire, will. Hey, buddy.
So what's the difference between a desire and a will to you?
There's a sovereign will, which is what God will fulfill, without any impediment. And second of all, this how can I say, permissive will, which is the will that God gives free will for everybody to choose whether they want to be saved or not, and that's consistent with his desire, but not his sovereign will. His sovereign will is that everybody that he foreknew would be saved will be saved.
Like Will and Lane Craig.
I don't know about William M. Craig. I don't.
No, well, this is the exact argument he made. That with God's sovereign will is for all people to be saved, but his permissive will allows for the free choice of humans to reject him. But then
that's not what I said. Sovereign will is for certain people to be saved, and his permissive will is for all people to choose whether or not they would like to be saved.
So if his sovereign will is for only certain people to be saved, then he doesn't desire for all people to be saved. That's not a thing God wants.
I said desire and will. There's two. The difference between desire and will. Let me tell you what the difference between desire and will. Desire is not something that you can show me. There's a mechanism by which he fulfills that. I can show you the mechanism by which. I'm talking about biblically. You're doing an internal critique. I can show you the mechanism by which he can fulfill his will. I can show you that. The desire is personal to him. The desire is personal to him and does not project from him. So you cannot show me the desire of God being projected from within his essence. But I can show you his will being projected outside of his essence and submitting all things to his will.
You haven't explained the difference that you take there to be.
I just told you. A desire is personal. It doesn't go outside of himself. His will is outside of himself, inside of himself, and outside of himself. What else?
I think desires can go outside of people.
I'm talking about God's desire.
I mean, I desire to take Amelia Clark on a date. That's just that's not like an internal thing. I mean, that involves things external to myself.
Terry, is that your name, Terry? Is that
you could call me Terry. You could call me Terry.
So I am curious on one point, slightly irrelevant to the main conversation being had. But what about those that do not get saved? Does God still desire for them to be saved?
Basically, he's providing you, like I said, the permissive will. What he does, he shines on the good and the bad. So he's providing you right now, even in your rebellion, to be saved. But there's a time limit on that. So at some
point, you become reprobate like me.
Well,
That's
Rage,
what I'm aiming for.
Well,
I'm trying to get to that status.
If Rage wants to put himself in that category, good luck to him. But like I said, he
Oh
shines.
no, I don't. Other people do. I just embrace it.
But the thing is, when he stops shining his light on you, you get possessed to the point where you lose your personal identity. So I don't think Rage has reached that point yet, but he's gonna get to that point soon enough. But the thing is,
if he was, if
You haven't seen some of my streams, my dude.
no, I've seen you. Don't worry. You're going to you're on that path, but you haven't reached there fully yet. Because once you're fully possessed, you're no longer who you are. You're the thing that possesses your body. So
God
go ahead.
God doesn't desire for the raging atheist to get to that point, though, right?
He desires for him to be saved, yes, but like I said,
Will Rage be saved?
That's God who knows that, but the way he's going, I don't think so.
But there will be people. There will be people who will not be saved, though.
Where?
Well, but you would agree with that. There will be humans who will not be saved. There will be people who will not be saved. Yeah, but didn't you just say that God desires for that to occur, though?
I just said that he desires for all to be saved.
Yeah.
That's
So
what
then
I
why
said.
if
That's
God
personal
desires
to
for it to happen, why doesn't it happen?
Because he also desires free will. I said
So he's
that
just
like
got
5 minutes
reasons
ago.
to make it the case that the previous desire is he doesn't desire for all people to be saved.
No. I see a harmony between both of them. I don't see because he could have, if you wanted to, he could have somehow forced Rage to be saved, but that would go against that would infringe against his right.
So you're saying that it's not possible for all humans to have free will and all humans to be saved. Those can't obtain simultaneously. That's what you're saying.
I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I think.
So what? So are you saying that it's logically impossible?
I'm saying that our reality shows that it's impossible.
So you're saying it's nomologically impossible or physically impossible?
I'm saying I'm basing that on reality.
Yeah, well, when you say reality, I would assume you mean like the laws which govern reality, which would be physical impossibility.
I'm talking about first of all, I depend on scripture, number one, and number two, I base that. I see the harmony between scripture and our reality. I see that our free will is to go against God. Our will, our desires, our nature is to go against God. So without him saving us, we would not be able to do anything that is righteous in his sight.
Yeah, I gotta go. I'll be back in like 45 minutes if you guys are
No problem.
30, 45 minutes. You guys
please.
are still here.
And try to calm down when you come back, man. Try to calm down, man.
I am curious to hear. Well, I mean, this is Rage Stream, but moderately concerned guy, William. I saw that you may have had some issues with some of the omni properties.
Yes.
Ascribed to God.
Yeah, I don't find them necessary, and nor do I find them like in Scripture.
And
I mean, it's obvious that you can't that God can't be omnipotent. There are limitations.
Are you a Christian?
You are a Christian,
Yes.
right?
So you're saying there's limitation to God's power? Is that what you're? I don't. You're definitely not a Christian according to Christianity.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. I was trying to ask a minute ago. Do you really believe that there are things that God cannot do?
What do you mean by God, things that God cannot do?
I mean, you have to believe there's things that God cannot do. You have to.
I would say that there's things that goes against his nature that he will not do.
No. Okay, well, it goes against his nature. Like, let's say you believe he's an eternal, like, living God, right?
Exactly. So he can't die. So that's
well, he can't die. He can't cease to be. He can't even will himself out of existence.
Exactly, because that goes against his nature.
So then he's not omnipotent, is he?
No, but your definition of omnipotence is taken out of context. We don't say omnipotent. When we say all powerful,
anything. So all I'm saying is he has limitations. Will you acknowledge he has limitations?
Not in regards to his omnipotence. Not in regards to omnipotence. In regards to things that is illogical. Like,
does he ever make mistakes?
Never.
He never learns from his mistakes.
Never.
So then why does he repent?
He doesn't repent. That's not.
It says he repents.
I know. If you're a Christian, the Holy Spirit will guide.
Do you have to bend the language of the book to make the case?
No,
that
the
he
Hebrew.
doesn't
The Hebrew is to take a breath, not to repent. That's one of the definition of the word. Out of multiple definitions, but the Hebrew understanding of the word is to sigh or to take a breath.
And so, when Moses is
and as a Christian, you should know that.
Destroy the children of Israel, he kind of changed his mind. He's like,
no,
yeah,
he was testing Moses to show.
Well, you just got to answer for everything, don't you?
No, but actually the scriptures. wait. But here's the thing, Mr. Moderately Concerned Guy. If you read the scriptures,
you can call me Will.
Okay, well, if you would have read the scriptures, you would have known that it's written in Psalms that or Proverbs. A wise man intercedes and brings down the fury of the prince. So a wise man is supposed to intercede for your people. That's why prophets were.
Okay, well, so you're going to lean on the scripture. Do you think the scripture, every word, is inspired or spoken directly by God to man?
Every word of scripture is from God. When I say scripture, I'm not saying the compilation of the books, which is called the Bible. I'm talking about the scriptures could be referred into 4 categories. Number 1, every time God speaks, and when it says "Thus says the Lord." Number 2, every time a prophet speaks. Number 3, every prophetic story with prophetic implications. Then number 4, every doctrinal issue. So
how much did God actually write?
He didn't write any of it.
Yeah, he did.
The commands with his finger, but you don't have a copy of that.
That's the only thing that it says that he wrote, right? Everything else is just hearsay.
No, everything that I just said. When God speaks, every time a prophet speaks, every time there's a prophetic story with prophetic implications, and every time there's doctrinal issues. That's from God Himself. That is infallible.
Yeah, but you can also feel the tone with each different writer. You'd acknowledge that, right?
Yeah, there's
because each individual
perspective.
writer uses his own literary devices and descriptive tools.
I have no problems with that.
Okay, so then you're going to get things that are not exactly clear, not to mention man is fallible. Look, I'm not saying that the Bible's wrong, but I don't believe that every single thing that's written word for word is the exact intent and desire and word and opinion of God.
Well, the problem with that is Deuteronomy 19:15 says
that would be circular. If I just said that I don't think that would, you're running into a circular.
Okay. So let me get this straight. I don't want to go to my personal argument that God has given me, because I see that the difference between you and me is that I get revelation from God, which shows the power of His word to subjugate reality. So I don't see circular reasoning when I say God's word has power to subjugate our reality. I'm not going to use the argument. I'm not going to use the argument. But here's the thing. I'm just addressing Will. Addressing Will. The difference between you and me is I can show you the power of the God's word subjugating our reality, which is not circular, because it has an impact on our reality.
Well, again, you must think that I don't believe in the God.
But if you don't believe in His word, being infallible, then
those two don't have anything necessarily linking each other to salvation.
So basically, what your God is a God of idolatry. You formulate the God that you're molding a God that.
You can call him whatever you like to call him.
I know, but he's not the God.
I don't even know his name.
Oh, I know his name. so you're not a Christian. Yeah, buddy, you're not a Christian, man. You're something, but you're not a Christian.
I've heard that before.
No, I'm not saying you.
That's okay. I've been judged by many a Christian before, but again, we have different opinions, and I can let you have yours, and you want to judge me for mine.
No, but I'm not judging you. The scriptures judge you that you're not a Christian.
Right, and the scriptures that were written a long time ago by men that I didn't meet, that I can't confirm actually spoke to God.
Well,
I'm gonna admit what I don't know. That's where you and I are different.
No. I'm gonna admit that I know that I could use the word of God to show you that you're submitted to His will. See, that's power in the universal sense. So that's you should try to.
I have my own will.
Wait, no. You're submitted to the will of the God I worship. Here's the issue. You could go on my channel because I don't want to.
That's fantastic and fascinating.
Will,
are you saying
I'm just
you don't
gonna finalize
free
this.
Will?
No, I'm gonna finalize by saying this. Will, you could go to my channel, or you could go to any person that debated on the 7-day cycle argument, and you can find out how I could use the word of God, which is exclusive to me, to show you that you're subject to my Lord. So that's something.
7-day cycle.
The 7-day argument. I'm not going to use it here because
I just left a comment on your channel like this morning.
So you're the guy?
I'm the raccoon.
How could you do this to me, raccoon? How can you know my argument?
Share my opinion and ask you questions?
Okay, no, raccoon. I can respect that. Here's the thing, raccoon. How can you watch my argument?
Will is fine. You may call.
Okay, Will. How can you know my argument and dare say that I'm using circular reasoning, suggesting that the word of God is infallible?
Because the Bible being written verbatim, word for word, by God's own will, is not necessary to support your argument. the 7-day week alone, that part is enough. To support his creatorship, right?
No, but here's the issue. I stipulated what scripture is according to scripture. I
don't have to agree with you on every point just because
I know. I agree with that. But my 70 cycle argument is limited or within the parameters or the scope of my 4 stipulations of what I say scripture is. When God speaks, the 7-day cycle, everywhere I used, God was speaking, or a prophet was speaking, or there was a prophetic story with prophetic implication, or doctrinal issues. And my 7-day cycle argument are within those 4 points. So
has anyone ever been saved without your argument?
Oh, a lot of people. My argument was
how about without the scriptures?
Impossible.
Now, what would that make God then?
What do you mean?
So there were a lot of people, even during the time of the disciples, that were living in Judea that may not have had the opportunity to even see Christ, nor were they around when the books were brought together into what you call
the script. They had the whole...
I was trying to explain.
I'm sorry.
So what I'm saying is, they didn't have all of the Bible. They didn't have much of the Bible. They didn't.
I agree.
They had oral tradition, and not to mention during the Dark Ages in the Catholic Church, when people weren't allowed to read the scriptures, were those people that believed in the God, but vaguely, were they denied salvation because they didn't have access to your wisdom?
Now that's a very complicated issue, and I could address it. I'm going to address one.
Do address it.
Yeah, I will address one. First of all, the fallacy that you brought, that people didn't have the scripture. They had limited resources, but they still had some type of scripture. Something such as everybody was familiar with the Torah. Why? Because during the time of Jesus, everybody was familiarized with the Torah, the first 5 books. Why? Because
so the Dark Ages.
Wait, let me find out. No, wait, let me finalize. You started with the Jesus time.
Go ahead.
So I'm addressing that. So everybody during the Feast of Tabernacle had to come in front of the temple and hear the first 5 books, because the priest would have to recite it in front of the sight of all of Israel. So
and
they would be familiarized.
Recognize Christ.
I beg your pardon?
And from the first 5 books, or even throughout the entire Old Testament, is it enough for your average person to be able to recognize Christ out of that?
Amen. Every book I can show you Christ. That's not a problem.
No. I said your average person. You study this stuff like you do, but other people in that time period had jobs.
No.
They were doing things.
No. I'm not a theologian. I was blessed by the Holy Spirit to get this information. No man taught me the sun analogy for the Trinity. That's exclusive to me, and my Godhead Trinity Challenge series on my channel.
If I may,
I don't want to challenge that.
For just 1 minute, William. So, like with Terry, he believes in the traditional triomni God, omnipotent, omnipresent, omnibenevolent, so on and so forth. But you do take issues with some of those. What's the main one, if there is a main one that you take issue with? I'm just curious.
Well, that I take issue with.
Like,
I don't believe that God can interfere with free will, nor is it his desire to. And so I think that's a limitation. It also means that he doesn't know ahead of time what you're going to choose. I think he does have the power to accomplish whatever he sets his mind to, but he may have to adjust to the situation. I do believe that at times he's surprised and doesn't.
So you would say that God does not know the future because the future has not happened yet.
He knows what his plan is for it, but he has to adjust to things that happen as in real time.
As it unfolds. Whereas
I think
Terry
he learns.
would say that. At least I assume Terry would say, no, God knows everything, including the future, because he's outside of time and all that stuff. Would that be correct, Terry?
Can you repeat that question?
Yeah. So William is saying that God knows everything, but when it comes to the future, he doesn't know what the future holds. He can plan for it, so forth. But you subscribe to the idea that God knows the future.
Of course, because scripture is quite clear on that. He knows the beginning from the end. Again, it's very sad.
Does he change his mind?
No, he doesn't.
Nineveh?
That was not a change of mind. That was a test. I just told you. I just told you. All like when a story, like this is the third point I was saying of scripture. Every prophetic story with prophetic implications. You see that story being recounted multiple times, and the doctrine being established, which is what a wise man, which is for us to do as Christian, is supposed to intercede on behalf of our neighbor by how can I say
appealing to God's mercy instead of his rage. So to calm his rage, not his rage, that's not the word, but his fury, his righteous fury. So we are to intercede, and we see Moses did that. We see Abraham did that. We see that even Job did that for his friends, interceded for his friends, etc. This is something that's recurring throughout all Scripture. Jesus does that, intercedes for those who are poor in spirit, etc., etc. So that is the concept, a theme that's recurrent in all the Scripture. It's not God changing his mind. It's God showing us a story with prophetic implication and showing the doctrine behind that.
Does man have free will?
Of course. And Brian, there's no non sequitur for my argument, but you could try it. I invited you on my channel. You could try it if you can. All right? Thank you.
Who? Brian?
Yeah, Brian Steven. Yeah, Brian Steven always telling me it's a non sequitur. Never tells me why, but you keep saying that. No problem. So yeah, we have free will. We have free will.
Well, Brian says that a lot of people have explained it to you.
Brian, and every single. The funny thing is about it that they keep coming back and saying, I have a whole bunch of atheists that want to debate me and saying, hey, I could do it. I have an argument against you. By saying that you have an argument against me, basically what you're saying is the last guy didn't have an argument against me. So every atheist that tried to debate me has failed every single time.
Terry, can you evaluate the arguments against you fairly?
Oh,
Can
I
you
do.
just see them from your side?
I do, and that's why during my last debate, I provided 4, because for me to come with 4 points, and I said this is what you must do in order to invalidate my argument. Is that means that I went through some internal introspection, and analyzing my own argument, showing every opportunity for someone to argue against it.
Hey, look,
But I'll be back in a
I
second.
didn't say that you were
I'll be
wrong.
back in
I
a
just
second.
don't believe necessarily
I'll be back
what
in a
you
second.
believe.
All right, he'll be back in a second. We can change course here. Let's take a break.
I'm not dead, fuckers.
It never gets old. Never gets old.
Not just sushi.
Hey, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Sometimes it'll
I was
echo.
I was trying to give you a hint in my name while you were talking.
Yeah, I thought you wanted to ask him that or ask me that.
No, I just wanted to throw it out there because I think that's a contradiction is what he's saying.
Yeah, that's true. Can I be free but subject? No.
Well, I mean, if you're saying that we're subjects to gravity as a force as well, I mean that's demonstrable.
Yeah.
Right.
Therefore, we're not free from gravity.
We're not free from gravity, exactly. So yeah, free will.
Yeah. So you were saying, Will, before I left? I'm sorry. Hello?
I don't know. Well, I don't remember what I was saying when you left. I'm
You said, can I analyze? Can I be?
Oh, do you analyze the other side of arguments, or
do.
do you just focus on defending your own?
I do. That's why
Basically, can you still man your opposition's argument?
Definitely. That's why in my videos I actually still man the arguments, and I even go further down or further into the implications of what they're trying to present to us. I come with better arguments than they present, and I go even deeper.
I mean, that's subjective, right?
Oh well, you
I mean,
can
it
say
depends on
that.
what you accept as evidence, as you've demonstrated. There's certain things that you'll disregard offhand.
And it's kind of old. The first time I heard a Christian say they've never been beaten ever by an atheist was like Sky Out 5.5 years ago at this point. Like every Christian says that shit. And like from somebody that has done several types of debates, you walk out of some of them that you won and you feel like you fucking lose. So either you've never had a debate or you're just delusional.
I understand what you're saying.
Zealous. He's very zealous.
Yeah, but the thing is, I actually believe I got this information from God. That's number one. And number two, my argument is not something that even a layman can understand my argument. So you don't have to be
I think the
PhD.
first thing you said doesn't matter to anyone.
What do you mean?
When you said that I got this argument from God because
I understand. I understand that because that's personal to me. I understand that, but the demonstration of that is the fact that my argument is so simple that you have to argue either this way or that way. There's
I
not
get
multiple.
what you're saying, but you're presenting it as in a way saying it doesn't matter what you say to me. I got my argument from God, so even arguing.
No, I understand that. But
yeah.
I do agree with that, Will. But I added a different layer. It comes with a combo, which is what. Then I demonstrated. Once it's demonstrated, once I demonstrated, there's no longer anything about this being a a subjective opinion. This is
Yeah,
something
but hold
I've
on a second. Do
demonstrated.
you understand what you put on the chopping block when you make that bet? It's that you are right in every part of your belief, or you're an atheist. Not that there's any variable that you could be off a little bit on that might make your argument not as bulletproof as you think it is. But you'll be an atheist if it's not just as airtight as you think it is.
Oh, I stick on that. I have no problems. Anybody, and I say it again. But here's the thing. No, but Will, it's not hard for anybody to do. This is not something that's hard. There's only two options.
No, I get it, but is this all that your faith hangs on? Is this one argument?
No, I had this.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
I was a Christian way before the 70 cycle argument.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. Because
I got this recently.
To say atheist if I'm wrong about this one thing.
No. Obviously, that's tongue in cheek. I'm making fun of the people that think they're.
So it's not a real bet.
No, but the thing is, I don't believe there's real atheists in this world. I don't believe in atheism. I believe this is a figment of people's imagination. They don't really.
Wait, you think that there's no one out there that does not hold a belief in God?
I believe that there's no one that denies the truth of Christianity. That they believe in it.
Wait, hold on. I have some issues with that. Go ahead,
Show me something true, then I won't deny it.
No, I believe that you guys intellectually believe in the God of Christianity, but you rebel against him. Your heart is against him. That is my
How much can
belief.
you prove? How much can you say that you can appeal to outside of the Bible?
How can I prove? How much can I prove outside the Bible?
Yeah, that's the
Nothing.
important thing. If you're going to speak to atheists, what can you prove outside of your book?
Nothing.
Why not? They'll agree in most cases that energy can't be created or destroyed, right?
Right.
I disagree with that.
Okay. Well, I can see where you would have problems with every crowd.
Well,
I understand.
Wait,
I disagree with that.
Terry. Even Jesus said the fool has said in his heart that there is no God. So even he was acknowledging that there are atheists. He calls them fools, yes, but he acknowledges their existence.
No. He also says that people speak with their tongue, what they say with their mouth is not really coming out of their hearts.
But it's not the same. It's not the same passage, though.
No, but okay.
Don't let him get out of the energy.
No, wait. Let's go. Let's go with that statement that you want to limit me to. I have no problem with Jesus saying that the fool out of his heart says that there's no God, but it's not saying that they believe there's no God. They say it, but you guys say there's no God, but I don't believe you believe intellectually.
But you've already
believe
said
that.
something that contradicts something you said earlier.
Which is
you
what?
said that you don't believe that, or that you believe that energy may be able to be created and destroyed, right?
Exactly.
Is it possible that God, who is energy, can be destroyed or be lessened?
No. God, I don't believe God is energy. That
you don't
energy,
think that life is energy?
I don't use the word energy to describe life.
It doesn't. Okay, the thing is the thing. Do you think that life is a power?
I believe life is a power. Yes.
Okay, that's an energy.
Okay, if you want to make
it's
life
an animating force.
Okay, no problem. If you want to make life and energy synonymous,
it's a
life,
form. No, it's a form of energy. It's a category of energy. There is more to energy than just life.
There's also matter and whatnot.
Matter, exactly.
But I don't believe those things are eternal.
All of those things.
I don't believe those things are eternal. I don't believe that.
I don't know what eternal is.
Do you believe that God is eternal?
I believe eternal is outside of time and space. God is outside of time and space.
Is God eternal?
Yes, outside
of time and space. Does he always have energy?
He has life. He is life.
He is life. That's right. So that cannot be destroyed or created. You can't create another God. You can't destroy the energy that exists.
I didn't say life could be destroyed. I didn't say that.
The energy could be destroyed.
I don't even know what energy is.
Well, then it's hard to answer the question.
Oh, wait. Before we continue, I've got to know. And Terry, I appreciate that you said that you're not going to use this argument because it is personal and subjective. But what was your personal revelation with God? I'm like,
wait, Gert, are you talking about my personal argument? Is the 7-day cycle argument?
Testimony.
Oh, it's the 7-day cycle. That's like basically what God revealed to you or whatnot.
No, yeah, that's what was revealed to me, and that's not personal because that affects everybody's. Okay, so that's number one. So
I
it's not.
just thought it would be something.
No. So that's number one. So this has an impact on all our reality. So it's not personal to me. It was personally revealed to me.
How did God personally reveal this to you? I'm curious to know the like.
Oh, that's a long story. You really want to hear my life story? I think we should do that.
Maybe like concisely, like a summarization, like in 20 words or less.
Oh, that's impossible.
2 minutes or less.
Okay, 2 minutes.
And
All
even
right.
that- even 2
Okay.
minutes is not
Okay, 2 minutes. All right, boom. I was brought up in the Seventh-day Adventist church when I was like 20 or 22. And I was brought to the knowledge of the Sabbath, how it was important. People were going to church on Sunday. I was going to church on Saturday. It was an important pillar of our religion. And I rebelled against God years after that. Then I went through a whole process of madness. And then in my madness, God was calling me out. A whole bunch of miracles was happening. And he was calling me to repentance. And as I was looking for information, getting some motivation from people who are establishing God in the faith, I was brought to the understanding of the Hebrew roots movement and the Messianic movement, and they were telling me, they were talking about the Sabbath as well. And as I was reading the scriptures for myself, and I started seeing verses like Isaiah 66:23, from Sabbath to Sabbath will all flesh come to worship me. And I was like, oh wow, that's beautiful. And then I was like comparing that to Isaiah 56, and I was like, wow. And out of nowhere, the argument was being concocted in my mind. Like it was like being revealed to me so clearly. Like, hey, for this to be fulfilled, every nation has to keep a 7-day cycle. Did every nation ever had a 7-day cycle? Let me go in history and find out. And then I started doing some history research, and I found out every nation kept a different cycle for venerating their gods. And I was like, okay. And then the more I added, it was revealed step by step, showing me from one verse or a couple of verses how God would use the 7-day cycle, or the Sabbath, which is directly linked to the 7-day cycle, to submit all nations, to save his people Israel. So it's a long story, but it started with the Seventh-day Adventist Church and every other.
When it comes to the Seventh-day Adventist Church, do you still hold that Saturday is the actual Sabbath day?
Without Saturday, the 7th day, yes.
That didn't change.
Okay, yeah, because I do agree that Saturday is like the legit the Sabbath. That's
amen. 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 Amen.
You're
close to. Hey,
Terry, don't push it.
No, I'm not pushing. You're close. You're close to the kingdom, man.
He had to push it. I said, "Don't push it." He's like, "Watch me."
Just stop the rebellion and just accept reality, man.
Well, Terry,
we love you.
Terry.
Let
me ask you
open
this.
arms to you.
Do you think beliefs are a choice? Do you think I can just choose, like consciously make the decision to believe in God?
Yes.
Can you choose to believe in Santa Claus?
You can choose to believe Santa Claus if you got some mental problems, yeah.
You cannot just straight up say one day, you know what, I'm going to choose to believe in Santa Claus. You can say it, but do you truly believe it?
Oh no, I don't. Like I said from the very beginning, everybody believes in Jesus Christ. Even if their lips.
No, they don't.
They all believe. They all believe.
So why even go out and witness to people and try to convert people to Christianity if they already believe in Jesus?
There's two.
It's a freshly born person. Do they believe in Jesus?
No.
Oh, I thought you said everyone.
Yeah.
No.
Straight out the
I'm sorry. Once the message, like I believe the gospel has been spread throughout the four corners, quote unquote, four corners of the earth. So that message was enough to convince everybody that. No, I don't believe in flat earth.
You think every Hindu over in India has read the Bible or has had a Christian?
No. Everybody is trying to hold to the hands of God, of Jesus Christ. Because the Hindus have believed Jesus was some type of avatar, and Thomas went to India, so there was an impact in India as it relates to Christianity. But we see every religion in this world has some type of they're trying to attach themselves to the God of Christianity, whether it be Muslims, whether it be
so
Jews.
Muslims do believe in Jesus. Yeah. They just suppress their belief in Jesus.
No, they suppress the belief on the real Jesus. Yeah.
I'm sure some Hindus say that Jesus was just like an avatar.
Yeah,
that's not actually in Hinduism. I would actually bet that most Hindus don't believe that, because I would bet a lot of Hindus never even heard of Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like I said, Thomas, I think there's a historical accounts that show that Thomas went to India in the 4th century. Not he went there in the 4th century, but this literature or historical accounts. I don't have that right now with me, but I believe there are some historical account that show that Thomas went to India and converted a lot of people in India.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll just grant that. I don't think that's the case, but let's just grant it for sake of argument.
Okay.
How does then that mean that all the Hindus have heard of Jesus?
Oh, we have in our belief those who somehow, first of all, the children that die young, those who have not come acquainted with this knowledge, but there's different classes of people that will be in the kingdom to come. The kids who die at a young age are directly in the kingdom to come. And number two, those who are ignorant of all the particulars are also depending on their works. So they will be judged according to their works. Those who have not been acquainted with all the particulars, but we don't have an excuse for that in 2022.
Really, never hearing of it is not an excuse.
Yeah, there's no excuse. In 2022, everybody heard it.
Well, I mean, you
What
really
about
think
up to that point though? Like,
right, with the exception of the people that haven't, that are too young to have heard it.
Right.
The young ones, like I said, the young ones, if you're beyond the age of accountability, you're directly
going now.
You're directly.
What about that tribe that America has intentionally, like countries we intentionally try to stay away from this little island, so as not to bother. You know what I'm saying? Have they heard of Jesus? Because I know they've heard of a certain prince from England, but I'm not sure about Jesus.
They might, like I said,
they literally made the prince from England a god.
It's no problem. Me personally, I'll leave that in the hands of God. But I personally, like I said, those who don't know all the particulars will be judged according to their works. So those people in those remote tribes will be judged according to their works. And I don't think that it will be. Anyways, I leave it in the hands of God. All I know is that 2022, if you're not living in a remote tribe, which I believe they still heard about Jesus Christ, but just say they didn't for some reason, that's not an excuse for the people on this panel or the people that live in the civilized world.
No, I definitely heard of Jesus, but I don't think he existed.
Yeah, I know. That's a problem with the 7-day cycle, but thank you.
Yeah, what about the people that have heard of Jesus from a Christian, but in their explanation of Jesus was a really poor explanation, and it had contradictions in it, and then that person didn't believe because of that? Those people don't exist?
Yeah, the person that provided the bad, like me personally, I will be judged according to how I portrayed the message to you guys. So yes, there is some accountability as it relates to me, but it is up to you because I'm not here to hold your hands neither.
Yeah, but I'm not asking you for accountability, right? I'm asking you. You made a statement.
Yeah.
You don't believe anyone doesn't believe in Jesus.
Yeah.
And we're nitpicking through all these exceptions you have, and I'm pointing out how this is kind of ridiculous.
No, I'm saying this. If you want to make it personal, let's say you, right? Let's say somebody didn't provide you all the correct information. Didn't provide me the correct information. And Seventh-day Adventism provided me certain truths, but some of not all of them. And I even got information from Sunday worshipers as it relates to like my failures or certain weaknesses I had. But I'm not to depend on them. I was supposed to look for God, not for men to. Because if you're looking for a man to hold your hand, then you're not really looking for God right there. In my heart, I was looking for God. Well, he was looking for me first. And when he showed himself to me, he revealed himself to me, that spurred me or pushed me to seek him even more, to find out what was this going on in my life.
Yeah, but do you know how many people out there are actually seeking for God and actually trying to go to Christians to find out, and the advice and the garbage that they're fed just turns them off on Christianity forever? They're painted this picture of a God that cannot be.
What the issue is, again, like I said, you might have that experience. First of all, you can't speak in a general sense. That's the case for everybody. But
well, I didn't. I said, do you know how many there are that run into that problem?
I don't know. I don't know how many. But this is what I do know: is that God shines on the good and the bad, and He provides everyone an opportunity for them to know who He is. So
who are the gatekeepers?
No, not via the gatekeepers.
Who are the gatekeepers?
There is no gatekeeper. That's the thing. Jesus Christ is the only intercessor between God and men. So if you want to know about God, He will reveal Himself to you. That is the promise that He gives. Because if someone does have that excuse, then God cannot judge them. So we're gonna have to wait and see. But
so in China right now, I believe.
I'll be back. I'll be back. I got a phone call. Give me a second.
Oh, he ran away scared. He's scared.
No, he's got things to do.
No, I know. I'm just fucking with
He caught me while I was at the computer. You guys talk. I'm sure we can eventually get to like some topics like I can argue with some of y'all about. But this is interesting. I mean, this is like the first time I've heard this dude not talk the 7-day cycle bullshit. So
Yeah, when I asked him about his personal revelation, I had no idea it was going to be the 7-day cycle stuff. So that's my bad.
But, I'm trying to like finish dinner so I can keep this stream going and I don't have to stop it for dinner or nothing. So I'm trying to like multitask. So
Rage,
I'll be AFK for a bit.
Rage, I was going to say if you do need to end it, like I've got a few hours to go, so I can put up another stream.
Steal the viewers.
Yeah, I can steal the room.
I can
and all your
blind.
viewers. Hopefully.
Well, I mean, I was thinking, I was planning on ending at 6:30 so I could, do dinner. But I can multitask.
If you need to, I will take on your viewers.
He will make that sacrifice for you.
I will make that
God, I'll have to clear my whole schedule.
I don't like going in your rooms. They piss me off. So.
Well, I mean, I figured it would be because you were away. And yeah, some of my mods get a little too trigger happy. I would admit. They'll be like, "Oh, I don't like this person." Banned. I'm like, Jesus Christ! Like they didn't even say anything. They just said hello and like, nope, timeout.
All right, but I'm gonna remind them when they're on Brojos, I never do that shit to them.
We'll keep it going. And yeah, if anybody's in the side chat, feel free to come in. I will let you in if I'm not going to be AFK too long. Speaking like it's been kind of, we've had, I think, up to 8 or 9 today. Usually I have 10 and it's chaos. I like this, I'm really thinking like the 5 or 6 numbers, the number.
I agree. When it comes to open rooms, like once it gets above 6, it just gets fucking ridiculous.
And it gets hard because
my phone lags out.
Well, yeah, and then a lot of people don't get a chance to talk ever. Well, and when we're in these situations, it's kind of the same. Somebody comes in to challenge somebody specifically or whatever. It just seems like 8 people are sitting there with their thumb at their ass for a couple hours.
Pretty much, yeah.
Just wanting to be close to you, Knock. It's just a bunch of people wanting to be in the same hang.
Yeah. Well, I've always been able to pull the flies, William.
That's why
I'm just gonna let it go.
But all right, I'm gonna go fix my size. I shouldn't be AFK too long. So y'all talk, argue.
All right, time to porn bomb. Oh shit, he's still here.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah,
sir.
now's
Can
the
something
time.
be eternal and out of time?
Yeah, that means a hypothetical question. Eternal implies that they're in time because they exist forever, right? Which is another word that implies time. So if something's outside of time, it's not eternal.
Is it possible for anything to be outside of time?
There's no logical.
Time is a measurement of events, right?
Yeah. But there's no logical contradiction in something being outside of time. So it's logically possible, but who knows if it's possible in other ways?
Like, would nothing pass? Would nothing change or move if you were outside of time?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, atheists bring it up all the time when people say God's outside of time. Yeah. But how did God create anything?
That doesn't follow. Hey, Pixie.
Hey, Will.
What did I do? What did you're here? What did I do?
God damn it, Pixie.
You didn't do anything.
All right,
Although
give me
I
a minute.
will remind you that I am one of Ger's mods. Thank you.
Yeah, but you're not one of the blue-haired land whales.
That was not nice.
That
Look,
was mean.
you try hanging out in that side chat and dabbing like sweat off of Carol's neck fat. Come on.
Be nice.
Okay, that's.
I like Carol. Be nice.
Yeah, I love Carol. I don't even think she's a mod on my channel. I mean, she might be. I don't fucking know who's a mod over there.
Everywhere I go, it's crazy.
Brian Stevens, I never even see you in my side chat. What are you talking about? Oh, you may have been a mod on my Germania channel. Maybe not my Ger Streams channel.
Brian had some interesting points last night that he was discussing in the side chat of your hangout, Ger.
Oh, yeah, do tell. Because I was trying to pay attention to both the stream and the side chat, but it gets difficult.
I mean, it was just pretty much religion is bullshit and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, it was the way he was saying it. It was very... I like to hear it like restated in new ways, right?
Yeah, I get that. That's understandable. Because I mean, religion is bullshit. I mean, come on, let's be honest.
Well, it's just that nobody knows, and everybody's pretending to know, and it's becoming more amusing because I used to do it myself, and now I'm like, I don't fucking know. I'm just gonna say I don't know because I'm gonna observe and see what I can put together from the clues that are around me.
That's intelligent.
Religion is everybody. If you, well, I'm cooking sides, but I'm back and forth. Everybody that owns a home has that old shit in their home that they should have thrown away a long time ago, but they haven't. That's religion.
To a degree, yeah, I agree with you, but not to be so closed-minded as to deny the idea that something other than the material actually exists.
I think religion is just culture with a pre-installed like figurehead.
Interesting.
I don't know. I disagree with the guy that was up here babbling earlier because I think I tried really hard to believe for a really long time. And I just couldn't believe.
I was the same.
Was that part of your homeschool curriculum, Gur?
Oh no, there was no questioning God in my homeschool curriculum. But when I did realize I could no longer believe in God, like that shit sucked because that's what my whole life was based upon. And so realizing that I could no longer believe it, I tried my best to go back to it. But
so when did you discover that that you just didn't hold any of that? You just couldn't.
It was a slow, gradual process, but it just got to a point where I realized, man, like I want to believe in God, and I wish I never questioned God, but I just can't do this shit anymore. Like there's just too many problems with it.
That's the issue. That's what I was wanting to get to right there, because other people have similar stories, and so there's a lot of different reasons given for what turned people off. Sometimes it's the people in the church, sometimes it's the teachings, sometimes it's a combination.
The people had nothing to do with my deconversion.
Okay, it was the book, the material.
It was the material, the Bible itself, mostly the Bible itself. And then when I would try to really look into the arguments for and against, I just couldn't convince myself.
I don't like all the desperate flailing that I see from Christians trying to make all the pieces fit to support an idea of a God rather than just letting the image of what's in the book come out and present itself. They want to argue for infallibility when it says he repents, and you call them on it and they're like, well, repent means something different. Well, what the fuck? Who's writing this shit anyway?
And for me, like I remember specifically, like vividly telling God, I remember exactly where I was. Like in the park, I was in a parking lot in my car, and I was having some like some sort of like mental existential crisis. And I said, God, I don't know if you're real. I don't know if you're the same God that I used to believe in, or if you're something else. But if you exist and you want me to believe, reveal yourself to me. And if you can do it in this way, and I won't go into detail because that would cheat the system, and it just never happened. Now,
yeah, I do that all the time.
Happen, but I doubt that it will.
Like that's the same prayer. I still pray that prayer all the time, but it's just about like show me what you are and what you want me to do. Like get rid of all the misconceptions that I've accumulated. Like if you're there, just show me. But I don't ever ask for a specific sign because I don't want to put an idea that I got from the Christian church into my head that I can make request of the God to do specific things, because it's not a name it and claim it shit. I
did grow up in that doctrine.
Oh God, it's disgusting.
Name it, all that shit. Yeah. I just want to say, I don't know if SBM is joking, but she says she unsubscribed to my channel, to which I
she's mad at me.
Great issue with.
She's mad at me.
Yeah, I'm gonna blame it on you. Yeah,
it's easy. Just
your fault.
Yeah,
you're my scapegoat.
Bang.
Wait, who unsubscribed from you?
Well, I don't know if she's
Secular
being
pagan
real
land
or not,
whale.
but yeah, secular pagan mom said, "I am sub, so you can take my wrench." I think she's joking, hopefully, but I don't know. I don't know what I said.
She's mad because I complained about the mods. She knows that she's been like hiding me and blocking me every time I say anything at all.
I mean, I don't know issues with my mods. I mean, some of my mods trigger happy, but I don't. It's whatever.
SBM's the den mother.
The what?
She's the den mother of my chat. She
Oh,
she's molesting the children.
No, she keeps
Will.
you crazy
That's how we're
folks.
doing it. Poor
She
Ox.
keeps crazy people like William in line. I see some of the shit you put in that chat, William. Like,
I
God
don't.
damn,
Yeah, I
dude.
know. Whatever. Look, if they're blocking me all the time, I'm not gonna pull punches. Shit. They block me before I say anything.
Yeah, but you can be a little extra spicy.
I can.
I do
I admit I hate it when I get blocked in chat. It pisses me the fuck off. I ain't gonna lie.
I just go to other channels. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, anytime I get timed out, yeah, that shit pisses me off. I'm like, you stupid sons of bitches.
It really sucks when you like both sides and you're like,
Yeah, I find myself in that boat a lot. I'm like, well, shit, I like both
please
these
be
people.
nice to each other.
Yeah, Sandy's got a point. They only time me out. They don't block me. That's good. Jason blocked me, and I appreciated that. So if SPM and Sandy would do the same, that would be awesome.
Jason, what Jason?
Wait, block you or time you out?
Block me. If yeah, they can block me if they want. That'd be great.
Well, I mean, I do go through occasionally and unblock people. Most people. I unblocked like 4 Cerberus X accounts the other day.
Wait a minute. Impossible.
No, I literally.
No,
it
it's
was
not
like
possible.
it was like 4 of them. Yeah.
It had to be at least 12.
Well,
you only got a few.
I don't care about Bond. Bond can unsubscribe.
What are you talking about? Bond is awesome.
I know. I just like giving him shit.
I want a pocket version of Bond just to keep with me all the time. That way
I want a
every time-
pocket version of Bond just to step on.
Hey, I like Bond too.
Supposedly we sound a lot alike, like in our voice. Supposedly.
No, you sound like Red Fang.
You both have a southern accent.
Red Fang goes. He's got this funny ass laugh. It kills me every time.
I can't think that y'all sound the same because of the accents. I mean, like you both have a southern accent, but his is clearly Texan and yours is clearly Georgia.
Okay. I've heard him talk one time. I think he finally joined a stream of mine like one time, and I was like, I kind of hear it, I guess.
There are certain words, like the word time, because that southern thing is like very similar. But then there's other words that just
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. There's other words that just separate between Texas and Georgia. Like
Yeah, well,
the accent.
the way that Gur talks, that's how God sounds.
Well,
that God
wouldn't
has
you
that
know it? I am
accent.
God.
Yeah, no. God
No,
never
no,
used
I
that
am.
avatar.
Gur is not God. Come on, guys.
No. They're right.
No, but God sounds like Gur when he talks. He has the same accent.
No,
Yes, he does.
you never
I
heard
do
him.
declare.
I do declare.
I do declare.
Waiting for it to come up. Yeah, I was waiting for it to come up in my like
That-
StreamYard shit so I can put it on the screen and you can see the shit talk. I agree with Pat Lowinger.
I feel like I'm the rage in my stream.
I'm just gonna say real quick
Surrounded
that
by
Will
haters.
that didn't come out very Georgia. That came out like Kevin Spacey trying to do the New Orleans accent.
Oh, I fucking
Yeah,
love
I
his
put a little
accent
too
in
much
that.
drama
in that show.
behind it. Yeah.
A 7-day guy here said he would be back. I don't know what he
Back.
came in
He's back.
hot. Is he back?
I'm
Are you
back,
back?
bro. I didn't come hot, man. I was trying to help you guys out, man.
Well, I was about to talk a little shit. I know that you
Yeah,
wouldn't
he's
do
not here.
this.
He's not back. Go ahead, talk.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't really do this, but you came in hot. You came in talking fast. I thought like maybe you had to go and get some more of that good yayo.
No, to be honest with you, man.
Some of that good cocaine to keep the speed up. I don't know. I kid. I know you would.
No. There's no problem. I don't personally take anything because I know myself. There was a time where I was in my dark ages or in my dark period in time. I was I could say fall into these devices, but glory to Jesus Christ that's not the case today. So I don't personally take it.
I was picking on like how fast you and Leo were going at each other. That's all.
But the thing is,
Yeah, you're
Leo
both,
with
like,
Leo.
quick
No, but
talk.
the thing is with Leo, I know I have to speak quick for me to even get a point across. I couldn't get a sentence done before he would interrupt me. So I know that's his tactic. Once he's cornered, that's what happens.
Sorry, whoever you were. That's what happens. Yeah, when I don't read your name before I just put you in because I'm about to head AFK. I'll keep you backstage. Keep me backstage.
That's my red fang laugh.
All right, yeah, you guys go for it. I will be AFK for about 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back.
So, Gur, man, what are you waiting for to become a Christian?
Evidence.
Come on, my friend.
You swing for the fences, don't you, Terry?
No, because the door is about to get locked, guys. You know, like the day of Noah. Everybody
you
was
can't
not.
just shove a motherfucker through the door. You're gonna have to like drop some breadcrumbs. You just bam,
Hey,
be a
I'm
Christian now.
No, I'm not forcing nobody to become a Christian. We don't want. There's nothing is by compulsion.
Okay.
There's no
Do me a
compulsion
favor.
in religion.
Do me a favor, all right? Just pretend that I don't know anything about the Bible. Give me your best argument for God without using the Bible.
I will do that. I will do that the day you start speaking without your tongue, walking without your feet, and thinking without your
Okay,
head.
so you do need the Bible.
So there's
to
no
prove
evidence
God.
outside of the Bible for God. Is
Exactly.
that what you're saying? There's none.
There's no
The
evidence I
universe
would
doesn't
use.
speak to his glory and power.
No.
just like that.
There's evidence that you can use to say there is a God, but not the God. The Christian God is
Okay,
only
that's
through
fair.
Scripture.
That's fair. But you're gonna have to go a lot further to get from a God or the God to your God.
No, the God is me establishing the God of Scripture.
Put those together. Put those. Make an existent God that is not the God of the Bible. Make it. Bring me a little closer to Yahweh.
Okay, so I would say the contingency argument, showing that there must be somebody outside of time and space for time and space to be
Flag on the play.
Why is that?
How can anything be outside of time?
The contingency argument says that everything is contingent. Everything is contingent, and in order for all contingent things to be, there needs to be something that's not contingent.
There just
That brought
happens to
that
be
about.
someone in this hangout that specializes in that argument. I'll let them do it if they want to. But
No. I don't specialize in the argument. All I'm saying is that if everything is contingent, then somebody, will say something or someone, must have brought these contingent things into being that is not contingent himself. So that proves a God, but not the God of Scripture. The 7-day cycle argument proves the God of Scripture, which is something that nobody else can do.
Okay, I guess he wants me to do it. So, existence is the necessary thing. Everything else is contingent. It's the reason why there's anything else, and it does not have a mind of its own that isn't also belonging to something else.
Okay, who's this? Is this Leo, or you sound like
no, Cerberus?
They do not
extremist
sound alike.
man. Get chat.
Okay, I'm sorry. So yeah, I think Cerberus said it better. So yes, he proved a God, because I believe that's an argument that proves a creator, but it doesn't prove the creator.
Would you accept that as a creator? I mean, I'm fine if you want to call that a God, but it doesn't have a mind.
No. I'm saying whether you say has a mind or not a mind is irrelevant to me, because that's not my God. That's a God. That's a conceptualized idea of a God, showing that that you need to have a certain type of God to explain creation and all reality. And then I come in and I say the God is here, solidified, confirmed to be the one who is the creator by the fact that he can create, he can subjugate his creation to his will.
So you're saying existence itself is a god?
No, I didn't say that. I said
Yes, you did.
It could be.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? Why you think I said that creation is a god? Can you explain to me
existence. Don't confuse the two.
Okay, so explain to me how I said existence is a god.
Well, I was saying existence is the necessary thing, and everything else is contingent on it.
Okay, so
you
you're
said
saying
that's a god. I'm like, oh, okay, if you want to make it a god.
Okay, so let me get this straight. So you're saying existence, as we know it, this reality is not contingent?
What? No, I mean, all the things we know inside of reality so far as I'm aware, is probably contingent on existence.
On existence, what do you mean by existence? What is this existence?
Existence is the sum of all things.
The existence is the sum of all things. And what are some of the characteristics of this existence?
Literally everything. You just name a thing, and that's a characteristic of it.
Is it eternal?
Yeah, it can't not be. It
Is
cannot
it-
fail to be. So yeah.
Okay, so is it conscious?
I mean, it has consciousnesses. It just doesn't have one that is its own without also belonging to something else.
Does it have a will?
It has a bunch of wills.
All right. So you've established a God, a generic God, whatever, with these type of attributes, right? And I'm saying whatever God.
No. I'm not calling it a guy here. I mean, you could call it a god, though.
Okay,
I'm
I can
fine
call
with
it a God, right? How about this? The one who is the necessary being. How about this? Is that okay with you? As a definition?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Philosophically speaking, it's a being.
Okay, so I'm coming with a valid demonstration of who this necessary being is by showing you that he has tangible effects on our reality, something that you can do with your conceptualized understanding of God or this necessary being. Your concept has no impact on my reality, but my God is not a concept. Why? Because it has an impact on your reality.
What are you talking about? If you deny what I'm putting out there, you're denying your own existence.
No, because you have to show me. You have to show me tangible effects on my reality. I can show you tangible effects.
Everything
What
in
is this
existence
tangible
is a part.
effect on? What is the tangible effect on my reality supposed to be?
I don't know if you know me. I go by many monikers. One of them being.
I don't, and I've heard somebody throwing around some title to your argument, but I that means nothing to me.
Okay, you never heard the 70 cycle argument?
No, what is it supposed to tell me?
I don't want.
Is it supposed to be some calendar thing? It's like the Sabbath to the Sabbath, and because we measure our years in 7 days. Okay, well that's cultural. Next. That doesn't demonstrate.
Oh, so you know my.
No, is that as simple as it was? Was that as simple as I was kind of making fun of it? My bad.
No. You said
that's it.
No problem. Just don't get agitated like Leo Phyllis. Don't go agitated on me like Leo Phyllis. Okay. So you had a part of it right, but you had your conclusion wrong because it's not a social construct when every nation kept a different cycle to venerate their gods. So you have to explain to me how my God was able to predict the universal application of the 7-day cycle as a demonstration of his
didn't
power.
predict universal application of the 7-day cycle. The men who culturally adopted that worldview were really brutal conquerors, and they spread this idea. Sure, can a conqueror assume that he's going to spread his culture to those who conquers? Absolutely. Is that a demonstration of a deity? No.
I agree. I agree with you. The problem is you cannot demonstrate human agency for the propagation of the 7-day cycle being universal. That's the problem.
I can't demonstrate human inspiration for the lunar cycle calendar. Just because it was conquered doesn't suggest otherwise. It doesn't demonstrate a deity. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't at all. It may be a justification for your convictions, and that's fine. But to call it a demonstration is one hell of a leap there, buddy.
No, the problem.
Buddy. I forgot I had to say it 3 times.
No problem. Thank you very much. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Here's the issue. Again, if you cannot demonstrate human agency, which is impossible for you to do, you would have to start with Rome. And I would argue, like I did in multiple debates already, the 7-day cycle was already adopted in Rome before it became so-called Christianity. Number 2,
I never named Rome. You did. There's a whole world out there outside of the little place that the Bible was happening in.
Yeah, but they weren't keeping the 7-day cycle.
Yeah, but I know.
It wasn't. They weren't keeping the 7.
It doesn't fit your argument. I get it.
No, they weren't keeping the 7-day cycle. That's the point. Every nation kept a different cycle than the 7-day cycle. So you have to explain to me why did everyone adopt an arbitrary 7-day cycle, which is specifically Hebraic and which was predicted to be universal.
They didn't arbitrarily adopt it. They were conquered, and they were.
Who conquered? Who?
People who said their God told them to. What God? Some benevolent God?
The Jews conquered the world? The Jews conquered the world?
Did I say the Jews conquered the world? Did I say that?
Okay, so who conquered? Who did?
Well,
it's not possible.
During which time period? There was
2,000 years ago.
Charlemagne did a whole hell of a lot of conquering. Charlemagne did a whole hell of a lot of conquering.
2,000 years ago, only one nation kept the 7th cycle, Israel.
That's not true. No, we already went over this. Well, you brought this the first time you came in. We brought it up. We went through the history.
Who's this? Cerberus?
Yeah,
I spoke to you about this in the past.
Yeah.
And you showed me that there was more than one nation keeping the 70 cycles exclusively.
Yeah, well, I showed you that they weren't even the first ones. And
No.
there's still groups today that don't keep it.
No. Wait. Try to pay attention to what I'm saying specifically. Let's not go before
yeah.
that. I have addressed.
Well, real quick. I remembered the conversation fully now. Yes, sir. You totally did that shit. It was brilliant. I remember now.
Is that rage?
All right, go ahead.
Is that rage? Yeah, rage. I like rage, man. I like rage when he gets excited sometimes. Hey, Subris. Let me ask you a question. Let's not go to the ancient history, because I already provided multiple resources, citations, primary sources, secondary sources. Nobody ever provides me any sources, so let's forget about that.
I did in that hangout. We literally went through it together.
The primary sources?
We went through the history of where the cycles came from, and who had what calendar and when.
You did that to me.
I did it with you.
With me? On which channel?
What was it? I think it might have been Gers. Was it Gers?
Okay, and my friend Subris, let's keep it simple, because let's say for sake of argument that you did do what you did, the impossible, right? I'm gonna call you Tom Cruise from now on. Let's go 2,000 years ago only. All right. Which nation besides Israel kept the 7-day cycle exclusively?
During when Israel existed and or before?
No. Listen. You see, that's when I say people are start choking when I put them in the corner. I ask you a simple question.
I'm in the corner.
Okay, no problem.
I'm a Mason. I like corners.
Okay, so that's why you're doing this. I'm against Masons, so don't worry. And I'm sure you know that. I ask you a simple question. 2,000 years ago, specifically, which nation kept exclusively a 7-day cycle?
Was it the Assyrians at the time, or was it still Mesopotamia?
Assyria was not a nation. Assyria was not a nation 2,000 years ago, my friend. Please.
Well, I'm trying to remember who was it.
And you gave me a history.
What was the name of the nation that fought Rome on the eastern side of Rome? It would have been the Assyrians and the Mesopotamians before.
My friend, you gave me a history lesson, and you didn't
remember the name of them.
Assyria was not a nation, my friend.
Assyria was a nation, just maybe not at that time.
Not 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, it would have been before 2,000 years ago.
I'm not talking about before. So why are you going?
But they had it then too. When Assyria was a nation, they had a 7-day cycle.
I disagree with that, but I'm trying to.
So did the Mesopotamians.
I understand. I disagree with that.
I believe disagree with it all you
want. No. I agree. But here's the thing. My position is you would never be able to provide me primary or secondary sources that demonstrate that. Here's my point. Let's not go to something that we would have to go and do our history lesson. This is simpler. 2,000 years ago is so simple.
Did Persia have a 7-day calendar because they used the sun instead of the moon?
No. Stop.
Well, 2,000 years ago only. What I'm getting at, but I mean the Romans 2,000 years ago, before Jesus, had a 7-day calendar.
They had first century BC, the Julian calendar. They adopted the 7-day cycle in conjunction with the 8-day cycle. I asked you a simple question: which nation kept the 7-day cycle exclusively?
Babylon.
What's it matter exclusively?
2,000 years ago, my friend.
Wait a second. We don't even keep a 7-day cycle exclusively.
Oh, now you're going to a different argument. You're all over the place.
No. You're the one that just brought up. You're the one that just changed the topic to exclusively.
Give me a second.
You have a chance to respond to what you're saying, bro.
Right. So when you say exclusively, that's another thing. That's everyone. Basically, everyone that's ever had a 7-day cycle also keeps other cycles.
My friend, let me ask you again. Maybe I didn't make myself clear the first time. Which nation, 2,000 years ago, exclusively had a civic calendar that was 7-day cycle? A 7-day week. There's only one nation.
I have no idea.
One nation.
Exclusively.
Yeah.
I don't even think the Jews did exclusively.
No, yes, they did. All right.
You don't think they kept track of the lunar cycle?
The lunar cycle has nothing to do with a week. So
did they keep track of the lunar cycle?
Yes, it did. It had nothing to do with a week. So again, 2,000 years ago.
No. It's just another way to keep track of time.
It's I know. For the monthly cycles, I'm not here to argue the monthly cycle. My argument is not predicated on monthly cycles. It's based on the 7-day cycle, which God said he would use as a sign of his authority. He didn't use the monthly cycles as a sign of his authority. So 2,000 years ago, only Israel kept the 7-day cycle. And we saw the domino effect when Jesus Christ...
No, that's not true. We already went over how that's not true.
No, you didn't give me a nation that kept us...
I gave you multiple nations.
Which one again? Give me one.
Well, I mean, for one, the Romans.
The Romans did not exclusively keep a 7-day cycle. So next nation.
No. That was not what you wanted to demonstrate.
I
Who
said
had the 7-day
calendar
cycle?
exclusively 7
Why
days
does
cycle.
exclusively matter?
Because that's what determines what the nation adheres to.
Okay, but we don't keep an exclusive 7-day cycle.
Yes, every civic calendar keeps a 7-day cycle. In this, every nation has a civic calendar.
Yeah, but we don't do it exclusively.
Every nation, a civic. When I say exclusive, I'm talking about the civic calendar, the nation's calendar.
Yeah,
every nation is exclusive. The 7-day
every
cycle.
calendar you're going to find is going to have the lunar cycle on it.
Again, I told you, the lunar cycle has nothing to do with the 7-day cycle.
Well, if you're going to say it can only be one cycle, then there's 2 cycles. Then what?
No, I'm talking about weekly. We're talking about weekly. What are you talking about? You see, Freemasons.
Whoa! A week is defined as 7 days. If that's your argument, you're assuming the conclusion.
No, a week
do they only keep this cycle, or do they only keep to a week?
A week,
as in a specific
a week,
cycle.
2,000 years ago, the Romans kept the 8-day week. That was the one that was the civic calendar.
Really?
That's what. Yes,
what?
it was. Yes, it was. Rome.
What was the 8th day?
The 8th day was a religious day, a so-called Sabbath.
Well, what were the 8 days? How about that?
What?
What were the 8 days?
A religious day. I just told you, a Sabbath.
Yeah,
a so-called
what were
Sabbath.
the 8 days?
It was a week.
It's not. Well, it can't be a week by definition.
It is a week by definition.
Because a week by definition is 7 days.
No, week today is 7 days because that's what we are accustomed to. A week back then was not 7 days. But
what was a week by definition back then?
Buddy, you can go on Wikipedia and put week, and they're gonna tell you all the calendars, the ancient calendars.
Yeah, that's going to give me a definition for now.
No.
Where can I find the definition of the word week then?
It's separations of a calculation of how a month is divided. A cycle of a month is divided.
Calculation of how a month is divided.
A cycle of within the month is divided.
So you have to have a monthly cycle too.
Of course, every week has a monthly cycle. Who argued against that?
Okay, so now we also don't have an exclusive cycle when we have a monthly cycle.
But I said my argument is predicated on the 7-day cycle, on the weekly cycle, not the monthly cycle. So what's your point? Are you a Freemason? Are you a Freemason?
Yeah, I just said that.
I just want people to understand what happens when you become a Freemason.
He's just taking his assumptions based on everything the way it is now, and then working backwards to support his conclusion.
Actually, I went back in history and showed the development of that. I actually know the history. I can show
with
you
what you wanted to prove already in mind.
No, but what it proves, not what I wanted to prove, but what it proves. If you're saying that is what I want, you should show any errors in my line of reasoning.
There's no demonstration there that makes it prove this is truth. What it does is justify to you that you know the truth. There's nothing demonstrative about this.
What's the demonstrative of my argumentation is the fact that 2,000 years ago, and there was a prophecy saying that every nation will be submitted to Jesus Christ by the sign of the 7-day cycle as a sign of his authority over all nation. Those three things, the predictive part of my argumentation, the universality
I'm
of
sure
my
the Sentinels don't give a crap what kind of calendar
the Sentinels are under the jurisdiction of a nation that keeps the civic calendar of a 7-day week. So thank you.
And which one of them has a calendar?
I'm sorry?
And which one of them has a calendar? Which one of them dictates their days by that?
I'm talking about the
Do you
civic
think
calendar.
they do? Oh,
I'm talking about the civic calendar within.
No, you're talking about people being subject to it, right? Are they subject to it?
No, they're subject to their government. And the government.
They have a government. They have a tribal government. Yeah,
No,
but
they
they don't
but
care
they're
about what the government,
No,
what
but they're
anybody
still-
else's government says.
I understand. They're still under the jurisdiction.
Are you going to go arrest one of them and throw them in jail? Is that how subject they are to your laws? Oh, then they're not subject to the government, are they?
The Indians also in the reserve are they have self autonomy, but they're still subject to the government of the United
Actually,
States.
they have dual citizenship, so
It doesn't matter.
Keep
They're still
Yeah,
under
but
the
they're also-
sovereignty. They're
because
still
they
under
have-
they're
because
still
they
under
have dual
the sovereignty.
citizenship.
No problem. They're still under the sovereignty. I can have dual.
Because
I have
dual
dual.
citizenship. If they weren't citizens, the government couldn't.
So you could be within the parameters of the United States and not be subject to their government. Is that what you're saying?
If they weren't dual citizens, then yeah.
But they are dual citizens, right?
All right, so I don't understand what you're saying. If the
But
reality
that's
is
not the
they
same
are.
thing. That's not the same thing as remote tribes that have no contact. Like the cannibals who shoot anybody who approaches
Okay,
that don't
no
talk
problem,
to
no
any
problem.
outsiders.
Here's
It's not
the
the same
reality.
thing.
I understand that's your feelings about things. And here's the reality of things. Is
Oh,
that there's
my
still
feelings.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
that's
yeah.
cute
Here's a
coming from
fact.
you.
We can verify this information. Every remote tribe is within the borders of a nation, therefore under the sovereignty of that nation. And since Jesus Christ submitted all nations, ipso facto, they submitted to Jesus Christ as well. I don't care
And
what
that's
you
an
do.
assumption right there that someone's
That
under
is
their some other
hilarious.
jurisdiction just because of geography.
Are you telling me? Wait,
I know,
wait.
sir, but I couldn't resist it.
Okay, no problem.
We let him way off the hook with the existence thing.
No. Let's get back to this one
I'm
second.
still floored he was calling it a god. That was
No.
hilarious.
Wait. One question. I want to make sure I understand what you guys are telling me. Are you telling me that you could be within the borders of a nation and not under their sovereignty?
Yes.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Really?
That's something new.
Have you
That's
heard of
very
illegal immigration before?
Okay, illegal immigration, and they're not being stopped at the border by border agents, and therefore being subject to.
They're not subject just because they stepped onto American soil.
No. But they can be stopped by border agents, right? And be arrested for it, right?
But they're not, so they're already in. So geography doesn't have anything to do with it.
Are you telling me illegal immigrants are not being stopped at the border?
Yes, I'm telling you that.
Okay, I got.
Buddy, are you telling me the people are not being put in cages?
Real quick. When America invaded Afghanistan, were the soldiers under Afghan sovereignty?
Repeat your question.
When the U.S. invaded Afghanistan, were the U.S. soldiers under Afghan sovereignty?
No, because they were being conquered by somebody stronger than them.
Okay,
What's
so
your
geography doesn't fucking matter.
There it is. God damn it, sir! You're brilliant.
Well, if you're talking about in the context of war, then I could use that same argument too. God has conquered every nation by the fact that they keep a 7-day cycle. So I don't see why that would help your case. I really don't see what you guys.
It's just about the where jurisdiction comes from.
No, but that's in the context of war. They're not that right now. Afghanistan is under the sovereignty of their government. I don't understand the point you're trying to make. Yeah, in the context of war, of course, the winner will be the one who dictates the rules. But that's not the reality right now.
Then there's rebellious little groups that don't go by that and are not under that jurisdiction.
Yeah, here's the issue. Every nation keeps a 7-day week as a civic calendar. That's my point. So if you want to live in the civic,
Actually, not. We looked that up too. There's a nation in India that doesn't keep it.
There's a nation in India.
Yeah.
Did you hear what you just said? There's a nation in India.
Are you confusing country with nation?
Oh, okay. So you're when you're saying nation, you're not talking about countries, right?
Into the weeds.
Yeah, I'm talking about what the word nation means.
Okay, so this is a semantic game.
It happened on my stream. Their 7-day. It happened on my stream. It's the one that you've been asking for.
Yeah, I still don't see it on your channel. Please try to get that.
And Pixie also brought up another nation of people that don't keep it.
First of all, okay. So since you want to play a semantic game, every country is subject to Jesus Christ by the sign of the 7-day cycle. All right, every country. All right, because
only when it's exclusive, right?
I'm sorry.
But only when it's the exclusive cycle.
Only I'm talking about civic calendars.
Yeah, but only when it's the exclusive cycle.
Only when it's the civic calendar. So every civic calendar adheres to a 7-day cycle. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
does that mean is that when it's only exclusive, or can they keep other cycles?
As there's no civic calendar that uses any other cycle than the 7-day cycle.
That's
so it's exclusive. Yeah. Give me your nation, and I'll become an atheist.
United States. We use the monthly cycle.
Oh, my friend. I just told you week, and you're telling me month. Again, we're going
Months
to circles
do not
right
divide evenly into weeks. They're not the same cycle.
So have fiscal years and.
What did you say? What did you just say? I'm sorry?
Months do not evenly divide into weeks. They're not the same cycle.
Exactly. And they don't even have the same number of days.
What are you
It's
talking about?
different ways for measuring time.
Some
Buddy.
months have 30 days, some months have 31 days. There's
It
one
doesn't-
month that
it doesn't
sometimes
in-
has 28 and sometimes has 29, but it's not dispersed between 7 days evenly.
Well, you can thank the Romans for that.
What?
Yeah, by the way, we also keep a yearly cycle that doesn't evenly divide. We also keep the lunar cycle in our calendar.
Okay, so we
Terry,
have a-
instead of laughing, just think about what they're saying.
No,
I mean,
no,
don't be
I know what
defensive.
they're saying. I know what they're saying. Here's the issue. I have a Freemason here, I have a guy who calls himself a Christian. But
Okay, wait. What does him being a Freemason have to do with it? And I don't like Freemasons any more than you, but he's as honest of a guy.
No. I just want people to know who I'm talking to.
Poisoning the well.
No, I just want people to know who I'm talking to. So when they watch this, because I'm gonna clip this one. This one I'm gonna clip. And I want people to understand.
I'll tell you, if Cerberus can like control the world because he's a Mason, or he knows who you are because he's a Mason.
He does.
I would be very frightened of living in this world.
No, I'm not frightened. I'm not frightened. Okay, here's the thing. Here's what I'm frightened about. Here's what I'm frightened about. The fact that I need to explain that no matter what monthly cycle that you have, it would never impact a 7-day week. It will never impact the process of going 1, 2, 3, 4
different cycles.
They're not different cycles because you're counting to 7 and you're doing it all over again, no matter how many days in the month. It doesn't matter.
But I don't count to 7 and do it all over again. When somebody asks me what I'm doing in March, there's 31 days in March. That doesn't divide by 7. I have to look at the days and decide where I'm doing it.
But what about the individual? What about the individual, Terry? Does it actually subject every individual to it?
If you're subject to a nation, you're ipso facto subjugated to Jesus Christ. That's my argument.
But if I'm not subject to a nation, let's say that I found me an island.
Okay.
God has no jurisdiction there, right? I don't
but don't be surprised that a wave and a hurricane comes and washes you out.
I agree with Brojo here, right? So grant him the damn 7-day cycle, so it doesn't mean anything. Why should I believe in Jesus? That's kind of my position on all of this shit you're talking right now. Like, all right, so I grant you there's this 7-day cycle. Like, so fucking what? How does that prove God? How does that prove Jesus? How does that prove anything?
Here's my thing. I don't need you to grant me anything. That's the folly I'm living in. The age I'm living in, age of folly, where you have to grant me something that's your reality. I don't need you to grant me your reality. The fact is, you do keep a 7-day cycle, and I didn't want to use that argument. I wanted to talk about free will, but you do keep a 7-day cycle, and Jesus predicted it, and Jesus said it would be universal, and Jesus said it would be the sign of his authority. So
I'm sure somebody in Babylon said it before him. Does that mean that they're a god now?
Yeah, if you can do that, I will become. What's your religion? What's your religion? I don't want to say your name, Pixie.
I am not convinced of any gods.
Okay, I will become your disciple if you show me.
Oh no! If that's the best you've got, honey, nuh-uh.
I will kiss your feet morning, noon, and night. If you could show me anybody that predicted the universal application of the 7-day cycle, I will become your slave.
I did one. I did one according to your standard. When I was 17, I wrote on a piece of paper for
I know
literally for a demonstration. According to my power, all people that are people will continue to be people until they're dead.
That's not analogous to what I presented, but thank you.
That will be a mark of my power.
No, that's not analogous.
It's completely really analogous. You're reading it in a book. I put it on a piece of paper.
Okay.
It's true, isn't it?
No, here's the thing. You're not replacing something that was held for cultural, religious purposes. Thank you very much. Nice try. I know about Freemasonry, so-called prophecies. I'm sorry?
What did the 7-day cycle really replace?
Replace every calendars in this world that was held for religious and cultural purposes. Thank you very much. Nice try.
How do you know? It seemed like it was added into some of them.
I'm sorry?
Oh, is he talking about the
like it was
7-day
added into
cycle
some of
again?
them.
I'm not trying to talk about the 7-day cycle. I'm trying to get away from it. These people are coming with these weirdest arguments. Like
that's not what happened. What happened was he asked me if I knew it, and I said no, and I strawmanned it because
but you did know it.
I said something that sounded right. I said something that sounded absolutely ludicrous, and he was like, "Oh, so you know my argument?" And I was like, "Oh, my bad," because I was just like making fun of you. But okay.
No,
I didn't
take it personally. But Pixie, I didn't take it personally. But you did know my argument, so you lied to me. See, I don't trust you no more.
I didn't know it.
Your argument. She guessed it. I know.
I just said a bunch of ridiculous shit, and you were like, "That's my argument."
No,
and
but
like,
I said you misrepresented the conclusion. The conclusion didn't follow as I didn't accept. I accepted one part of your argument, which is one of the stipulations, but you didn't follow through accordingly. And I corrected you.
Because I don't know your argument. I was just spouting ridiculous shit, and you were like, "Yeah, that."
You know enough. You said Sabbath to Sabbath. That's Isaiah 66. So you know enough.
That's what you said earlier. I said earlier you said Sabbath to Sabbath. Does that mean it's a 7-day? And then I made fun of you, and you were like, "Yeah."
Hey, Pixie, I will kiss your feet morning.
No, thank you.
Will you
Get away
stop?
from me.
Wait, hold on. I know, Terry, I know you're being extremely.
Hey guys, I like the shuck toes.
Oh wait.
I thought you would be calm.
Leo,
After being out for 1 hour, I would think you would have a little more zen.
Well, you all wrong, didn't you, buddy?
I thought you would be mature enough to have some self-control, but I was wrong. You're right about that one.
I mean,
you're right.
I don't think anyone should take you seriously,
Hey,
Terry,
Leo.
and that's my honest opinion.
Sorry, I interrupted you, Pixie.
Who said that? Who said that?
No, you are fine.
Who said that? Who said it doesn't take me seriously?
Who said that?
Come on, man.
It's like on what is the movie? Full Metal. Is it full? No, it's not. What's the name of the movie? Is the name of the movie Full Metal Jacket? With the one Marine guy. The one part.
Pixie.
Is that you,
Pixie.
John Wayne? Is this
Pixie.
me? Who said that?
I'm waiting.
That was like the best thing Sparkle ever said.
I'm waiting for that
Keep
so-called
waiting,
prophecy.
because if you're gonna give me the promised outcome, then you don't ever need that information. You just need to stay far, far away from me, okay?
Yeah, I understand, but Pixie, you made a claim. You made a claim.
Oh, what if is a claim? Oh, so now what if is a claim?
No.
Interesting how your world works.
I'll stop. I promise.
Okay, so you're saying what if? So you're going to hypotheticals. So that's how desperate you are, is what you're saying.
No, that's pretty much your entire ridiculous argument.
Wait, why would
you went backwards from the
there's no what
conclusion?
if.
What if this? What if this? What if this?
There's
This
no
is
what
how it
if.
all turned out.
It's actually reality. There's no what if.
Yeah,
Like,
but Terry,
I
what
didn't-
is Pixie trying to? What is she defending? She's not really having to defend anything. You've made the claim. She's just picking it apart.
You're the Christian that believes that the Bible is not.
You
the
can
Bi-
call me Will.
Yeah, I know. I just want. It's
So,
part of my free will.
Terry,
to
do
say
you
that
think
you're
we
not
could
really a
also
Christian.
call him Desire?
I
Is
don't
that a
worry
thing
about
that we
your-
could also call Will? Could we call him Desire if we wanted to?
No, I think after our conversation when you were all agitated, I said there was a distinction between will and desire. I thought I made that clear. From
You
the,
never explained it. Yeah,
That was like
I actually said desire is something that's personal, while will is something that's being manifest outside of a
Dude,
I'm
God.
right here. I'm manifesting.
I've been in a lot of rooms with Leo. This is like the calmest I've ever seen Leo. Leo's been calm as fuck this whole.
I
this whole
know,
fucking
but that's not a compliment.
well, you're saying he was freaking out and shit, but you were the one that were going like spazzing out.
I know.
I'm
I know.
just saying, as somebody,
I understand.
as somebody
but at
who was
least-
listening from the chat,
at
as
least-
somebody who was listening from the
Wait,
chat,
one
the
thing-
high-pitched buddy,
Just keep going,
buddy
Pixie.
was clearly the one who
Yeah, no
was
problem.
triggered, and
No
that
problem.
was
No problem.
not
At least-
Leo
Can I ask
thinking
you
At
guys
least
a
there
quick
was one-
question that's
wait,
a little
there was at least
unrelated?
one
Does
person-
anybody know
there was
what
at
I
least
did to
one
offend
person-
SPM?
Dude, I was wondering that too.
Like,
Apparently
I
she's
don't have
offended
a problem.
SPM?
Like, if I did something to make her mad, I just wanted to like
Leo.
communicate. I don't know what the issue there is. She like just
Leo.
avoids me at all. I don't know why. I just didn't know if
Yeah,
she'd
I
expressed
know- I
reasons
know
to anybody here.
I know
Or,
why.
so
Leo,
can you tell me?
Me too.
Leo, apparently she's mad at you and I'm
And
kind
me.
of confused on that. Oh, and you. So
Yes.
I do want to say quickly that I am sorry. I don't know what happened, what transpired, but I hope I can make it right. I just don't know what it is that we did.
Well, I mean, we can talk about it later, because I do know, but you know,
Aw. I'm sorry, hearts SPM.
but Terry, I was listening, and but when you quote unquote went after Pixie with what you said, I was like, dude, I know he's just like kidding, but I'm like, stop. Okay, your arguments are bad. Get the fuck off the stream and rethink your life, or stay and make a fool of yourself. I don't know.
Yeah, so I've noticed this. Like, so I've talked to
Is
several.
that an argument?
Is
Is that an argument? Wait, I just would like to say something.
I don't have to give you an argument. Shut the fuck up.
I know.
Everything. This
You
isn't
won, you
a
won, you won.
debate. It's an open room. It's everything doesn't have to be an argument.
I'm saying it doesn't have to be an argument. I'm just saying if you're gonna say something is stupid without providing an argument, that just shows me what atheism is. But again, there was only one atheist, so-called atheist, Gur. Only
Oh,
Gur.
what? Oh, yes.
I'm
Only
not.
Gur was
He
making
doesn't-
sense.
Oh,
He
doesn't-
actually he actually was trying to process the information as opposed to everybody else on this panel. So I could actually
No, I
tip my hat
processed
to
it.
him.
I just thought it was ridiculous.
No. Pixie,
I feel
Pixie.
so conflicted.
No, I know, but girl, you have to come on this side. Come to the light. Leave these people alone. There's at least 1 or 2 people from every nation that will be saved. Come on this
Terry,
side.
Terry, so I get that you're
No, wait.
I get that you're really enthusiastic and shit, and you know, I've talked to a lot of Seventh-day Adventists. Is this like a Seventh-day Adventist thing or an Adventist
I'm not a
thing?
Seventh-day Adventist. I'm not a Seventh-day Adventist. Number one. Number two, no Seventh-day Adventist ever came to you with this infallible argument. Number three,
Well, I mean, Jamie Russell was kind of
an infallible argument.
he never came with this infallible argument. And number three,
you made it up. It's yours. It's like your divine.
I
revelation.
said it's exclusive to me, and I got it from God. You never heard it before.
I'm fairly certain I've heard it before.
Show me, and I will be. I won't say that because maybe there is, because this is so exclusive to a certain group. But show me.
All right, I'm gonna let other people go at you and again, but like you literally told us the last time you were on my channel that you would become an atheist if anybody disproved the seventh.
And they didn't do it. And they didn't do it.
Cerberus did though, and that was like a fucking year ago, and you're still doing this shit.
I wasn't there a year ago. You see, I'm saying you're
or however long ago it was.
It wasn't a year ago. And
what do you
number
say? 6 months ago, 7 months ago?
It was not even more than 3 months ago. That's number one. Leo Phillips was there. Yeah, Leo Phillips was there. Number two, what can you give me one argument he made that was valid?
Wait, he just went from pretending not to remember this to telling you who was there.
Wait,
and
you
I just
see,
find
and
that
I love this,
interesting.
and I like this
funny how
tactic.
that works, isn't it?
I caught Rage somewhere because I put him in the corner to tell me, give me one example of one argument. This is how reasonable people do things. We analyze the situation. Give me one argument that Cerberus.
That's
reasonable.
I gave you an argument.
No.
2 hours ago.
No. I want you. Wait, Leo Phillips.
And that argument did concern infallibility.
I need you to process the information. Desires, personal, and will is something that's outside of it that
Still haven't
manifests
explained.
outside. I
Still
need you to process that information, and then when you
explained
put that
it
in your
in
equation,
process.
put that in your equation. Get back to me. All right? Get back to me because that's
Are you
simple
talking
stuff.
to me?
No, I'm talking about Leo Phillips. Rage, can you give me an example where Cerberus? Because I don't want to talk about the seven because it's so infallible. Anybody that argues against it makes themselves look foolish. Show
Really?
me one
Because I was
argument.
getting secondhand embarrassment for you earlier.
I understand. Can you give me one argument that Cerberus gave that was against my argument?
Well, Cerberus showed you a nation
Do you
that
not
didn't
listen?
go by a 7-day cycle. And I gave you an argument today. Like, I can grant your 7-day cycle and still ask the question, like, how the fuck does this prove God?
I give you my second proposition, predictive part of my argument, universality, and number three,
Others
the fact
can
that
jump back in.
you see, and the number three saying he would make that his sign, therefore a demonstration of his sovereignty over all nation. That is something that you have not addressed. But again, every nation, every civil account keeps a 7-day cycle. I'm done with the 7-day cycle thing because nobody can argue against it. Jesus is Lord. Now let's talk about this free will.
We
Hey,
gave you
Monsieur.
examples in real life currently that don't have it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Wait, you want to
Leo.
talk about free will? I would love to, because there's a question from earlier that I asked that you never answered with respect
Which
to that.
was?
So
Which
is
was?
it impossible for there to be a world where humans possess free will yet choose to be saved? All of them choose to be saved? Is that impossible?
I'd rather stick with reality, but
Yeah, no, that's not what I asked
What
you.
is
Is such
reality
a
to
world
you?
impossible?
What is
is this a
reality,
world?
Leo?
Is there a world where everybody would freely choose to obey every single time? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not here. Let me ask the question again. Is it possible that there could be a world where all humans, all persons have free will and all persons are saved? Is that a possibility? Is that a thing that could be the case?
Again, you were talking about hypotheticals. I would say no, because I
So
believe this.
you're saying
I
it's
believe this is the
impossible?
only possible world.
So you're a necessitarian.
If you want to call me that, if it's
You-
defined
if you think
as
that
this
there's
being
no
the
other
only
possible way
world,
we could structure
yeah.
the world, then you're a necessitarian.
I have no problems with that.
So you don't think it's that it's possible that I could have not left and just stayed here the whole time? You don't think that's possible?
It's kind of like fatalism, isn't it?
The freak. Yeah, I remember you. Don't worry about it. I love you too. So repeat your question. I'm sorry.
So you don't think it's possible for me to have stayed here the whole time rather than leaving and coming back? You would say that's not a thing that could have happened.
Given the fact that you're here, no, it could have not happened because
That's
this is
not
the
what
reality.
that's not really what I asked.
No. But you see, you're talking about hypotheticals. I'm telling you,
Yeah, and
the
you're
reality
refusing to
as
engage with them.
No, what I'm saying, the reality as it's been presented to us is the only
But
reality.
that's not what I asked you, is it?
Good point. So repeat your question one more time.
Is it possible for me to have been here the whole time? For me to have never left, rather than for me to have left and come back?
If you, yeah.
Oh,
if you
so that's possible. It's possible that could have been the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you're not a necessitarian.
I never said I was.
Yeah, well, you kind of did. You said this is the only possible world. If that's the case, then it wouldn't be possible for me to have been here the whole time.
Yeah, that's a
But
good
you
point.
just agreed that that's a thing that could have happened.
That's a good point. So I guess I would have to reconsider your question and give it some more thought. Why would that be problematic for my position? Because I have a phone call. I'm trying to process your information before I take the phone call. Why would that be problematic? Why would that just before I take the phone call? Why would that be problematic for my position as relates to free will and God being omnipotent?
Well, I was just wondering if you thought it was possible for there to be a world where all persons possess free will and all persons are saved. It seems you're saying that's not a possible world.
I'm gonna have to consider it while I'm taking this phone call. I'll be back.
All right. You know, I told myself never again the last time he came on with this shit. But you know, this has been fun. It's interesting.
He pulled the 7-day week shit, didn't he?
What do you mean? What? No, what's that?
Yeah, we've recently gotten into the 7-day. Like he was doing so good. I was like, I was gonna name the stream. The 7-day guy comes in and doesn't talk about the 7-day shit, but now it's out the window.
You really were gonna roll the dice on that?
I don't even.
I mean, for Christ's sake, guys, midnight literally can't even right now.
I'm sorry,
He
but
can.
he was just.
Hey,
he was
midnight
just so
always
hard.
brightens up my day.
Well, yeah, thank you, Kurt. You brighten up my day too, Mister. I never see your face, but that's totally you in your icon.
I will show my real face. Hold on 1 second.
Oh,
There I
Lord,
am.
here we go.
This is me.
But-
What is on your head?
This is me.
That's pretty hot. Not gonna lie.
I try. Thank you, Midnight. I appreciate
Starbucks cup.
No.
Yeah, that's. But honestly, I had to come in when he was just saying, "Oh my God, somebody kill me," and Pixie. Jesus Christ!
Like, you know, he's clearly never worked like third shift, because if you work third shift, there's only two fucking cycles. It's up and trying to sleep. That's fucking it, man.
But just he was saying, look, if you can show me this, I'll be your slave. I'll do this. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man?
I'm a little
Like-
confused with what
Yeah,
Pat
don't give him that
said.
information because nobody needs that in their life.
Yeah, I know. What the fuck?
I'm a little confused with what Pat just said in the chat, because he said there's not enough liquor in London for this guy to make sense. Well, then just go to Ireland. You can't tell me there ain't enough liquor in Ireland, because we all know
fair
there.
point.
Let's
That's
be
a fair
honest here.
point.
I don't know. I might need some DMT.
Oh my
Okay,
God,
Joe
I want
Rogan.
DMT.
Do you like
DMT,
elk
DMT.
too? Do you ever eat elk meat, Pixie? A little DMT sprinkled on it? Oh yeah.
Well, he did say he was once
I have
affiliated.
eaten elk.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, please go.
Well, I was just saying,
That's good, actually.
he does get points. He said he was affiliated with Hebrew Roots, and I know nothing about it, but Matt Powell hates it. So I'm assuming there's something there.
Matt Powell hates what?
Hebrew Roots movement.
I don't know
William
what
has
that-
said something. Well, he had said something about being.
Wait,
being
William's a
affiliated
black
with-
Hebrew?
Not William.
Watch your mouth.
7-day guy, Terry.
Are you a
Terry
black
Griffin.
Hebrew, William?
Watch your mouth.
No.
So am I? Is it watch
No,
my mouth?
it's-
the
it's-
black part or the Hebrew part? That's what I
Not,
want.
it's not. I don't think it's black Hebrew. I
Only the
think
black
it's
part, huh?
Hebrew. The Hebrew roots. It's I don't know. Matt Powell did a documentary on it. He fucking despises it, but it's essentially like Torah first sect of Christianity.
The Seventh-day Adventists tend to be a little legalistic. Okay, a lot legalistic. They're really big in the prophecy. They're pretty good with most of it. They're good people. They just the problem I have with them is they've got Ellen White as their prophetess, and that all never sat right with me. And yeah, it seems like
Yeah.
they a lot of shit that they say, like, about being a vegetarian. It doesn't have any biblical support. I know.
Yeah, I'm able to stay friends with Justin Coe because we don't talk about Ellen White.
I wish he would be more legalistic because he keeps on saying that the Bible claims it's in the nations. But he's saying,
ask him if you know, if you don't keep the Sabbath, if you're going to go to hell or whatever, or if that's the sign of the the mark of the beast, because most Seventh-day Adventists think that Sunday worship is the mark of the beast.
But he keeps on saying it's the country, but he's saying it's in the civic calendar, which is from the government, and those are all different things.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the 7-day week originated, but I don't know enough about it to say that for certain it can be a sign that it all originated with the power of the God.
No,
I don't know that yet.
Babylon had it, so I doubt it. And Babylon had it 4,000 years ago, so I doubt it.
Well, the only thing that I see that he would have an argument with is that if you're going by the Bible, if Noah's family kept the Sabbath, and everyone that dispersed from the Tower of Babel or whatever would also probably practice that, and it would just be a cultural thing as it spread out, if that's what he believes.
I think Mesopotamia didn't it? I want to say it originated in Mesopotamia, but that's maybe is only as far as I know. It could go back further than that. I have no idea.
Oh, the 7-day cycle? The Mesopotamians had a 7-day cycle.
I think all of that area did. I think that's just been a thing. You know, we don't know where it came from, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it came from the creation story.
A lot of cultures placed a high regard on the sun and math.
Okay, yeah.
It's one of the weirdest things I've ever fucking heard. You know, I've had a lot of Christians come at me and say they have an indestructible argument. No atheist has ever been able to beat them in debate. And usually, like, when the Christian says that, it's like the worst argument ever.
But you can't destroy his argument. You can't say where the 7-day week came from. So you can't. Just. Okay, where did the 7-day week come from?
Not the Assyrian. Who the fuck is it? Babylonians. That's what it is.
Well, I mean, I just said that.
I know it's some like Mesopotamian religious thing, but even then, he's saying that you can't 100% prove that whatever deity they were worshipped, like it wasn't divinely inspired from the God.
The example I gave Leo was that if he believes that Noah's Ark landed on Ararat, then that means that if they kept the law or the Sabbath or whatever, if that was just something that they did as part of their religion, then and had the 7-day week, then everyone from all of their descendants would have done the same. So you couldn't.
Noah's Ark wasn't like a real thing. Like there was no global.
I didn't
flood.
say that it was. I didn't say that it was, but you have to meet him where he's coming from. If he's saying, you know, that it's the mark, the 7-day week is the mark of God's power. You'd have to be able to go back further than that argument. And how can you go back further than Noah? In the Bible, I mean, I'm not saying that it's all true. I'm just saying if he's coming from the Bible, it would follow that everyone that came from Noah's line would have practiced the 7-day week, the 7th-day Sabbath. You're muted, Terry.
I actually addressed that in my debate with Floyd FP. I showed a presentation that God allowed the fallen angels to take over the earth. He made Israel his inheritance, and through Israel being scattered throughout the four corners of the earth, he would subjugate all nations to a 7-day cycle to give Israel, us, the chance to worship him on the Sabbath. So that's again the 7-day cycle argument. I will refer you to my debate with Floyd FP.
Can I have you share my screen again, Rage? I want to show everybody just how easy this is.
Okay, he's gonna try.
Where did the 7-day week come from?
And that's the problem with the
calendar of the Babylonians. So we have our answer. It doesn't have shit to do with the Christians. It's based on a Sumerian tradition. You're wrong. That took literally fucking 8 seconds.
Like 8 seconds. And I want to tip my hat. I want to tip my hat to Leo Phillips. Leo Phillips, can you put your face on the screen for a couple of seconds?
No, I'm eating.
Okay, no problem. I'm going to put his face. He's a popular guy, my people. This is why. This is what you find in atheism. He went and Google search from getting a source called Time and Date. That's his source. that the calendar comes from the Babylonians. When I go to the primary source, the Enuma Elish tablets, and you guys already know, my people already know, you guys know I showed you the references for the primary source. He went to time and date.
I'm gonna go with Pat in the chat, who I'm pretty sure knows way
Time and
more
date.
about history
Hey,
than
Leo.
you do.
Leo, you're the best, man. Thank you for making me look too good. I'm not really that good, but you guys make me look too good.
Let Pixie go. Let
Pat
Masters.
You see that? You see that highlighted comment? You
Yeah,
see
go
that
Pixie.
highlighted comment? That's from someone who knows more history than I or you could even know. So
Who's that,
I don't
Pat?
think you do
Pat?
look too good right now.
Wait, that Pat, the same Pat that I challenged to a debate? Pat, it's easy to do this. When you're ready for a face-to-face debate, you could
Wait,
talk
so
to your
you're
friend.
saying Pat is wrong?
No, wait.
Even though this is his level of expertise.
No problem. Pat, if you're so confident in your information, you see my debate. I don't know if you saw my debate with Floyd. I would refer you to that
Wait,
first.
so how
but
is he
if you
wrong?
want to debate,
How is he wrong?
wait.
No. How
I
is
will
Pat wrong?
address that.
Us.
I will address that. Give me a second. Let me do some promotion, guys. Come on, let me flex my muscles.
Shameless plug incoming.
No, Pat, I will debate you on Rage channel if you want, or any channel if you want. And if you win, if you could demonstrate what you just showed on the screen, I will become an atheist.
Wrong.
All right, Pat. But I challenge you.
Leo-
I challenge you, and you
Wait,
didn't
hold
want to
on.
debate.
Leo just did it. Wow.
8 seconds. I know. Google search. That's the problem with you guys. That's not how you show.
Are you saying Leo was wrong though?
I definitely said Leo is wrong. Time and date. If somebody uses time and date as a source, as opposed to the Enuma Elish tablets, as I've done in all my debates, poor you.
This is just an appeal to bias fallacy.
No, that's an appeal to your sources.
You're saying he's wrong because you don't like the source.
No. Okay. So
Right.
let's go a different angle. He went 8 seconds. Babylonian. Yay, he won. Okay, no problem. Did he explain why what the source?
Didn't need to. I was just answering the question.
Okay,
the modern 7-day week comes from the Babylonians.
Exactly.
It's not Christian.
There's no
It's not
argumentation. There's no argumentation. No citation to primary sources or secondary sources.
Well, no, I just
Just the
Googled it.
title.
I
the
just
title.
Googled it on
I know.
screen.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you.
And we also had somebody with a master's degree in ancient
Yeah,
history.
no problem. I challenge him to a debate.
Confirming
Pat-
what was searched.
Yeah, but
So I think we're doing pretty good here.
No. But Pat came after. Don't try to be a cheerleader for Pat. You provided your source, time and date. I want to show how.
Actually, Pat's comments were already there. They just weren't brought up
That's
until
not my
after.
point.
So
That's-
do try again.
No, it wasn't relevant. Thank you. It wasn't relevant. That was my argument. It wasn't relevant because he didn't see it. That's the point. You guys are so desperate. The point still remains. Thank you, Leo, for
We are
showing
so desperate.
your
I
level
love
of
the
scholarship.
I love
Thank
it.
you.
Hey,
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for
Can we
showing
prove
your
how
level of
desperate we are
scholarship.
about changing the topic?
I'm done. Thank you for showing your level of scholarship. Google search, time and date. You're the best, Leo. Thank you for making. Every time you come
for
around,
showing your
you make me
level
look
of
good.
decency. You're hardly the best, nor do you.
Hey, Pat.
Well, he's just-
Whenever you're ready,
he's
Pat.
just talking shit to the guys.
Pat. I will become an atheist. Matter of fact, I will cut. No, I won't do that. I will
What you
become an
gonna cut?
atheist.
Hold on, no, what are you gonna
No,
cut? You gotta
no,
cut
because every time I say that, people say, "Oh, Terry, don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to
Trim the
yourself."
magnificent beard. Come on, put the beard on the line.
You want my beard?
Put
I
your
love
beard
my
on the line.
beard.
Look,
I
it's
love
not
my
a
beard.
real gamble if he actually refuses to
I will
believe the
cut.
evidence.
I will
when
cut
presented
my
to him.
beard. I will cut my beard.
Exactly,
If Pat can demonstrate what he showed, can you put this?
No, not all of your beard, just half.
Okay, half. Can you put the thing on the screen one more time? What Pat said. I just want to make sure if I want to
I'm
refresh
still
my
waiting
memory.
for you refuting what he said.
Okay, can you put it on the screen for me one more time, please?
That's just
Please.
like at least twice now.
I know, but I was so excited when he did it. The
I like
Jews
it too.
adopted the Jewish, and all they did was synchronize their religious belief with a calendar they had forced them. Oh my goodness! Is this? So this is his scholarship. This is also.
What's the issue?
It's not. It's not even an argument, my friend. My friend is
Dr.
not.
Josh around. Do you want scholarship? Give Dr. Josh, I guess.
Hey,
I don't know.
Josh,
Synchronism was the way it was done.
I will.
It's always been synchronism.
I will address Josh Bowen, which I destroyed more than 4 or 5 times already, face to face.
Terry, Terry,
one
why are
thing,
the days of the week named after gods that
Yeah.
aren't in any way, shape, or form Hebrew?
Well,
Okay, wait.
I mean, if it started with the Hebrews, why did they need it after like Thor and Woden?
Wait.
And Freya and all these people.
Before I go to you, can I just address what Gur said for a second, and then I get to you? Gur,
Yes.
here's the issue. He didn't provide an argument. He just made a statement. I don't need to argue against a statement. He's gonna have to develop his statement by providing primary.
But you're not understanding the authority of the position that he's speaking from. The guy has a fucking graduate degree in ancient history.
He didn't spend more time
collegiate level.
Here's the thing.
He did not spend more time. He did not spend more time.
You're not.
No. He did not spend more time.
On your religious text, we know.
Yeah, let me speak. Respond to Leo. When it relates to scripture and the argument I'm presenting, he's not more a specialist than I am. All right.
Okay, but
I'm willing to debate him on that.
But here's the
Okay,
thing.
so-
But here's the thing: if his knowledge predates yours and holds stronger links than yours, and you don't know what came before yours because you focused on yours, you're still the weaker link in the equation.
I don't even know what that means, but thank you, Leo. Last
you don't
thing.
know what that means.
I definitely don't know.
I want to say.
How do you just completely dismiss everything?
I don't even know
she
what that
just said?
means. I don't. Do you repeat what she just said? Repeat. Put it in your own and Pixie. Don't say nothing because I know what you said, but you didn't say nothing. I could repeat what you said, but it doesn't mean nothing. Can the one who
I
said?
definitely said something.
Okay. Let somebody re-stipulate what you said.
Why doesn't Terry do that for us since he's claiming he's the one that understands it? And then Pixie.
So
That's what I
nobody.
think we should do.
Can I just make
You guys
I
make me look
can
good.
grant that maybe I had my headphones off and didn't actually catch what Pixie said, which is why I would be interested in hearing you
But I'm gonna-
repeat it and then her confirm or deny whether you're accurately representing what she
I'm gonna
said.
do better. I'm gonna do better.
Anybody else think we should do that?
Yeah, I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna do better than that. I'm gonna address your last objections, suggesting that the days of the week are called after gods, different gods. Those names are not universal. The 7-day cycle is. So your point is moot. I'm sorry.
I didn't
Your
answer
point
my
is
question.
No. It is.
No, it does,
respond to
it
your
does.
last objection. Why? Because the days of the
I
week
didn't.
are
I
not
didn't.
universal.
I didn't. What do you mean objection? I asked you a question.
The
but you
names
can't
of the
answer the
week,
question.
the names of the week are not universal, but the 7-day cycle is. So showing sovereignty over all nation, God is sovereign over all nation, while the gods of the nations were sovereign over certain nations, as God stipulates in the scripture.
That doesn't answer the question.
It actually does.
No, it doesn't.
Leo,
You're
yeah,
not
it
telling
does.
me why the names of the days in the 7
They're not
day week
universal.
are completely non-Hebrew. If the Hebrews are the ones, so you're saying that the Hebrews just decided to name each day of the week
No,
after
that's
God
not-
they
The Hebrews-
didn't even think
The
existed.
Hebrews use those names, you friggin' nincompoop. No, they don't. They don't call them.
Look, it doesn't have to go
So
like
then
that.
why
Hold
did
on,
they
wait.
name the
Wait,
7
Leo.
days of the week after God's
no
yours
names.
right
Leo.
here admitting that they don't use? Why
There's
did
no
they do that?
names.
What
There's
he
no
said,
names to
Leo.
the Hebrew days. There's no names. Those the only
Wait,
name
so
is the
Wednesday
Sabbath.
doesn't stem from Woden's day?
There's no Wednesday in
Thursday
the
doesn't
Hebrew
stem from-
in the Hebrew
Thursday
calendar.
doesn't
In the
from
Hebrew, it's a
Thursday?
countdown to Sabbath.
There's no names to the Hebrew days. You friggin' nincompoop. Try to educate
Hey,
yourself.
look, you don't
man.
have to call him names.
I'm sorry.
dude.
I'm sorry. But this is so
But,
easy.
but this is exactly what I'm saying. He wants to discredit somebody with ancient history because he went back so far and stopped, right? Like he keeps saying primary source.
Yeah, primary
But his
source.
primary sources are from the time period in which he wanted to research, right? But they stopped there. And he wants to discredit someone who didn't stop there and who went before that. And maybe his primary sources are older than yours. So what does that mean?
Whatever primary source this so-called scholar could provide, I know about them.
So-called. He has a fucking
Whatever.
graduate degree.
I know.
You
I know.
don't.
Hey, you know what? Just because of this, Josh Bowen, Dr. Josh Bowen, I addressed him with the 7-day cycle on what's that guy's name? Tang channel. Yo, Josh panicked, and then he provided me a Syrian source, and then I went on Skylar's fiction show, and then he reneged on his last prior statement, saying that the 7-day cycle came from Assyria. So he said it came from Assyria. I said no, it doesn't. Then I read his source. And it doesn't say they kept the 7-day cycle. And I showed him I read this one.
What source did he cite?
Buddy,
I don't think I've ever seen Dr. Josh panic, but you're about to
He did.
hyperventilate. Slow it down, my dude.
Okay, no problem. I'm gonna put it on my channel. I'm gonna put it on my channel within the next week. Okay?
No. That's not what I asked you. What I asked you was to give me the source that Dr. Bowen cited that you're claiming you
no problem.
destroyed. What was that source?
Wait. Before I even do that,
No. I want an answer to that question. Tell me what the source was. What was the source?
I will do that.
Yeah, you're not going to do that.
The day you understand Hebrews don't have names to their week, okay? Learn the ABCs and 1, 2, 3.
So you don't know what the source was. You don't know what the source was. You don't know what the source was.
Learn the ABCs.
I didn't think you did.
Learn the ABCs and 1 to 3s of the simple stuff, and then come talk to me.
Instead of talking down to Leo, you could just point out the way that they did measure it, which was a countdown to the Sabbath each week.
Thank you. So educate him.
No, that's you. You're having the argument instead of calling him names.
Terry, why are you asking somebody else to make your argument for you?
Willie, here's the issue. He came here acting like he's gonna champion against the 7-day cycle guy.
Who are you representing?
And nothing he's presenting makes any sense. First he said,
I googled it to show that you were wrong, and that's all I had to do.
I went to Google.
Like, it's so easy to show that you're wrong that I could just Google it. Like that's what you're not understanding, is that this is such common knowledge and so easy to find.
Common knowledge.
We don't need to sift through thousands-year-old records. There are people that do that, and we just trust what they say. In fact, we've got one in the chat. He just
Everybody heard you. Everybody heard you say there was names to the Hebrew days. That even a child knows this.
I didn't say that.
Sabbath, yes,
that's
you
not
did.
what I said. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Do you want me to repeat what it is that I said?
No, you said. That's what.
Do you want me to repeat what it is that I said?
I don't need you. I need you. I already clipped you.
No, of course, because you want to misrepresent me because you can't actually address the argument I am actually laying out.
They're gonna hear you, Leo.
Yeah, everybody did hear me.
He said it's our days. He said it's our if the days. He never said Hebrew days.
He never said Hebrew, right? No problem. Thank you. So I'm gonna show Pixie and Leo. Okay.
No,
go ahead,
read Dean's message, Terry, because I think that's real important, which is what I was trying to point out to you. He says, if this is what I'm going to be like as a Christian, count me the F out.
Hey, but buddy, nobody's crying if you're not becoming a Christian.
Not your buddy, guy.
No, wait a second. If you're not here to try and help people see what you think is a righteous God,
Midnight.
No. You see, me. Listen. The
see what I do midnight? I just put my balls on the table. What happens? People shut up. Just put your fucking balls on the table.
Yeah, no problem.
Throw them down there. Slap them down.
You see the difference? You see what the difference?
And if people keep talking over you, then just get closer to your mic. Like, dude, that's all you got to do.
No. I'm just gonna say something real quick. You see the difference between Ger and Will? And Will, he was being not how's the word? Impartial in his judgment. Your judgment means nothing to me. Let me make it clear. You don't want to become a Christian because of me. I'm not crying, and God is not crying. Just put it like this: when Ger was impartial in his judgment,
God isn't crying.
I can negotiate with Ger. Even though I disagree with Ger, I don't believe he's an atheist, but I can negotiate with him. I'm not negotiating with you, Will, because you're telling me, a guy that's trying to argue that the Hebrew days are called after pagan gods, when Hebrews, this is even a 5-year-old. No, but listen.
For a while.
No, I'm done. Even a 5-year-old knows this.
He said he's done, and then he keeps talking.
Okay. But Leo doesn't know this. But he wants to.
I'm done, but I gotta tell you guys real quick. I'm done, but I gotta tell you.
Okay.
No, I accept your judgment, Terry.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I admire your confidence, but it's sorely misplaced. I'm done.
Thank you for the poetry. When you can demonstrate your case, I'll be there. Pat, when you're ready, let me know. All right.
Well, I do believe that Pat is like overseas right now or something. So
that's what the internet is
he
for.
works
That's what the
in his field, and that's what I believe.
That's what
he's
the
on an
internet is for.
Is he on an excavation site, right?
Well, I'm just
He'd
saying
have to clarify in the chat.
He's a specialized.
Some folks have real lives and can't just automatically hop on a live stream because somebody's talking shit.
No. But the thing is, he's the one who made a comment, and the comment was
well, people are allowed to comment inside.
No, I know. I didn't say that people are not allowed to comment. I'm saying he made a comment. I challenged him in the past. He did do some debates with some other people. I challenged him in the past, and he never responded to it. And here he's making a comment.
Maybe he doesn't think you're frantic, hyperactive, whatever this is worth it.
I know. The fact still remains is that he presented a comment.
Buddy.
Thank you. The fact of the matter is he presented a statement void of any substance. He didn't provide an argument. He didn't provide a citation from a source. He didn't refer me to any primary ancient source.
So no,
Nothing.
wait, Terry, can I ask you a legitimate question?
No, you need to count to 7.
No,
and learn
seriously.
that the
Do you know who
Hebrews-
Stephen Hawking is? Do you know who
No,
Stephen Hawking is?
My friend.
Stephen Hawking
I
is a
need-
name you know, right? Okay, let me do this with somebody
How old-
else who
how
knows
old
how
are
to
you? How old
engage
are you?
with another human being.
Okay,
Gur,
over.
Gur.
Go with somebody
You know who
else.
Stephen
Yes.
Hawking is, right, Gur?
Yes.
So, if you had a question about black holes and you asked Stephen Hawking, would you expect him to cite some source, or is it the fact that he's Stephen fucking Hawking and literally developed half our knowledge on black holes be enough for you?
So
That would be enough.
Okay, so I don't know why you're asking Pat to
I
cite.
don't know.
Obviously, respectfully,
I
Pat's
wouldn't
not,
take-
like Stephen Hawking, which I think he would probably be
I
saying right
wouldn't-
now if he was in here. But
Right, yeah.
he's
The logic
dude.
still
I don't know how many times to say this. Like, maybe you just don't understand what it takes to actually get a graduate level degree, but that's what he has, and he
Brother.
teaches the subject at a
I know.
collegiate level,
I know,
and
I
he
know,
works
I know.
actively
I know,
in
I
the
know.
field.
I
Like,
know.
why? So, legitimate question: why should
Okay.
I take your word over his?
No problem. As far as the Stephen Hawking,
Yeah, I didn't think you were gonna answer.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna answer it, but try to calm down.
Question,
I will.
No. Fuck your 10-minute monologue.
Preamble?
Just
Oh,
answer
no,
the
no
question.
preamble. Okay.
Well, yeah,
okay.
and be quick because I would like Bree to be able
no
to
problem,
jump
no
in.
problem, no problem. So here's my issue. The issue with this, Pat, because I'm sure he's referring to Pat, right? No problem. You made your comment before Pat, so it's not time to be a cheerleader for Pat. You made your comment before Pat. You provided us time and date as a source. Thank you. And then you said the Hebrew days are called after pagan gods, which they don't name their days. So I don't take anything serious from you. I
never said that.
So leave Pat
said
alone.
You don't have to.
are these
I never asked
Pat
you.
alone.
He
Look what
didn't
I said.
say
Pat
Hebrew
alone.
days.
You, I don't take seriously.
Terry,
I don't
you missed
take
the
you
question.
seriously. Don't worry about Pat. Pat, I'll address him in a different time. You, thank you for making me look too good. I'm good.
Okay,
but not that
what's
good.
left, Terry? What else you got, man?
No, I want to hear from
Thank
Bree.
you. Thank you. Thank
I
you.
just wanted to
Yeah, go ahead, Bree.
know because we keep focusing on Pat and Josh, and they're both brilliant. Have you tried talking to Megan? I think you might do better with Megan. Megan could keep you calmer, I think.
Are you saying I'm not calm? Look at me.
No, you're very
Precisely,
excitable.
you're very
No.
frantic.
But hey, listen. I know that's how you guys are trying to portray me, and I could look when I have Leo Phillips
we're
in the panel.
gaslighting you.
When I have Leo Phillips in the panel, I know his strategy. He gets caught and there's this agitation and he speaks over you. I know his strategy. I've seen him debate so many times.
Okay,
That is
so
his
I'm not
strategy.
Leo.
Guys, look at me.
You guys
I'm
are
not
just
Leo.
shy of
I'm all caught up in the net, guys. I need somebody to come cut me out, Rage.
No, that
Hey,
doesn't
hey,
cut it
help
because
me.
I'm not
Leave
Leo,
it caught
and
up
he
in-
was just as frantic.
Hey, even
it's
even
also
people.
it's also the nature of these conversations, right? Like this isn't
I
a
do agree.
debate. I'm not, I purposefully don't act as a moderator in these things. I'm just another dude that's part of the conversation, and people tell me I should moderate, but these conversations, they're like unmoderated conversations. Like
I
the
agree.
channel owner will pipe in with their rules. But like people are going to talk over people at times, right?
No. I'm not arguing that he shouldn't do it. I'm not saying he shouldn't or he should. What I'm saying is that's his strategy, his coping mechanism, and even people who is part of his community knows this. It's nothing new. Like if you're honest with yourself, people know how Leo.
Well, no, I
he
think he's
acts when he
enthusiastic, kind of like you are right now.
No, I understand, Ray.
Not as
That's how
much
you
as
want to
you are
paint it.
right now.
No problem.
Really
Let's go to
personal
his
now,
last
isn't it?
debate.
No
Go to his last
problem.
debate.
You get
problem.
really high pitched
Go to
and
whose
really
last debate?
excitable, and you lead forward, and then you talk really
No
fast,
problem,
and then you
no
say
problem,
buddy. Oh,
No
God.
problem. Oh, so you know my strategy? Oh, so you've been watching me.
I just love
What
Jake.
just
Buddy,
here?
buddy,
Yes,
buddy.
your whole 7-day thing.
I no problem. All right, I will accept it.
Buddy.
I will accept it. I will try to work on it. All right.
Would you
Hey,
talk to Megan though? Have you?
I don't even know who Megan is. Who's Megan?
Megan is the other half of Digital Hammurabi. That's the other half with of
I don't
Dr.
think
Josh.
I don't think Dr. Josh. Let me tell you something about Dr. Josh, and if she's associated with Dr. Josh, she's gonna avoid me like Brock, a child with their vegetables.
I love
sure.
Dr. Josh doesn't want to see me.
Somebody somebody you didn't even know. You don't even know who she is, and you're sitting here
Megan
psychologizing about how she engages and.
She has a completely
Serious.
different approach than Josh.
I understand. You can speak to her, but I'm sure as soon as you say 7-day cycle guy, she's gonna get in touch with Josh and he'll be like, "Oh yeah, no, leave this guy alone." Josh knows me, and he's been avoiding me like I'm telling you. I haven't done video on him because I don't. My purpose is not just to expose people if there's not a lesson behind it. But
Yeah,
since
there's
you guys
lots
are
of
talking
reasons
so
to
much,
avoid people.
What is
I'm
your
sorry?
channel?
It might
I
not be
haven't
your
even seen
argument.
that.
You're
Your way
avoiding.
or Yahweh tested by fire. Your way or Yahweh tested by fire. I'm telling you, if you really want me to expose Josh, because I already exposed him in one video, but if you really want me to show you the pattern, I could do that, guys. But it's just I want to put a lesson in, because
Okay,
it's not a lesson.
sorry. I'm sorry, but exposed. What does that mean exactly?
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you exposed. I'm gonna show you exposed. I brought the 70 cycle argument to him the first
I
time
like
on
made
Tang.
this argument on Speed's channel once when he was talking about a certain person I will not mention. Jesus
Yeah. And people in the comment section was saying, if you didn't want to talk to me, about so-called slavery in the Bible, why did you spend 20 minutes talking about me? People who are not who are not Christians. So people know he's avoiding me. So again, this is how I expose him. He's claimed Assyria, it came from Assyria. I did my research about the claim that he was making. Even if it was the case, it still didn't argue against my second proposition, the prediction part. And then I brought it back to him on Scholar's Fiction video, and he said, no, I never said. I just referred you to a doctor. So, okay, so you're referring me to somebody, but you're saying that's not your position. Okay, so you're just referring me just to refer me? Not because it's your position? So he argued for Assyria. I did my research, found out it was not talking about what he's claiming, and then all of a sudden, I was insane. That's my argument. I just referred you to somebody who's a specialist in that.
Can I say
That's exposing them. That's
Can
exposing them.
I say something? Can I just say that that I really love people like you because your argument will probably never change. So people can study it and pick it apart for hours and days.
Thank you.
Wait,
And
Terry, don't.
I've been arguing this for 4 years.
Wait, don't thank him yet. Let him finish.
4 years. You guys haven't done nothing.
No, you're not. You didn't get my point. You didn't
No,
get my point. Like,
but listen. I'm gonna let you continue. You gonna continue? 1 second.
Yeah.
When a guy says Google search, time and date, that's your best after 4 years.
Hey,
when a guy
Terry.
says the days of the Hebrew days are named after pagan gods, that's the best you can
That's
do.
not what I said.
Terry.
Yes, you did.
Terry, why are
To
you
be
doing
fair,
this?
I've never heard your argument before today, and I just guessed it trying to make fun of
Pixie,
it. So
I don't
that's
trust you.
bad off.
Terry, what are you hoping to get out of this? I really want to know.
Well, number one, my as I do in all my videos on my channel. Number one, I quote 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians 10:5, or 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians 10:5. We destroy every argument and every lofty opinion wild imagination that comes.
Hold on, Leo.
That comes against the knowledge of God.
To what end?
To destroy. I'm here to destroy everything
what
that
end? To what purpose?
To magnify the knowledge of God. Yes.
And for what end? To magnify His knowledge. To what purpose?
That is the purpose. To magnify the knowledge of God.
Okay, so you have no intention of like reasoning with people and helping them see what you see.
It is reasoning. We destroy arguments.
Is it reasoning or are you combative?
Arguing against people that could be combative. You're being too emotional, man.
No, I'm not, because anyone here will tell you I'm the biggest asshole in the world, but I'm not representing your views.
But the thing is,
okay,
it is
I will
combative.
say- I
It is
will
combative
say-
sometimes.
Will coming in with the base ass takes. That's all I
will
wanted to say.
say that William is the biggest asshole in the world. I can confirm. And I think the only one who's being emotional is, well, okay, I shouldn't say emotional, but you're very, very passionate.
Thank you.
Which, honestly, it's not a bad thing, but I don't know. You just...
No. You see, I can respect. Hey, I don't know what your name is, Mister. I'm not gonna call you goddess because you're certainly not a goddess to me.
Midnight. You can call him.
Okay, Midnight.
Just call me Midnight. But you know
Yeah.
what? You know what? I'm a goddess to myself, so fuck off. But go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Death, and whatever your name is. All I know is I know I have some weaknesses. I know my vocabulary is not extensive like most people. I know my way of expressing myself is not the best as most people. I know I get passionate, not excited like some on this panel.
You're adversarial.
I'm combative because I'm here to destroy arguments and every lofty opinion.
Destroy
I have
my
Okay.
Don't you love these people?
Well, hold on.
But the thing, finalize.
Hold on.
Go Midnight.
Rather
Go
than
Midnight.
destroying,
Go Midnight.
Go Midnight. Cool. Rather than destroying arguments, why don't you try having a conversation with people and exchange ideas so you can better learn and improve your argument, buddy.
Okay, I love that.
Buddy,
Hey, you see how you guys are making fun of me, and I take it
I'm not.
like
I'm not making
no.
fun of you.
Let me finish my statement.
I'm trying to help you, dude.
Now I know. You're making fun of me, and I'm laughing with you guys. I don't take it personally, guys.
So then we're not
That's what you did. I'm just trying to help you.
No. You see the reasoning of my friend Leo. You are making fun of me, but I'm not impacted by it.
I don't think
I'm
you're
not
impacted.
impacted.
These people.
I'm not impacted by it. Why? Because my insurance is sure, guys. I know what's
Sure,
gonna
can I ask
happen.
the
But
question?
do you love these?
I know what's
What do you
gonna
mean by
happen.
impact, Terry?
You see?
Okay. Terry.
See, at least you know. Wait. Let me find. No, Leo is a smart guy. Hey, wait. Leo.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Listen.
Hold
One
on,
second.
no.
Leo is a smart guy.
No. I've been
Leo is a
quiet the
smart
entire
guy.
Stream. Let me talk something. I'm happy for you. You know that you're saved. You're gonna go to heaven, and God loves you. Okay. Good job. I'm happy. Okay. There you go.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd like some other folks to be able to jump in. I know Jay hopped in.
I'm sorry.
Cerberus has been quiet. Gur, if you have something to say, I'd like to hear from Pixie as well. You know, like we can run circles on this all day. Like you're not gonna. It's just gonna be like you've spoken a lot. So let's just give a moment for some other folks to pipe in.
I think Jay should say something.
I hate StreamYard. I can't find Native Atheist fucking comment to show it because
I noticed that too.
It says shit, man.
After I said to highlight it, I realized I couldn't find it anymore. It's weird.
It's like fuck, dude. I hate StreamYard. All right, go ahead. But yeah, like Jay, if you have something to pipe in, Serb, you've been fucking quiet, so I know you're deviously been planning something over there. So
No, I'm sorry. I was making a phone call about buying a gun.
Get that militia going.
If not, I guess go for it. I love that you call yourself the 7-day guy. That's pretty awesome.
Actually, it's people that call me that, and like I said, every time you guys make fun of me, I take it, I wear it because I'm confident. That's how you see my face. That's the face of confidence. I have no problems. And Pat is still talking about. Wait.
Yeah, but who's
Wait, something
listen to
important.
you?
It doesn't matter.
It should.
Here's something important. Pat is still in the chat talking about ancient Germany kept a 7-day cycle. Please provide the citations and let's engage, Pat. Because come on, you're. I'm saying you're important and I'm not. Okay, no problem. But I will become an atheist. Help me. Help me.
Now he's humble. Now he's humble. Okay. I told you. Okay.
Help me, Pat.
Your confidence is admirable, but misplaced. Okay,
I
Jay.
totally understand.
Please.
Hey, Terry, what do you think about guns?
Pat, help me.
No,
Wake me up from this dream. Help me
Like
up
guns, Terry.
Okay. Real quick, Gur's trying to say something. What's that?
No, it's fine. I had a question regarding the 7-day shit, and then I realized, you know what, I'm tired of it. So I'm just
we should stop.
Stop asking.
Oh no, guys, we fucked up. Like we fucked up. Look at Pat. Look at Pat's last comment. Oh, Terry, dude, Terry, Terry. If you don't have a pair it depends on, I'd go get him.
I can leave.
It's gonna be like that.
Here, let me get the baby oil because we're gonna need you.
I fucking love Pat.
I don't get that. I can show fuck
weird.
it. I can show fuck it. I'm getting dressed. I can show fuck it. I'm getting dressed, but I can't show Dr. Josh knows you're full of shit. I don't get that.
I don't get it. YouTube administrators.
Hey, Pat. The difference between me and you, the difference between me and you is I
He
have
actually has a degree in this, and you don't.
True. You have all the credentials.
No problem.
I have a video exposing Joshua Bowen on my channel. So it's public information.
What is with exposure? Stop.
No.
Yeah, you have a degree, but I made a YouTube video, guys.
No.
I made a YouTube video.
I totally understand. And
Real
that's
quick.
the reason why. And that's the reason why you find yourself in this situation where you believe the Hebrew days are called after pagan gods. That's the difference between me and you. I don't Google search. I do my homework.
Real quick, I do need to say if Pat is gonna come in, we are technically full. There is somebody
we're
backstage.
not. Oh, wait, I'll leave. Then I'll
We'll
leave.
pick him.
Well, I mean, I'm sure they would have left.
Midnight.
I'm sure they would have left. But all right, so we do have a spot open now for Pat.
Who is back?
Pat, feel free to jump in.
So wait,
there's
am I
somebody
leave?
that's
I didn't know you need somebody leave. I can go.
well, no, Midnight already hopped off.
Shit.
Somebody's backstage called "Keep Me Backstage Till Later." So
Oh yeah, that's SPM.
Yeah, that's
So-
definitely SPM.
So I got a question. I had to jump out while the argument was being had. What did you say about the Sentinelese? people that don't have a 7-day calendar and is not under the jurisdiction of a country that keeps a 7-day calendar?
Who's this? Cerberus?
Yeah.
Yeah, I already told you. I don't want to go against the 7-day cycle argument, but guys, I already said if you're under the jurisdiction of a nation, Jesus came to submit nations. Ipso facto, it trickles down. If you're submitted to a nation, and Jesus and the nation is submitted to Jesus, by extension, those Sentinelese people are also under the jurisdiction of Jesus. That's my argument. The nations, he came to submit nations. Whatever you do in your little corner, if I want to keep a 10-day cycle in my little corner, it doesn't matter. I'm under the jurisdiction of Canada. I'm submitted to them. Canada is submitted to Jesus. Ipso facto, therefore,
Okay,
Jesus
but they're
is
not
sovereign
under
overall.
the jurisdiction of Indonesia.
Yes, they are, but I'm not gonna.
No. Indonesia
You have to
specifically
address
said that they are not under the jurisdiction of them. They're very
No problem.
specifically not putting them under it.
Can you tell me what you're referring to? Your
The
citation?
Sentinelese, the people that live on the island.
Yeah. No.
around
What are you?
Indonesia?
What are you reading, or what source are you referring to come to such an assessment?
Oh, I thought this was more general knowledge of people on the internet. Do you not know about the Sentinelese?
Okay. Yeah. Google search. Yeah. like your friend. Be your friend with
Are
Leo.
you denying that they exist?
No.
I don't know what you're denying.
No. I believe they exist, but they're under the jurisdiction of Indonesia. But you should be friends with
Do you
Leo.
not believe that Indonesia specifically said that they're going to be hands off, not get involved, and keep other people from getting involved?
You could have self autonomy and still be under the jurisdiction of a nation.
No. They're not putting any jurisdiction there.
Thank you. Show me where it says that, where the government said they're no longer under the jurisdiction of Indonesia. Show me that.
If you're going to put someone under a jurisdiction, you're going to enforce laws and stuff, right?
Not necessarily. That's what it means. That's what it means by self autonomy. Please stop. Pat, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good.
If you're completely self-autonomous, you're not under a jurisdiction.
Well, no,
Other
the
than your
servers.
own.
Okay, keep going. I'm sorry. Keep arguing.
Well, real quick, I know Pat's probably busy. So, Cerberus, hold it. No, because I definitely want to come back to that. I don't want him running away from.
Oh yeah,
that
no,
shit.
Pat's in here. He could do a better job of this than I can.
All right. So yeah.
Well, I don't know if there's a job to be done. I think this is an issue regarding how Terry engages in historical analysis. So I basically have 3 questions for Terry. Terry, who came first, the ancient Israelites or the ancient Babylonians?
Who came first? In Babylon.
Yeah, Babylon first,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So,
Babylon.
and they established a calendar system that had 7 days.
Is that your argument? Is that your understanding?
I'm
Is that a question?
asking you, did that happen historically?
I would say it in a different way. I would frame
No, it's not a different way. Did you referred to the Enuma Elish? So I'm going to hold you to sources that you've cited that you know, and I'm sure you didn't read it in the real cuneiform because I can't, but I'm willing to admit that on the air.
No.
I have to rely on English translations, but
That's what I rely on too.
So you
play the specialist.
No.
Yeah, of course. That's what I rely on.
Right.
Okay.
So you went into the Enuma Elish and saw that calendar system was a 7-day calendar, right? You said that's where you found it within the documents.
What I said was, and if you see my argument on the
I'm not going to refer to other things. Either refer to it now. Don't tell me to look at something else. Don't tell me something else you've done. Tell me what you can do now.
I'm addressing right now your claim, your false claim that they kept a recurrent 7-day cycle. They had 3 weeks that had 7 days, and the last week they would add an extra 8 or 9, extra 1 or 2 days. And I would think
notice
you would
the
know that.
backpedaling that's going on right now?
Anybody
else?
What I'm saying.
If that's a recurrent 7-day cycle for you guys,
It's
like
no
I said,
longer a
Leo,
7-day cycle.
Leo's always making me look
a
better.
recurrent 7-day
Thank you,
cycle.
Leo. Without you, Leo, I wouldn't be looking so delicious.
It's
Thank
no
you.
longer exclusive because we pointed out Munster.
Hey, Pat, did I misrepresent the Babylon calendar by saying that added an extra 1 or 2 days in the last week?
Well, you did, because it wasn't every month that they did that. So it was only in order to get to the correct 365.
Irrelevant. Is that a 7-day week?
No, because you're not listening. How did the Jews reconcile their calendar?
Okay, wait. Before we go to the Jews.
No. No. You don't get to ask all the questions.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't. How did the Jews, during their calendar system, reconcile excessive days?
It never affected the weekly cycle.
So what did they? But you're not answering the question.
You have a master's degree, right? You're a specialist, right?
You need to stop and answer my question. How did they reconcile their calendar?
and never affected the weekly cycle. That's my position.
But you're not.
Let me finish my
But obviously, what's happening is you don't know the answer, and that's the problem.
I'm going to answer my.
So did they ever have a week that was shorter or longer, or did they have an extra week in their calendar?
Let me answer your question. It takes me 10 seconds. Okay. Please try not to interrupt me. Babylon added extra days to the week last week, not a recurrent 7-day cycle. Jewish calendar never affected the weekly cycle. If you're saying with a master's degree that the weekly cycle of the Jewish calendar was affected, I'm gonna clip this part only, and I'm gonna have fun with you, Pac.
What I'm saying is, well, it's Lowinger, but what I'm showing you, Terry, is you don't actually understand how ancient calendars worked.
Tell me
the Babylonian calendar set up a 7-day cycle. The Jews adopted part of the calendar system. The 7-day system that was adopted in Mesopotamia was uniform throughout the Fertile Crescent. About 1,000 years before the Jewish kingdoms came into existence, there was a 7-day cycle in existence. So this is the problem, is that you are not willing to acknowledge there was a 7-day cycle system prior to Judaism adopting a 7-day cycle.
Excuse me.
When you admit that, then we can move on.
Okay, let me admit something. I admit that I've been arguing for this for the last 4 or 5 years, and I said Babylon always kept a first 3 weeks was 7 days, and the last week was 8 or 9 days, which is not a recurrent 7-day cycle that we keep today. Wait, let me find out. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Which is not the 7-day cycle that we keep today. So my first proposition is infallible. The Jewish calendar never impacted their weekly cycle. They always had a 7-day week. Doesn't matter of the monthly cycle or the cycle of the moon. It was always a 7-day week. Now, everything you just presented was a whole bunch of gibberish about speculation, not addressing what I just said. Show me historically. I could show you the primary sources or secondary sources that says. I'm finalizing. Primary sources that shows you that they will add an extra day to the week, to the last week, the Babylonian calendar. I could show you that primary and secondary sources, and I could show you primary, secondary sources that the 7-day cycle was always recurrent in the Jewish calendar. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Man. So what happens is what in Terry's the point I'd like to make is that Jews adopted a calendar system that was already in place. The 7-day cycle was then adopted. Because Jews gave a special veneration, the Sabbath, to 1 day, they used a system that enumerated that day in their calendar system. They adopted someone else's calendar as their own, which again, in my opinion, as a historian, looks at it being a method of cultural transmission, just like they adopted other flood mythologies. Now, we can do flood mythologies later too, but to say that, both the Epic of Gilgamesh, which talks about Utnapishtim, Atrahasis and other people, and then to say Noah somehow is thousands of years later getting the story correct for Christians, Jews, and Muslims, but ignores the preceding history is the real issue for historians, and that's where I would come in. Now, once the Jews decide that they are going to have a fixed calendar system, they took from the nearest calendar system that they could reconcile. But even they had to deal with issues in their own calendar cycle with an odd number of days. This is something where Terry doesn't want to get into, because what it shows is that even Jews had to adjust their calendar system to deal with odd numbered days. So,
thank you.
But we can do that.
Okay,
if you want to do this at a more formal time, we can. But Terry, there's going to be 2 rules. 1, I'm going to pick the moderator, not you. And 2, you're going to write me a 2,000-word position paper, and I'm going to do the same for you, that cites no less than 15 credible sources, so that I can be prepared against your lunatic rantings, and you can be prepared against my academic argument.
Okay,
and that's
hold on.
That's a debate.
Okay. Hold on.
Beautiful. I want to see that.
Can I respond accordingly? I love the way you diverted people's attention to the Noah's flood as compared to the Epic of Gilgamesh. That was not my argument, although I disagree with you, and I could argue that as well. But here's the issue: you provided no argument that goes against my 2 propositions. Number 1, that I could provide primary citations, primary sources or secondary sources that show that Babylon.
We'll do that in the debate, Terry. See, this is where you can grandstand now. We'll publish our position papers on the internet.
No
prior to the debate.
problem.
Well,
No
as of right
problem.
now, I'll let
No
Gur be our
problem.
moderator.
No
Maybe
problem.
Rage can sit in the background, and we'll have a formal debate.
I have no
But this
problem.
is what
Let
I'm
me
going to
just
tell you.
finalize. No, let me finalize
Terry,
my
let me
statement.
finish so I
I'm
can
gonna show
call
you
you
what
in
a
a
Christian
minute.
does. I'm quiet. I'm gonna let you.
On
I'm gonna let
August
you interrupt me.
28th, on August 28th, I will be done with my position paper of 2,000 words with a minimum of 15 academically credible citations. I will email it to Gur. When you haven't presented the same paper by the 28th of August,
Okay.
then we'll all know you're a fraud.
Okay, no problem.
And then we're gonna, and then when that's what'll happen. And then after we exchange those papers, we'll take a time, and Gur will arrange a time for him and Rage to moderate our debate.
Hey, Dr. Joshua. Remember all this area? 7-day cycle? Pat.
But I'm not Dr. Josh, man.
No. I'm talking to you now. I let you speak.
Right.
You interrupted 3 times. Let me finalize my statement. All I'm saying to you is, I'm gonna do the 2,000 paper essay, whatever. Not because I have to, or because you're putting me in this position as if I have to do what I'm doing. Because I've been doing this for 4 or 5 years.
You
Multiple
never lost a
videos,
debate, right?
I would
Never lost a debate.
I understand, but just because you think I can't do it, I'll do it. Just because you think I can't do it, I'll do it.
It's not that I don't think you can't do it. It's I don't think you will do it.
Okay,
and it's actually normative for in a formal debate.
I will do it. If you're gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. There's no problem. Hey, Pat. When I do it, I want to see what excuse. Hey, Pat. When I do it, I'm gonna see what excuse you're gonna come up with. And this time, please don't talk to me about all this speculation about the Jewish calendar is based on the Babylonian. When I asked you for a citation, a primary source, that goes against. Hey, listen, that goes against what I said. That they added extra 1 or 2 days to the last week. You didn't argue against that. You didn't.
I didn't, because it's actually correct.
And you dare quote from the Enuma Elish as if I don't know about it. And then
I did not.
And then you suggested, and this is something I'm going to put in my title. My friend Pat, the master degree, the specialist, suggested that the monthly cycle has an impact on the recurrent 7-day week of the Hebrew calendar. I'm going to put that as a title, my friend.
Impact. I don't know.
I didn't hear that suggestion.
I love that. I said that they had to deal with reconciling it, but that's okay. You can misquote me.
You were inferring that.
I don't think he inferred
It's only
that
when
at
I
all.
pushed.
I think he inferred you didn't know
It's only
how
when I
they
gave you a couple of
reconcile.
jabs and you saw it hurt, and then you started saying, "Oh, you're trying to." Talking about the flood. I'm not talking about the flood. Let's talk about the 7-day cycle and who predicted its universal application, because that's part of my argument as well. The predictive part, which you can't do that with Babylon. You can't do that with Samaria. And you can't do that with all Assyria, Mr. Dr. Joshua Bowen, that's slavery in the Bible, but afraid to discuss with me face to face. So I will do the paper. When did you say we have to?
28th of August. I figure a month you should do
No.
it.
I have 3 debates in August, my man. I'm busy.
So,
I'm busy.
so
We'll do it
you're
for
out
September.
then.
No.
I teach. I'm giving you 6 weeks.
So
if you can't hunker down, and you're working on this 4 years, you should be an SME on this topic, a subject matter expert.
And
I'm gonna bang out this paper in the next week or 2. So I'm gonna give you 3 times the time that you normally get in this type of debate structure. You challenged me. This is my condition of debate.
What's the essay? It has to be based upon?
It's not an essay. It's a position paper, and you might want to Google that, because that's a good way to start.
No, Pat. I'm not the one who said that the Hebrew 7-day cycle was affected by the monthly cycles. That's more important than knowing an essay or a position. Yeah, but
I didn't either.
Yeah, no problem. Well, I'm gonna clip it. So people will see. I won't put no words. I won't censor it. I won't edit it. They will see what you said.
Just so you know,
so
my discussion with you is about the origin of the 7-day cycle and other cultures that had 7-day cycles. That was it.
Whenever he talks, can we go back and then just play it in slow mo so we can actually make out what he's saying? Because
I know,
right? Of the 7-day cycle. If it's not part of the argument, aren't you an atheist? Aren't you an atheist, Pat?
Yeah, I'm an atheist.
Okay, so we got to put the 7-day cycle as a proof that Jesus is God as well in the argument. I'm debating. I'm not here just to debate.
You can't. This is what I think is hilarious. You're saying that the fact a 7-day cycle exists makes God exist?
Buddy, I have 2 propositions. Number 1 is authorship, which I will destroy you on.
And
Sure.
which you're I already destroyed you, Don, because you
Right.
started to suggest that.
It kinda sounds like you're trying not to do it, though.
Okay. Hold
You know
on.
what this
Okay,
is
you
like
didn't.
seeing right now? This is like
Okay,
seeing
wait,
somebody
Pat,
who wanted to
Pat.
risk venge fight, somebody who like a really good PKer in RuneScape, and they fought like 5 times and he lost 4 times, but was claiming that he absolutely destroyed the other person.
All right, thank you.
I'm
Pat,
dance law.
Let's say you didn't say about the thing about the Hebrews calendar being affected by the monthly cycle. Let's say that wasn't the case, but you suggested that the 7-day cycle was Babylonian, right? And I just showed you that the last week was 8 or 9
Are
days.
you guys having
so that's
the
not a
debate now?
recurrent. So no, I'm just
We're
showing you
not,
the
because
title.
he's just
No, just
regurgitating the same argument.
No. Just showing you the title of this part I'm gonna clip.
If you're having the
especially
debate,
Nobody
Can I
cares. I
speak
don't
to
think
Pat?
Pat cares about what you're going to clip in the title that
Okay,
you're going to.
but
Just
can I
be
talk to
honest. I
Pat
don't
for a
think he
second?
cares.
So I can know what the debate is about.
Hey,
Can I just clarify with Pat?
Knock, real
go
quick.
ahead, go ahead, Jay.
You're-
Go ahead,
you're-
Jay.
I'm on 200 milligrams of CBD, and this guy's giving me a fucking anxiety attack.
Thank
know
you,
what I'm
thank
saying?
you.
I cannot keep up. I cannot keep up with him. I
can
would
I
like
just
to know: are you, so? If you don't know what the debate is about, I don't know how I can help you. Are you going to have the debate?
Rage. I'm trying to clarify with Pat what the topic is going to be. He wants to talk about authorship only. I'm trying to clarify, and I have Mr. J here talking about something. I have
Like he didn't even hear the question Rage just asked.
Leo Felix talk about nothing, no substance in what you guys are talking about. I'm trying to trying to find out what we're going to be debating.
What did not Chris ask you?
Can I talk to Pat? Yeah, I'm not talking to Mr. J.
So
Mr. J, you have no substance.
the topic of our debate
Authorship.
is
Authorship of the 7-day cycle.
Are you going to let Pat? Jesus Christ, dude! Let him offer a potential topic.
origin and genesis of the 7-day cycle within Judaism. That's it.
I don't believe the 7-day cycle started with Judaism. I believe it started with the God of the Hebrews. So that's what I'm going to be arguing for.
Sure, God of the Hebrews.
Okay.
The ancient Hebrews, right? The ancient Hebrews.
I could go there.
Okay.
Because I'm going to use the 7-day cycle argument there as well. Because I'm going to show the prophecy as being universal. Okay, thank you, man, Pat. So I'm just going to clip this part where you said the Babylonians kept the 7-day cycle, which is
No. See, again, you're.
I'm lying, right? I'm lying. No problem.
No, you're
Let me clip.
See, this is a problem with you, Terry. And this debate's not going to happen unless you listen, because you're sounding like an idiot. This is really me trying to be neutral towards you, right?
I don't need to debate with you.
Let Pat finish.
Right.
Oh,
so
let him
this is
finish now.
the
Let him
thing.
finish now, right?
Come on.
What I said is that the calendar system originated outside of Palestine. That was my argument. That's what I said in the chat. I said other cultures had 7-day cycles. Weeks were originated in 7 days.
Babylon, right?
Babylon had a 7-day cycle.
Which
they
is
had
not
a calendar
recurring.
system. And by the way, I never said that.
Oh,
You
so
really
it's
need
a
to-
cycle,
you need to
but
rewatch
it's
this.
It's not recurrent. So it's a
Well,
cycle, but
do
it's
you
not
not?
recurrent.
Okay, Terry. First of all, you need the word cycle means, because a
cycle is
cycle.
recurrent.
Right.
Recurrent.
So I'm going to show you what
Like
a
this, you
cycle
see,
is.
like-
You're
like
going
a
to listen.
cycle?
You're going to listen for 30 seconds. Okay. 1 1 1 3 1 1 1 3 is a cycle. When you learn that, you'll understand that. So did
1 1 1 3. It's a cycle. I agree, but 7-day
Right.
cycle is not 7 7 7 8 7 7 7 9 7 7 7 8 7 7 7 7. According to you, you said sometimes they had 7. So that's not a recurrent cycle. But
8
thank
6
you again,
7
Pat.
5 3 0
Thank
9
you, Pat.
8
Thank you.
6 7 5.
You even
This
showed me.
is crazy. This
You called me
is crazy.
stupid and crazy. But
No.
you're
I
not
said
even
you don't
logical.
understand. Yeah, this is. I'm sorry,
not
Rage.
even
I didn't mean to
logical.
do this to your stream.
Oh no,
but he doesn't understand the basic terminology that we're trying to use. This
Guys,
is
you are
this is why.
awesomeness, by the way.
I did this to
So-
myself, Pat. Like he like we went so long without this 7-day shit. Like, all right, so we live in an era where the human brain takes in more information than in the history of humanity, right? And my brain cannot keep up with your mouth, dude. I swear to God, I cannot keep up.
I understand, and all the only editing I'm gonna do is gonna show the
Nobody
impartiality.
cares. I just
know,
wanted
I know,
to say
I know,
that
I know.
I think Pat has been very professional here. He said, "Hey, we can have a formal debate, moderated.
Yeah,
We'll
I know.
develop position papers. We'll
know.
present them. We'll share them beforehand, and we'll have a debate about that." I don't know how
I
you
agree,
get like.
I agree,
I don't know
I
why
agree.
you would. I really don't know why you would be turning that down.
He doesn't need a spokesperson. Thank you, Pat. I agree to your terms. I just wanted to show you that it's very interesting your logic. I'm the one who's stupid, but 1113 is a
No,
cycle.
no.
1113, 1113, 1113. It's a cycle to my people that's going to be watching this. But 778, 779, 777. It's not a recurrent 7-day cycle. But thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Again,
That's simple math, simple understanding.
You're awesome. I guess yeah.
Yeah. So August 20th, right? Who do we send which email? Who do we send the paper to?
28th, I believe he said. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're not paying attention. He said 20th. Who do we send?
Did you say 20th, Pat, or did you say 28th?
28th ticker.
No, he didn't.
Well, how about we ask Pat what he said?
Every
How about
time
it?
I'm gonna clip every single time, showing you guys have a hive mind mentality, and you're all lost, like all lost. So who do we send the thing to? I need to know who do I send it to? Which email?
It was Gur, but I don't know Gur's email. I think it's on his YouTube, isn't it?
It's gurstreams@gurmail.com.
No, I need a confirmation from Pat. I need to. Mr. Called me stupid, but doesn't know what a pattern is or a cycle is.
Except that he's the one that gave the definition that you agreed to. That's what's fucking hilarious.
Thank you for making me look good.
But he
again.
doesn't know what it
Thank
is.
you. No,
He's
no.
the one that gave the definition.
Yeah, he said
you agreed
111.
with it, but he's the one that doesn't know what it is. Yeah, that makes sense.
No, he said 1113, which is a cycle if you keep on doing it. But a 7-day cycle is not 7778, 7779. That's not a cycle. It's not analogous. That's my point. But thank you again, Mr. Leo Fearless, for making me look better than I really supposed to look. Oh, yo, Pat, who do I send the email to?
I thought
Yeah, I know,
G-Man was
wow.
on cocaine.
I know.
I know. Mr. J, all on cocaine, agitated, but the arguments, the substance,
I'm
I
not
win every
knocking
single
you,
time.
man. I've had
Dude,
my issues.
I win every time.
You spent
Every
2
time.
hours talking to Floyd FP on this crap, and it went absolutely nowhere. It was dog shit.
I just
want to
know,
point out that I brought up the Sentinelese and how they're not under the jurisdiction, and then you said you
Yeah.
wanted to be done with the argument.
Who said that?
Well, Cerberus, bring that back up now. Pat, you agreed to the debate, so no, you've won every debate.
I need to know. I need to know
You've
where.
won
do I
every
send?
debate. I want to, I don't need to be backstage, and I definitely don't need to be a moderator. But I will be in the side chat for that one. Because I want to see it. I don't want to see you back.
I need to know where it's at. What do I send? First of all, Mr. J. Mr. J.
When Gur's little Gur ass gets back, he'll fucking
Okay, no
tell
problem. Okay, no problem. Mr. J, let me tell you something. Your opinion about the debate is totally irrelevant to me. When you have no substance to your argument, I've met zombies all my life.
Your substance of your argument is the same as trees, therefore God. There's not much substance to that.
No problem. So when you're a mindless zombie, I'm not affected by mindless zombies. Like, to me, when a person brings no,
Gary, because
no
you mentioned basic logic earlier, so I'm wondering if you could give the inference between your premise and the conclusion.
I know. This is what they do.
Jay
They
might
interrupt.
actually agree with you. He's had COVID, so he might be a bit zombie-ish right
No.
about now.
I'm talking about zombie as in not using your brain. Like, when you come with an assessment with no substance to it, I'm supposed to be affected by this? I'm laughing at you guys. Like, yeah, I know. Do all of this.
Pat's back here. I just wanted to get confirmation on the date. You said August
Thank you, Mr.
28th,
J.
right, Pat?
I did say August 28th, and I said we'll send the emails to Gur, and that Rage and Gur will be our moderators. I don't know how I could have been clearer.
Okay, so you said so I want to make it
And
clear.
Gur will never have him on again. I fucking guarantee it.
Thank you, Mr. J. I will send it to
I'm
Gur. I will send it to Mr. Gur. And Patrick, you said it was the 28th, right? So when I watch this video back, it's gonna say 28th, right?
August.
Yeah,
28th.
dude.
August
First
28th,
time I
right?
heard him give a date, I heard 28th.
Okay, no problem.
I hate that.
It's not August 20th.
I shattered glass all over the freaking floor.
Pat, when I go back and watch this, it's not gonna say August 20th. It's gonna say August 28th, right?
Nobody cares about what you hear when you watch.
Do you want it to Terry? Do you want it to be August 20th? Because that's fine too.
No, I'm just because I'm saying this. So when I go back, I'm gonna verify. If I made a mistake, I'm gonna put in the video. Also, I made a mistake. But is it August 20th? Is not what you said the first time? August 20th. It was August 28th. You said.
It was August 28th.
Honestly, dude.
Okay, so we
if
could
it
do
was-
August 28th. Okay, but I'm gonna watch
Sure.
the video back. Okay, no problem.
Sure.
Now rewind because I've got COVID. Play it back at half-time speed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
When you got some substance, you let me know. All right. Something on. Did you see on the menu?
I'll slow it down and translate it for you. Right. So it's
No
not
problem.
just a Christian talk.
But Terry, when we don't have these-
Ger, I need your email. Right. Leave your email in the private
Yeah,
chat.
I'll post it in the private chat.
Thank you.
You got it.
Let's see what Pat has on the menu.
Oh, you. Oh, wait.
I
You
know-
got to debate.
Oz got you, bro. Oz got you.
Are you sure you want to do that?
I'm gonna
Terry,
check it
are
out.
you
I'm gonna
sure?
check it out. Oz. I'm gonna clip it as well.
Dude, you're gonna make Oz come in here, share it, and then he'll just leave and be like, "Yeah, fuck you."
Hey, Oz. Hey, Oz.
Wait.
Since you're here, don't you remember my interaction with you with the 7-day cycle with Dr. Joshua Bowen, claiming it came from Assyria? You remember that day? I didn't
Wait.
clip that video, but if you guys force
Oh
me,
my
I
God.
will. I will.
Hey, I know what Pat's got on the menu. Terry, your ass.
I don't care. Thank you.
Terry, this is like some weird Mobius strip.
If you were face to face with me, you would not be talking about my ass. Trust me. All right, no problem.
I don't
But
even know what that means. What does that
I
mean?
wish.
That's more interesting than your point. What does that mean?
What do you mean?
That like is
it
this
because of lack
possible,
of
yo?
mass, or is
Can
it
I do
oddly
this?
shaped?
Yeah, Will.
You know,
Left
I
left shin really protrude when.
I'm not trying to pick on you. It's just you are
It's
speaking
no-
really fast.
I know, rage. When I have to talk again, because I know the strategy of the Satan. I say one point, I expose you on one point, and then somebody comes and jump in, like Jay did, like Leo did, like the girl did. So I know I have to speak faster with you
It's an
guys.
open-
But
it's an
watch my
open
debates on my channel. Where I
do you have
talk to
like some
people.
kind
I
of
don't talk that
like
fast. I don't
like-
talk that fast.
I don't know, like do you
But
have like
you
some
guys
kind
have
of
to.
disorder where like you're like constantly on adrenaline or some shit? I just don't.
I totally understand,
get it.
Rage. But when it's all said and done, all you guys came with slogans, and I came with substance.
Well, like
every
there was a
argument,
difference.
What's up?
every argument,
There was a
I won.
difference.
Every
There was a
argument,
difference.
Terry, you
won.
haven't presented. Okay, Terry, present your argument in syllogistic form. I want the
why would I
premises,
put
the
it-
conclusion, and the rule of
Why would I
inference
put
right now.
Why would I put it in syllogistic form?
Because I can
when
put
you don't-
my argument. You're saying that
I
we're
know, I
not
know.
coming with substance. If you are, then put it in syllogistic form. It shouldn't be hard to do.
I understand. Why would I do that with you when you don't?
But I
even know the
predicted that
basics?
you won't do it, and you'll find
No
every
problem.
excuse
No
to not
problem.
have to
I
do it.
predict you're gonna interrupt me every 3 seconds.
Yeah, I will
Hey,
interrupt every time you say something that's
thank
not
you.
even
So that's
remotely
good
relevant
enough
to
for
the
me.
thing that I just said.
Hey, buddy, I already exposed you 4
So
or 5
can you put
times
your
on
argument in
this.
syllogistic
No, I
form?
don't. I don't talk with people that can't
So
control
you
themselves.
can't put
Thank
your
you.
argument in syllogistic form.
Thank
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Thank you.
No, that's it.
Leo,
That's
stop acting like you don't like
that's a
Leo.
no, Leo.
You came
No, I like Leo. The thing what I was about to say, he is smart,
It's a
but
bro
he's
crush,
too
and
smart
it's
for
okay.
himself, for his own good. Like the man doesn't even know that the Hebrews and named their days.
Look how you smile when you say his name. Look at the smile and the giggle.
I would have done the same with you. If you made a stupid argument like that, I would have done the same with you too. Hey,
Oh, I'm
the
not
one-
as cute as Leo,
I'm
though.
sorry. I'm sorry. Hey. He tried to say the last argument he tried to do, trying to be a cheerleader for Pat. Oh, he told you what a cycle is. What a cycle is 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 3. But that's not a 7-day cycle. 7 7 7 8 7 7 7 9 is not a 7-day cycle. So these are the things a child could understand. So when a Leo Felix that knows about the planet Pluto and all of these scientific things, and he doesn't even understand the basics, that shows you what atheism does to a person. Thank you.
It's just
Does-
the same words over
Wait,
and over.
Knock, you and I.
I love
you and I
it
are
when he doesn't know what to say.
You and I are both.
I do.
living
I'm
in
just letting other
a
people
state,
talk. I'm sorry.
A state that's known for people who talk fast.
Yes,
And now-
yes.
And now I'm wondering if Terry grew up in a large family, because I did, and I didn't. I don't need to talk this fast, thinking that I'm going to die before I can make my point.
No, you see, you don't understand. You don't understand. With confusion, when confusion comes in, people cannot assess or come to an assessment of who actually made the valid points. So when I speak fast, I make my point, and I'm like, "Oh, I caught you there." Everything I'm going to be presenting on my video is showing substance after substance after substance, and you guys all filler.
Can you put your argument in syllogistic form?
Filler. A lot of
Can you
filler.
put your argument in
No
syllogistic form?
substance. Since
Terry,
I've been
do you
here-
know what a syllogism is? Can you
No
tell me what a
substance.
syllogism is?
As soon as you tell me why you said
please
Yeah, exactly. So you'll dodge because you don't know, but it's funny because then define what a syllogism is.
I will do it.
Then do it.
As soon as
do it now.
but
Do it now.
You won't do it. I can do it, but I'm not gonna. I could do the thing very easily that you want me to, but I'm just not gonna. Yeah.
I need you to explain to me one thing only. Why in the world would you say 1313 is a pattern? It's the same thing as saying a 70 cycle is 7778, 7779, 7777.
Nobody said that. So what's a syllogism?
Yeah, just give us.
Explain to me
your
why.
argument and a
No,
syllogism.
but how can I even
premises.
use logic with you when the simple things you don't
Yeah.
understand?
Do you understand logic? What's a syllogism?
No, you're going.
Yeah.
Why did you understand
Terry,
what a
just say you
pattern
don't.
is?
Just say you don't know what it is. Just say.
Gur, I can do it for you, but he can interrupt.
Just
I can
give
talk
me
to
a
him.
syllogism.
I will do it.
Just, okay, even if you don't know what it is, just give us what you think a syllogism is.
No, buddy. I know what a syllogism.
No,
Don't
sir.
don't
So
disrespect me.
tell us what a syllogism
Hey,
is. He doesn't.
I will do
He
it with
doesn't
you,
know.
Gur. I will do it with you, Gur. But I will not do it with Leo for this because he needs.
Gur
because
won't
he
do
needs-
it with me, man. Fuck you, Gur.
No.
Do it with your people, but you won't do it with me. Okay.
Is he needs to learn the ABCs and 1 to 3s of simple concepts. Once he does that,
Yeah. Do you understand the concept of a syllogism? What's a
No.
syllogism?
I will do it with Gur,
You're
not with you.
not gonna answer.
Because
So Gur, ask
because you made too many. Hey,
you'll do it with
Leo,
Gur.
and
You
I'm saying
Gur
this for your
title.
good, your own good. I know you're trying to
my
gain, you're trying to score a point
No,
because
I'm
you look
not. I'm trying
bad.
to gauge your
You're looking
understanding.
bad.
What's a
You
syllogism?
made too many. You made.
Go
too
ahead,
many-
Gur.
I the best
Let her do it.
look
Let
bad
Gur
versus
do it.
the guy that won't answer
You
the
talk
question.
more shit than
Yeah.
the raging atheist. That's not good.
Oh,
But your shit talking is serious.
Hey, Rage,
I do want to say hello to Pat. I love Pat. Pat, I've missed you. Just want to say
I think that is a compliment. I
Yeah,
think
but
that is a compliment.
Yeah, but your shit talk rage isn't cringe.
Usually.
Hey,
Most of the time. Most of the
My shit talk demonstrates and has substance to it, so I'm okay with that, right? No
Yeah,
worries about
but
it.
what's your argument in syllogistic form?
Once you tell me why you made that,
Yeah, because you don't know what a syllogism is.
Once
Okay,
you tell me,
Terry,
I will
let's-
do it,
Terry,
Gur.
Terry,
Gur,
let me level
wait.
with you. Let me
Okay,
level with
level
you.
me. Level me.
Just take 5 minutes. You can be away from keyboard. Just Google what a syllogism is.
I don't need it. I don't need to. I already know.
I'm
But
trying
thanks.
to level with you, man. Like,
No, you're not leveling. You're not leveling. No, you're
You
not.
could have
leveling
done it
with
by
me.
now. If you
I
just
understand.
done it.
I
by
know,
now.
but I already know what it is, and I could
What is
do
it?
it so easily. I could do it so easily, but I need
He's,
to
he's pulling the Rick and Morty. There's no need for me to tell you what a plumbus is because everybody already knows what a plumbus is.
I could do it with Gur. I could do it with Gur, but the problem is I can't do it with Leo because Leo made a fool out of himself multiple times in the stream.
Yeah, you
alone.
just don't know what a syllogism is.
I can't do it. I can't. The man makes mistakes after mistakes after mistake, and he never says so.
So literally-
let me calm down. Let me calm down. I made
I'll
a
give
fool of
you.
myself.
I'll give you a hint. When you first came in the room and you challenged Leo, I pulled up Leo's syllogism. All right, so there's your hint.
Yeah,
So-
Thank you.
that was a good one, Rage. That was really good, actually.
And this is what I mean. Substance.
Guys, I would
Color.
like you to know that this guy's like an
Substance?
STD. He is going. He's
No
just
problem,
being
no problem.
passed around by different. like he's
thank
been
you.
on Pine Creek, and he
Cheese
infected
tray.
Pine Creek, and then Pine Creek was cured when he finally got rid of him, and then Nathan had him for a little bit.
Pine Creek got exposed as well. Everybody got exposed. It's not in this
I
public
know.
information. It's on my channel.
Right, you say
But
exposed though.
I'm sorry.
Say everyone got exposed though.
Basically,
I just want to point out the guy that said that he likes logic is also the guy that said he's unable to give a syllogism because the other
I never
guy.
said that. I never said that. I said I would do it for Gur, not for. Not,
That's not what you
for,
said. You said
let her
I
finish her
can't.
point. Let her
You
finish
said
her point.
I can't with Leo because he made a fool out of himself, as if that affects your ability. Thank you, Mr. Logical.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's logically
Thanks you.
fallacious.
You got me, Pixie. You gave me the uppercut, and I have
Just
to give
like
up.
just
I have
like
to give up.
7 day
You won, you
cycle,
won, you
therefore
won.
God.
You won. And Mr. J is not a
Your ass
person I
in
can
here,
ever
math
engage.
pig.
I could never engage with a type like Mr. J because nothing he says makes any sense. At least Leo tries. He tries, but it doesn't work. It's like Leo tries. Like he comes in the ring. No, he comes in the ring. He gets his ass whooped, but he keeps coming. So he's like a Rocky Balboa.
Yeah,
Can we move
okay,
on to something else?
Mr. J is asking, even though I won't answer the question.
But Mr. J, he's on the couch eating
What's
chips
Pat what?
and talking at the
I wanna know what
TV.
Pat has to
He's
say.
not even.
Okay, okay, everyone in the WWE, stop a second. Pat.
I'm just
Go.
wondering if we can move along. It's almost 2 a.m. here, and you've woke me up out of a sound sleep. You know, I'm just kidding. I was
I'm
actually
sorry,
getting ready for
man.
bed.
I'm sorry,
No,
Pat.
I'm all
I
good.
didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that to you,
but
man.
we have a date for position papers due, and
28.
then we'll arrange within a couple weeks of that. It'll be on Gur's channel. Rage will be there screaming, and we'll calm him down as well. And then we'll work through this.
No
And
problem.
Let's put this to bed for now, and then move on. And
No, you
talk
can go
about
to
something
bed,
else.
Pat. I'm having fun with my friends, man. Why are you
Yes.
trying to be a
This
party
is-
pooper?
this is the only-
How cute.
This is the only attention
All I'm
he
saying,
gets.
Pat, just know what a cycle is, the definition of a cycle, and try to
It's
come up
funny
with better arguments.
because he gave you the definition and
I
you
know, and
agreed
he tried
with
to-
it, and then
and-
so
and he tried
you're
to-
saying that the guy who said the definition that you agreed with doesn't know the thing that he gave you the definition for that you agreed. Like it just makes no sense at all.
Okay, thank you. Don't be
It's
agitated.
scary.
He tried to compare it to a 7-day cycle, the Babylonian 7-day, the Babylonian
guy.
7-day cycle, which is
We're
not our
talking
current
July
7-day cycle. So,
28th.
That-
and, yes, we're gonna do it July 28th. You see how they
Okay.
try to talk over me when I
No,
again
no,
expose them?
August 28th, buddy.
August 28th. I'm
August
sorry,
28th.
August 28th.
The other guy.
So I'll be ready, Pat. Just try to prepare yourself accordingly, all right? Because you're the
Gotcha, everybody,
specialist.
Jay.
The last thing people want to see is a guy that, like me, nobody.
Well, so
Okay.
first of all,
Wipe the
just
floor
so
with
you know, I've never, and this is something, Terry, I've never expressed being a specialist in ancient Near East. I'm just a historian who
Yeah.
studied the ancient Mediterranean.
That's
So-
all right. Neither is he.
But you
Right,
made a lot of
but I'm
comments. You made
willing.
a lot of
I'm
comments in
feeling
the chat.
confident that I can tackle this
No
task.
problem. No
Oh,
problem. No problem.
I'm positive.
I wish you the best, man. I
Thank
wish you
you.
the best. I'll become an atheist if you win.
I can't wait for it to happen. I just hope you talk slower.
Okay, so Terry,
well,
why does
wait,
why
wait,
does your
wait,
faith?
wait,
Why
wait,
does your
wait,
faith?
wait, wait,
Terry,
I'm gonna-
Terry,
I'm
why
gonna-
does your
Faster.
faith? Why
I'm
does
gonna say
your
something
faith
to Rage. I'm
revolve
gonna say to
around-
Rage.
Why
The
does your
difference-
faith? Terry, just 1 second. Why does your faith revolve around the 7-day week cycles?
I'm gonna get to that in a second. Nice question,
my
Rage. The
God.
difference between a formal
Christ.
debate is I get the chance to speak uninterrupted, so I won't have to
Cool.
speak fast. I don't have 5-6 people every time they get
10
caught.
minutes or whatever y'all want to do.
No, but every time you guys get caught and I try to expose that,
Always
somebody
speak
comes in and jump in, tag team. So it's not, they won't be having tag teams during a formal debate. So I won't have to speak fast, Rage. So don't worry about it.
Awesome.
Don't stress. It's gonna be
Do-
it's gonna
do-
be delicious. It's gonna be
Do you
delicious.
do you ever talk about anything besides the 7-day cycle?
I speak about the Godhead Trinity challenge. I
And
speak
how much
about
you
a lot
win.
of things on my challenge,
Well,
on my channel.
Do you have
A lot
like
of
a
things.
position on guns or I don't know,
Have your guns,
universal
man.
healthcare,
Have your-
anything?
we're not part of the world. You can do whatever you want in the
If
world
we're- wait a minute.
until it doesn't
You just
affect
talked
me.
about jurisdiction and
Wait.
you're not part of the world.
I'm not part of the world. no.
If we're trying to switch the subject, I just want to give a tip for everyone else watching. If you're going to argue with the 7-day guy again, just point out how the U.S. doesn't actually have an official calendar. There you go.
I mean, we don't have to. I'm just like, if people want to, I'm totally down. I would be interested if you like talked about, because I mean, you talked with Leo earlier about other shit, and that would be cool. But Jay, yeah, go ahead.
I was addressing the free will thing. Yeah.
Hey, Patrick, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you watch his debate between Floyd FP?
I did not.
Oh,
I would
okay.
suggest you do.
I've been under basically a rock for the last 7 weeks.
Oh, okay. If you want, I can put the link up in the private chat here if you want it for later for reference.
Oh, Matt Pig. Matt Pig. I thought you
Sure.
was gonna host me.
Okay.
Come on, be nice, Matt Pig. When Jason Horn is ready, you let him know.
He was saying that you don't talk too fast for him. You know, he's Irish, and he's saying
No
that drunk Irish folk.
Don't
they
worry,
talk-
I
they
like
talk real fast.
Matt Fig. I like Matt Fig. So that would be a good. That would be a good. That would be a good way to start watching my debate with Floyd FB and then see what you can do about it. Because if you're coming unprepared,
In all fairness, Terry, I'm probably not going to watch it because my arguments are my own. There's no argumentation.
okay, man. Hey, you seem prepared. You seem prepared. Like I said, I'm gonna say it again.
I'm not as prepared as I'm going to be on the 28th when I turn in my position paper.
I'll be
no
honest,
problem.
Pat is overqualified for this debate.
No, he's definitely. Hey, he's more than qualified. He's more than qualified.
Me personally, I've met Floyd a couple times. I've talked with Floyd a couple times. I don't really need to watch the debate to know that he probably mopped the floor with you, and you just didn't realize it.
Yeah. Good luck with that. So, all I know, everybody knows that's not the case. Even people came on my channel expressing that he didn't win the game, but it's okay. And I don't appeal to the crowd anyway, so it doesn't matter. All I know is if I lose the debate, like I said, every single time, I will become an atheist. So I have a specialist and a historian, and not a specialist, a historian with a master's degree, who was willing to engage me on the authorship of the 7-day cycle.
Well, to be fair, 2 master's degrees, but I want you.
Oh no! Hey, you might have 3, 4. The more you have, the better for me. Because awesome. You're gonna be. Because I'm planning to have you as a trophy. Is every single time.
I find it kind of impressive. I don't know.
Pat, can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
This is about argumentation. You guys should, in your position paper, describe what would be the failure of your position.
I agree.
So you that's what criteria.
That's what I did in my last debate. That's what I did. I showed Floyd FB what he needed to do to invalidate my argument, which he failed miserably. And he tried to do what Pat is going to try to do, which one of my challenges is, give me any primary or secondary source that shows that it's any ancient civilization adhered to a recurrent 7-day cycle. I put recurrent because I know I'm dealing with you guys, because I said cycle, and somehow people don't understand that a cycle needs to be recurrent. 1113 is not the same thing as saying a 7-day cycle. If I say a 1113 cycle, then I expect to have 1113.
Well,
if I say a 7-day cycle,
to be fair, Terry, you mispositioned yourself, but I understood what you meant. You mean a 7-day week rather than a 7-day cycle.
I could use either. No, because you want to be consistent in your arguments. I'm going to help you out a little bit. You're arguing for a recurring, uninterrupted 7-day week cycle within a calendar system. Week cycle. A week cycle. So you added week, a recurrent week. You just added the week.
A recurrent week consisting of 7 days. Because in the position paper, you're going to have to define your term.
Okay.
So don't just say recurring, because recurring is a cycle, and cycles don't have to necessarily have the same, as long as they have the same number set.
I agree. Which goes against what you were saying before, but it's okay. We're going to argue that during that day. Okay, no problem.
It actually doesn't, but okay.
Can you help me out? Can you help me? No problem. You're going to discipline me.
Just try to.
Just one thing. Can you explain to me the name of the? Can you phrase the name of the topic of discussion, the debate? What is it going to be called?
Well, so again, we're discussing the origin of the 7-day cycle in ancient Palestine. You like the term ancient Hebrews rather than ancient Jews, so I will be ancient Hebrews. And again, do you want to pick a historical period we're going to sink into? I don't think we should go any newer than the 3rd century BCE. Before Hellenization.
No, I'm saying you go back as far back as you can go. I'm going to go back as far back.
Well, again, remember, if when you say go back as far as you can, you know we're going to be evaluating each other's evidence in our position papers.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
we're going to be analyzing what?
This is going to go. Your evidence for your assertions. This is what called. This is going to be the citation part of what you do.
Of course.
Right. So
Terry, that means when you make a claim, you need to provide citations.
Yeah, Ger. Thank you. I don't need you to explain to me and filter the information.
How do you formally cite an article, Terry? How would you do that in like a technical paper? How would you formally?
I'm gonna call you. Hey. What's it?
You don't know.
Leo?
I didn't.
Leo? Yeah, no problem. Leo, I'm gonna call you, and I'm gonna be like, yo, I need some help. I need some help with my term paper. All right, relax. Don't worry about it. Let me make a fool of myself. Okay? Yeah, I'm gonna ask you.
Wait, are you in college in a class that you have to write a paper for at the end of the semester?
It was really tongue in cheek. It was really a joke.
I mean, I'm sure Pat would love to help you out, but probably not.
He's gonna help me. He's gonna help me all the time. He's gonna help me very well. So, like I said, I'll become an atheist if I lose. I don't know if Pat is gonna.
Terry, I don't want you to become an atheist, man. When you get this information, what I want you to do is be open to some information that's outside your narrowly constructed, very, very pervasive indoctrination and limited worldview. This is what I want you to be able to do.
We'll see who's indoctrinated, because like I said, you gave me
Sure.
enough. Now, here's the thing: you gave me enough information just in this small interaction, which is quite delicious. Like you gave me so much footage to work with, and I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna leave a link to my channel, so when it comes out before the debate, I did not misrepresent.
Maybe not work so much on a lot of footage and start working on that citation.
2,000 word.
No, but it's gonna be easy. It's gonna be easy. It's gonna be easy.
Question.
It's gonna be so easy. I don't really need to.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sure. Yeah, my question is, I don't know. I don't know the specifics of you guys debating. I mean, I was thinking of Pat with you, Terry, because I think Pat is a perfect person for you to talk to. But when you say that you will become an atheist if somebody can show like disprove your position, etc. I'm just wondering, is there a way to actually evaluate that?
Evaluate what you mean?
Well,
evaluate how do I lose?
No, yeah, let's say like you and Pat have a conversation, or you both write position papers and then you have a conversation about that. Wouldn't it be that we would take X number of people that are educated in this area, and they would watch your debate and they would evaluate it, and they would say, how many of those people think that Pat had the superior? So then how would you do it? Then how would you determine if you won or lost?
Because I'm going to be stipulating certain concise positions and challenges, which needs to be addressed in order to invalidate my argument.
I agree.
Here's the thing. I did a debate with Floyd. 95%.
You gotta
I
put your
lost.
balls on the table, but this guy Jason, he always started talking, and then he just you just slap him right on there. And yours are big and heavy, so I know it's gonna make a loud clap.
Leo, I think that's why he doesn't like you, is because you have the same size balls that you put on the table. Because he talks, but
and this is what I mean.
Say, fuck it,
and
this shit.
And this is what I mean by Jason. One second. One second. This is what I mean by Leo Felix being too smart, but he provides no substance. This is what I mean. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, but I can put my argument in a syllogism, and you can't even tell me what the fuck that means.
I'm not addressing. Go. Everyone else, shut up. Come on.
I'm just all I'm saying is that there has to be an objective way of assessing whether you are actually correct or not.
I agree.
And just like as an example with your debate with Floyd, you could say, look, you destroyed Floyd, and somebody else could say Floyd destroyed you. And so the issue of evaluating that comes down to how can we objectively look at that. And my perspective would be that on this topic, if we had well, then how would we objectively determine?
Here's the thing, Jason. I'm gonna address to you specifically. Number one, I spoke to Floyd. He decided to debate me, and he says I got an argument against him. By that very statement and what I said in the debate, he suggested and he inferred that every single person that debated me before on this topic lost. By that very statement, you after that debate also said I have an argument against you. Suggesting, inferring that Floyd didn't do a good job neither. The point is, I'm finalizing. I provided 4 stipulations, which needs to be addressed in order to invalidate my argument. He cannot address none of them. That's number one. And I addressed every single thing that he did, which was most of them irrelevant to the case.
But Terry, listen to me. Just listen to what I'm saying.
I'm listening.
Okay? That when you say, look, I presented these 4 approaches or hypotheses and Floyd couldn't combat them, that's a subjective statement, because somebody else could say, well, I think that Floyd actually did combat your statements.
I agree.
And so, I'm just saying that when it comes down to evaluating, it requires a method to do that.
I agree. And here's my method. I'd be like, okay, if I'm talking like a person like you, all right? Because I don't talk to zombies, right? Because I could talk to a person like you, and what I would do is I have.
Notice how he's not responding to anything that you said, Jason.
I was about to do it. That's what I mean by a zombie, like Leo. Here's the thing: I was about to address you.
Zombies, like the kind of people that don't respond.
No problem.
To the
but I want to address
said.
Jason. I want to talk to Jason. Because here's the thing, Jason.
Yeah, but you're not addressing what he said, so you're not.
Let him say it. Jason, here's the issue. I would say if you believe he addressed my 4 points, I will give you an example. Number one, show me any citation that he provided for any primary sources that made reference to a 7-day cycle for any ancient civilization. Did he provide it? He choked on that. He choked on that. Everybody saw it. So
I
if,
agree.
if one wait, I'm finalizing. If one of my major points he choked on, and I can show you every single point that he choked on, and I can say exactly what he said. You can't do that for me. You can't show me one point he made against me. Give me a point.
Look, I'm not.
That's a substance.
Listen to what I'm saying. That I'm using the Floyd situation as an example
Yeah, I
to
know.
talk about evaluating. I'm not necessarily saying Floyd did what I'm saying, because I would agree with you that I did see in that debate that you asked him about citations and he didn't answer that question. I agree with you.
I could respect you for that. I could
Yeah.
negotiate, not with Leo, but I could negotiate with you.
But my only point is that when you talk with Pat or you talk with me again, it might be nice for us to come to an agreement on like how, like maybe we do a poll. I mean, I know that's not really like an effective way, but like maybe just in a way of evaluating whether we feel like that your positions were substantive and made sense or not. That's all I'm saying.
Here's my thing, Jason. I'll put it back to you. If you or Pat, because I'm going to do the same thing I did with Floyd, I'm going to do it with Pat and you. You provide me a citation. Look, it's not something I could argue against. If you have a citation, then you've addressed the point. I could appeal to the crowd all I want. It won't change the fact that you provided your citation. I provided a citation. He didn't. So your challenge is to provide me a citation to argue against my authorship.
I've been in here for 2 hours since I got back, and you haven't cited a single source
I'm
anywhere
not talking
yet.
to you until you tell me why you said the pagan names to the Hebrew calendar.
Yeah, this is
I
what
don't
people
agree. I
do
don't
when
agree.
a particular individual
agree.
holds their feet to the fire, and they don't like it when that person does that, and so they just refuse to engage. I'm sorry, Jason.
Apologizes for making those stupid comments, and then I can negotiate with you.
I mean,
go ahead,
I would
Jason.
I'm not. We're not debating the 7-day cycle.
I know,
but
I know.
but I would say that after our debate, I did go back and I looked at the literature.
Discussion.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I went back and looked at the literature, and I did find a number of authors who are well-established researchers, but that have published over the last like 80 years on this issue of like Babylon and Assyria and Babylon, and their like the constructions of their calendars. But I have a feeling that if I brought up those citations, you would say those are not primary citations.
No, I wouldn't do that. What I would do, I would go to your citation, and I will show you the internal inconsistencies with what they're saying, because I know what you're going to argue for. I've read I read the citation that Dr. Josh Bowen.
Well,
right?
I'm not citing him, but I mean,
no. Dr. Joshua Bowen cited one of his friends, one of his colleagues, suggesting that the Assyrians, all Assyria, kept the 7-day cycle. I read the citation, the source, and it didn't really say that. There was a lot of speculation, and there was something inside of that same source that contradicts, so it was internally inconsistent. I'm not going to make the argument now because I have my friend Pat here, and he's going to educate me on these things. So I'm waiting for him to provide me those citations, and I'm going to have fun with them. So if you did provide me a secondary citation, I would challenge it. But if you're able to put me in my place as it relates to that, then
so Terry,
then I
just
lost.
so we can clarify something too.
Yeah.
You understand when you say secondary citation that translations can be considered secondary translations.
I didn't mean it that way.
Okay.
But thank you for educating me.
Yeah, no. Well, I'm just saying, because if you're going to start saying like I'm doing an English translation of this person, right, or this, you need to cite when you use a translation, you need to cite that as well.
Okay, so so I don't know how you guys use it, because like I said, I have no schooling. You're the one who went to school. Are you telling me that's how they consider a primary a source when they say primary source? They're going to the original language.
As long as you frame it as that's going to be considered a primary source in your argumentation.
Yeah,
in history, it depends on, like when you're writing a PhD and you're talking about, let's just say we're talking about ancient Assyria, you don't get to say, I read this English translation. You have to say, I translated, or this is the person that translated it for me, unless the translation is considered authoritative in its wide use.
Okay,
so
no I'll take that into consideration when I'm writing my paper. No worries.
I'm just saying, because I rely on English translations of these texts as well.
Okay, no problem. So that's how I'm going to be using it, and I'm going to cite my source. I'm going to cite who translated it. No worries. It shouldn't be a problem. I think the source is quite there's a veracity to who translated the sources I'm going to be using. So no worry about it.
I have no problem with that.
Thank you, man. Thank you for the heads up, man. You're helping me out, man. Don't help me out too much. Don't help me out too much.
I think. See, this is the problem: is you think this is a win-lose. This is just me presenting what I think is a stronger position than you presenting. That's really what this is about. This is how academics do it.
I understand what you're saying. I could respect that. The thing is, if I lose this debate, then my reality is broken. It's like
he doesn't respect that, Pat.
I do respect it. I just said I respected it. Why would you say I don't respect it when I just said I respect it? What are you talking about?
Because you're full of shit.
Who's that? Mr. J, yeah? It's Mr. J. I knew it was Mr. J. Mr. J, come with substance.
You could make sense of that, huh?
No, because I knew.
I thought you could actually make sense of something I said. So I thought I'd keep it simple.
All right, no problem.
Fucking Jay.
Let me know when you have some substance on the menu, please. Something that we can learn and something that we can like hold on to and build on. Like
I wouldn't give you a warm bag of my.
Not just me. It's not just me. You're being selfish. There's other people on the panel.
Yeah, you're being selfish. Give them a bag of shit.
Try to educate.
They're small.
Try to wake up the zombies within your community. If you're not a zombie, try to wake them up because a lot of people are like the
How effective are you?
How effective? I've never met nobody. I never met nobody who was not.
Have you ever convinced anyone to?
Listen. I've never met somebody who was not convinced of my 7-day cycle argument, ever.
Except for everybody in this room.
Everybody that's the way I know you're not.
That was on Jefferson's channel.
The way I know you guys are convinced is the arguments I've heard today. No substance. And a whole bunch of weird things.
There he is. It's not that we're saying we're convinced. You're just guessing our brain.
I ended up kicking you out the last time, didn't I?
No, you didn't. I left by myself. But here's the issue. When a person comes up and says, "Oh, how come the Hebrews have pagan names for their days?" Like, my head is about to explode. Like, even my 5-year-old in my Sabbath school knows that the Hebrews don't have names for days.
Yeah, but
so how am I supposed
to? You were saying
he did. He inferred that.
He said, "Why are we using it?"
He inferred it.
No, you're making inferences that he's not making.
I'm gonna.
It's the same thing you did with Pat.
Yeah,
same thing you did with almost everyone.
Yeah. I'm clipping it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, go over it twice.
I go over it 3 times if you like.
God, it's Wildheart's hair. I mean, Wildheart. Hey, Wildheart.
But I got a question because I think it might actually matter to the debate. Can cycles end and then start again?
Are you asking me?
Are you asking? Like, I guess probably you or him mostly, but the whole room.
Yeah, Pat.
So
you can go. You go.
Well, yeah, because you want to copy my homework. So calendar systems can have resets built into them. In other calendar systems, sometimes they're based on astrological phenomenon, both mythical and actual visual, astronomy. So some calendar systems just count down to a date, like the Mayan calendar, if I'm remembering correctly, but not my area of focus or expertise. Other calendar systems have a period of time when they reset because there are inconsistencies in the calendar systems itself, and it's reconciled with a lunar cycle as well. So the answer is yes and no, and basically a big maybe, depending on the system itself. Calendars are self-contained, but they typically have errors, and those errors are reconciled one way or another, either by counting down, sometimes just omitting it and having errors in them. So the answer is yes and no.
Well, real quick, I think that's all important information, but like, I wasn't just specifically asking about calendars, just cycles in general. Like, can you have a cycle that repeats itself 50 times and then stops once and then does it again 50 times? You would have like a cycle inside a cycle.
Basically, if I'm understanding, if it's pertinent to what my position is suggesting that the 7-day cycle might stop one of these days, and would that impact the fact that Jesus is sovereign over all nations? It would. So if the 7-day cycle changes in the future,
how'd you get that from that?
Oh, I thought that was the point you were making. If not, it's totally irrelevant to my.
I'm not making a point. I'm asking a question.
Okay,
can you have a cycle that goes on for a while and then stops?
Of course,
and then starts again.
Of course.
Okay, just wanted to make sure because that's what the Babylonian calendar does.
Yep.
Yeah, I never said the contrary.
Yeah.
But it's not a 7-day cycle because once you say 7, then it's recurrent 7 every single time.
You just said the opposite of that. But
you just
no, you don't get it. If I say 7,
I don't think you get it.
The predicate 7. If I'm saying the 7 is inside of my proposition, 7 days recurrent cycle, then it has to be 7 every single time. It can't stop being 7. If you're saying the Babylonian that somehow relates to that,
so a
then
cycle
it's not
can't stop.
A cycle can stop. A 7-day cycle is always 7 days. Always 7 day every single week. The Babylonian didn't have that, so it was not a cycle to begin with. That's the point.
Well,
if they're adding extra days in the last week, it's not a recurrent cycle. So it's not a cycle. You can't say 7 day cycle.
But they have a 7-day cycle that reoccurs, pauses for a few days, and then starts again.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is they had a 7-day cycle. This is how you would have to stipulate it. Babylon had a 7-day cycle for the first 3 weeks, and then had extra 1 or 2 days in the last week. That's how you.
But Terry, you're misstating how the Babylonian calendar actually worked.
You'll teach me that during the debate, right?
I'll do it during the debate because I think you're gonna. We're in a good place, but Terry, all I'm saying is really hone your position because I'm gonna hone mine. Yeah. This isn't a threat or anything, but if you think you're just gonna over talk or any of that,
I'm not gonna over. I don't do that. You should check my debates. The only people that over talk is people that panic, and I'm a Christian. We don't panic. We're built for war, so don't worry about me panicking. Every time I have to speak fast is because I'm making a point, and people they don't want to get exposed. That's the only reason why I do that. So don't worry about it. I want people to hear your position. I want you to lay your cards on the table so people could know what you're dealing with. I want you to teach me. I want you to show me where I'm wrong. I've been doing this.
You really don't. You want to assert your position over and over again.
No.
I'm willing to engage in the debate with you.
No. I will assert this position because I'm confident that 100% that I am right. But if you're telling me that I'm living in a fairy tale, please wake me up.
I didn't say that. I said you're subject to quite a bit of indoctrination and very
indoctrination,
indoctrination,
semantics. Now you're playing semantics. Indoctrination, fairy tale, same thing for me. Show me I'm wrong.
You're limited in your worldview on this topic. You're missing paper. You're looking for all the hits and none of the misses, and that's the problem with this.
I'm looking for all the hits and none of them misses. Is that what you're saying?
You have confirmation bias in your data set. That's what I think this debate's going to show.
Okay. All right. So
and that's why
So that it should be interesting because you're gonna try something that you're gonna try to accomplish something that nobody was able to do in the past. Well, so good luck with that, man. I don't believe in luck, but good luck.
Talk some fucking sense into you.
I was gonna say one thing that even if, I'm not conceding this, but even if the 7-day cycle originated with the Hebrews. That's, as I mentioned in our chat, Terry, that's not evidence for a God. I mean, I know that the whole thing is that the 7-day cycle, I know you have a very specific statement about why the 7-day cycle is supportive for the Christian God. But I think that there's the strong point of your argument is trying to talk about whether the 7-day cycle and the specificity of that originated with the Babylonians or the Hebrews or the Assyrians, etc. But making the leap that somehow is evidence to the meaning that now that the 7-day cycle has spread worldwide, that is some indicator that the God of the Bible exists. I think that's a weak point in the argument.
It's complete bullshit.
That's not my argument, but it's okay.
Okay, I don't mean to make. Yeah, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Terry. I'm sorry.
It's complete bullshit. 7-day cycle, therefore God. 7-day cycle, not evidence of any God ever. What the fuck is your argument?
Thank you.
Cycle,
I agree with Wildheart.
And you know the thing about that, I love
bullshit.
You know what I love about this? It shows me because if I had that type of people in my community, I would disown them. You're not a Christian, like I did with the guy Will.
You're
not a Christian.
Wildheart,
you're not a Christian.
Who Wildheart
I said it with my heart. You're not a Christian.
So thank you, Wildheart, for showing me what's going on inside of your community, because I know a lot of people in your community will be ashamed to have you. But they're not going to
Don't
say.
speak to Wildheart's hairdo like that.
I'm just saying how I feel.
I am not representative. I'm more representative of me, and your argument is.
I'm more ashamed of having you than I am of Wildheart.
That's what I was trying to say.
Well, Rage, you're an atheist. I'm not, so of course.
That sounded
you're
very
saying.
antichrist, considering Jesus was the one hanging out with all the tax collectors and deplorables, right?
No,
you sit
no,
on
they-
your
they
high
believe
seat.
in- they
You sit on
believe-
your high seat. That's okay.
They believe in God, though. That's the difference.
Yeah, throw that judgment around and sit on that high seat. Throw those stones.
No, they believe in God.
No,
You're-
just sit, throw the
it's not
stones.
analogous.
Throw the
It's not
stones.
analogous.
Throw the stones. Try to humiliate somebody in front of everybody and call yourself a Christian.
I'm
Throw
not-
those
I'm not
stones.
igno-
Throw them.
Wait.
Keep going.
Pixie. He
no,
made
no,
a
no!
fool-
Don't pixie me right now. F you. Throw them.
He made a fool of himself by coming there, smoking
Yeah, and
his
you
thing.
laughed and pointed it out like the good little Christian you
No,
are, right?
I
Throw
have
those
to.
stones.
Here's
Throw
the
'em.
foolishness. Who's the
my
foolishness? Smoking his thing, and he came with no substance.
Cigarettes.
And you
No
came in like a raging asshole. Your point? That
And
makes
ev-
you a good little Christian?
And everything
That's
I
why I
provided
vote
had,
Pixie.
and
I vote
everything
for
I
Pixie.
provided had substance to it. Everything I said had substance.
I don't think we've had substance since we stopped with praise way back.
I agree.
I think when Leo provided some substance there for a minute, but it's off the rails. It has been for a few hours now.
All right, no problem, guys. So thank you very, very much for the hospitality, like usual.
Wow.
I just love your dumbass right off. Go.
Pixie, man, try to have some love. What are you? What is that? Avatar of a fairy?
Good night. Good night.
Pixie, like the name Pixie?
You sick motherfucker. She's a Pixie. What is it in Avatar of a furry? She's called Pixie. You dumb fuck.
Well, there it is.
Well, Hart, I'm telling you, without people like you, like a lot of people, atheists try to make themselves look like intellectual.
You made it
reasonable.
sound like you had somewhere to go.
No, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. You guys,
Bye-bye.
like
We'll
make
make it
yourself
shit for you.
reasonable.
Everybody just over talk until he leaves, please.
No problem. I'll leave right now. Thank you, guys.
No, hold on. Before
Patrick,
you go, Terry, I do want to ask you
Patrick,
one actual
wait. I gotta
serious
talk to
question.
Patrick. This is
shit,
important.
Leo.
This is important. Patrick, thank you very much for accepting the debate. Like I said, if I lose, I will become an atheist. Oh well, I'll write the paper. I'll send it to Gur. It should be very interesting. And
What was
Jason,
the minimum word count on that, Pat?
2015
yeah, no
citations.
worries about it. No worries about it. Jason Thorne, thank you for using your brain, even though we disagree. Thank you for using your brain. It's kind of rare. It's kind of rare in your community.
Terry,
can I ask
hold
you
on
a
one
question
second.
now,
Before
Terry?
Terry goes, I just want to state one final thing.
Well,
Terry,
no, but let me just finalize, and then Pat, you can continue.
You've been finalizing for 3 minutes.
I know, but I'm been interrupted every 5 seconds. Jason, thank you for using your brain, which is kind of rare in your community. Thank you for that. What's the other guy's name? Oh, Gerd. Gerd, thank you for being impartial in your judgment, although you started being shaken at the end. And for the rest of you, thank you for no substance.
Bye.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Wait,
Thank you.
before you go, Pat had something for you.
Pat
Pat had something for you.
so this is the only thing. If on the 29th, Gur says, "Hey, I got nothing from Terry," that's you bowing out. Just so you know, that's you losing. So now you have to write the 2,000 words, or you have to deconvert automatically because the debate starts with the paper.
Okay.
I would be sure to send it. You just make sure you're prepared.
Yeah, and I'm
you gave
gonna
me enough-
run it, and I'm gonna check it for plagiarism.
I authenticate.
Like-
Yeah, he's gonna run it for I
Hey,
authenticate.
buddy. This argument is exclusive to me. All right.
Sure.
Don't worry about it.
No
All
one
right?
else is stupid.
Can I
enough
ask,
to make
can I ask my question now,
argument
Terry,
like
before you go
No
quickly?
one else is fucking stupid enough to make your fucking argument.
Okay, so you said you understand.
Wild Heart.
like,
Thank you,
you
Wild
said
Heart.
you said you understand like
We
basic
can't do
logic and
nothing
math,
without
right?
you, man.
Right, Terry?
Huh? What'd you
You
say?
said you understand basic logic and math.
Leophilus, the best.
So you're
one-
not going to answer my question. That's what
when-
you said.
No, all I need one thing from you. Apologize for making those dumb
I don't need
remarks.
to apologize for anything. So is it true what you said about your understanding of basic logic and math?
Once you understand the
What
basics,
I want to know is that if it's true, which I would
Apologize for
assume
being
that
a
you would
Pharisee
affirm
or
that
go
it
the
is,
fuck off.
I just want you to tell me what my screen name says.
I don't know. You're the best. All right,
Yeah,
thank
okay,
you.
so you don't. All right, I didn't think so.
You're the best.
You're the best around.
I'm stealing that.
Nothing's
I'm
gonna
stealing
ever
that.
man.
You're
I love you guys. I
I-
can't believe I committed to doing that because Jason
my God.
knows how
I
much
can't
time I
either.
have to put in this now.
Oh my
Pat,
God,
you
Pat.
are
Oh, shit.
awesomeness.
Pat, I have been
And
thinking
not
of
my
you so
apologies.
much with this guy. I was like, oh my God, Terry needs to talk to Pat. So when I saw you on here with Terry, I was like, oh shit, I have got to join this stream.
Well, I fly home on Tuesday, and all I can say is this is going to be a 2-week sink of my time I don't want because this is
fuck.
I love it. I mean, and I have a sneaking position that, and I'm saying it here, he can watch the stream. I really think what'll happen is he'll write 300 words and, quote 2 parts of the Bible, and he's going to think that's sufficient. So 2,000 words, 15 references. I was pretty clear on that. And that's not the same citation 15 times, buddy. So I think you know how we write position papers. And I think it'll be a brutal experience because we're going to publish them before we go. So
Yeah, I mean, what you should do is publish them someplace where other people can comment on those. I mean, I know nobody's going to read. No, I mean, in reality, no other like academics are going to spend any time.
No.
Yeah.
We don't want to waste the people's times.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's
And
going to.
again, rage pulled me into the shithole, the shitstorm, I should say.
Dude, I saw Pat's comment. He's like, fuck it, I'm getting dressed. And I was like, oh, shit, he's going to come in. Oh, no.
My roommate's going, dude, what the fuck you doing? I got my phone on, and I'm like typing. And he's like, dude, go to fucking sleep. I'm like, oh.
Dude, I didn't want to do the 7-day thing ever again. He came in and it was fine for so long, and then boom, the 7-day thing.
Did it go
came up.
down? Did he bring that up after I left?
Yeah, it was about like an hour after you left.
It was my fault actually because I said
took a
what
while.
is it, and then I said like the most ridiculous shit I could think of, and then he was like, yeah, that's it, and I was like, wait, what? He's like,
You're
I thought
kinda
you
awesome.
didn't know it, and I was
You're-
like,
you're-
oh.
I don't know if it's on purpose or you're just stealth awesome, but you're awesome.
Wait, what happened? What did I miss? Did Pixie get Terry? Did I miss
Yeah,
it?
she Jedi mind tricked him.
Well, that's not hard.
She actually predicted his argument without ever hearing it, and that was.
I
He
didn't
doesn't believe
predict
that.
it. I just said, wait, let me guess, and I said some ridiculous shit, and then he was like, yeah, that's it, and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, he confirmed it. He's like, yeah, so you have heard my argument.
Wow.
You have to go back and hear it. He just fell right into.
And then he just decided to leave? Like he didn't decide to
No,
expound
that's
on
what
it?
kicked all this off.
He wouldn't even answer my question when he was leaving. It's so sad.
Yeah,
well,
there at the end, I was considering putting it in side chat, and I deleted it. Like I'm seriously thinking he deserves the Wesley Curry treatment. Like sometimes, like participating in people's delusions can be just extremely damaging to him, and he doesn't come. I don't know. It's just I get this weird feeling that he's not right, man.
Well,
Well-
I first saw him on Pine Creek's channel. And then from Pine Creek's channel, I saw him on Nathan Orman's channel or Digital Gnosis, because those guys Digital Gnosis kind of is almost like a spinoff of Pine Creek's in a way. I think maybe that's not fair either way. And then he's kind of made the rounds, but as he's made the rounds, it's like once he's kind of made the rounds in one spot, he can never go back. Like he burns out his welcome fast.
Yeah, like as fast as he talk, like you said it, Jay. I'm from Michigan, and everybody complains about how fast I fucking talk, right? And I
you're
can't keep
slow.
up with the guy. I can't keep up with him.
Yeah, and you're slower than some Michiganders.
Yeah, I'm slower than a lot of
or
Michigan
Michigander
people. Yeah.
Michiganders or whatever. Yeah.
Well,
because you lived enough down south. I spent enough time in the military, and then being out here in California, I had to tone that shit down.
Yeah.
Well, my only concern is that his religion has some pretty heavy toxicity associated with it, and I didn't really want to give him any of my space, but for this debate, I will.
Pat,
but
to be fair, the toxicity is the gray matter that exists between his ears.
right? But he's anti LGBTQ. He's a transphobe. I mean, this guy has a lot of bad positions.
Oh, I didn't know that is he take those positions as well?
Yep.
Wow,
It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Oz had some experiences with them. And I mean, I can't speak for Oz, but my impression was that he held some pretty, some positions that, I don't typically associate myself with people that hold those type of positions, either academically or not academically. But in this case, I'm going to just, go on with it. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. And I have a prediction that Gur's email will be empty on the 29th, except for me.
Yeah, let me guess. He burned out his welcome with us too.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That seems when you start seeing that kind of, oh, by the way, if he's still listening, that's what we call a pattern, Terry.
Oh, yeah.
When you start to see that happening, that's that pattern. You might want to check the way that you.
Well, now I
check the
feel
way
bad
that you
for
have it.
yelling at him if he's like
Don't.
not all there.
No,
I
that's not
have no idea. It's just, I don't know. It just doesn't seem right. It's definitely not Wesley Curry, not right though. So
No,
I shouldn't have put it that way.
Actually,
I mean,
I'm not. I mean, I grew up actually hanging around some people that were mentally ill and stuff at a friend of the family's place up in Michigan, northern Michigan. So no, William Curry doesn't bother me. Terry is something entirely. He's very high energy, and that kind of high energy, if you can't tone that down with some people just won't engage with you. They're just like, if you can't slow down and we can't just have a good conversation on this, then it's just, I mean, he comes off very hyper, very aggressive, and it's some people just aren't into that. They just say, fuck off.
I'm just not into this like asshole thing.
I always like when Leo confronts people like that, because Leo will kind of face that energy one for one.
Yeah.
But Leo will at least make his points methodically and and take his time if he needs to. But this guy, he just
That's why I kept interrupting him. Oh, I'm sorry, Pat.
Yeah,
Go
well,
ahead.
he does street preaching. I mean, that's how I got familiar with him with Oz. Is Oz was showing some of his street evangelism, and it was fairly extreme. Not something I normally would hang out and watch, but Oz makes a good production out of it.
There was a guy back in the 40s. His name is Leland Copeland.
I heard of that name.
Yeah, he's got an article on the 7-day week, and it's pretty lengthy. It's a pretty old article, but it's got a lot of good information about the history of Babylon, Assyria, etc. So I was just looking at that. I put a link in the side chat or in the private chat.
Okay,
But I mean, I know.
Sorry, I'm just gonna go back to the audience now. But
Oh,
you've been
come on,
lovely and
Pixie.
thank you.
We got to keep you here in case another asshole shows up. We need someone to beat him up.
Yeah.
Stay
I don't want to have. I'm too scared.
Okay, I was there for a little bit.
I know Terry constantly references Tablet 5 of Babylon Tablet 5. What's it called? Yeah, in the Assyrian Babylon Epic of Creation, Tablet 5,
Correct.
dating from the
Yep.
7th century BC.
Correct.
Yeah, talks about the lunar weeks, etc. So I think that Terry, that's like a primary source. He would be like, if it's, he would like try to pick apart what is the translations of that tablet, which I guess I understand what Pat was saying about translations, etc. But
There was something I wanted to say, because I know that I did interrupt Terry quite frequently when we would engage, but when you're dealing with somebody like him, you have to. Like, I'm sorry, you have to. You got to keep, and that's why with some people that were like Midnight and others, I kept telling them, just put your balls on. Like, you just got to go. Like, you just got to go and don't. Like, there are people that you're not going to be able to.
That's right.
At least attempt to have a discussion unless you hold their hand and walk them through it.
So I have a question. Jason, are you debating this guy coming up or something?
Well, I debated him before. Like, he was running his mouth in one of these chats, and so I was like, "Hey, man, I'll go one-on-one with you." And so I actually went to his channel and he had a stream going, and I went into a stream, and for like 2 hours we went at it, and I did what Leo was talking about. I have no problem like blood sporting it, like just like interrupting and like calling him on like not letting him gish gallop, not letting him, just like interrupting him constantly. And we went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And, you know, he obviously thinks that he got the best of me, which he didn't. You can go to his channel and you can watch it. But I've talked about debating him again because I want to come with like more citations, because I didn't have all these citations all ready to go. But that's the only thing I'd mention, Pat. I have talked with him. I've talked about debating him again. Yeah, so.
I call it the Ang strike method. Look, if I'm trying to have a discussion with you, you're not answering questions. You're not making any legitimate attempt to like meaningfully respond to anything that I'm saying. You're going off on tangents. I'm going to interrupt you and stop you. And it goes back to what I said earlier. I would rather be rude but intellectually honest rather than polite but intellectually dishonest. 8 days out of the week and twice on Sunday.
I think you nailed it with him. The way you was going at him earlier is the way you had to. We saw for like the last 4 fucking hours, like nobody could get a word in edgewise, and like several times somebody would try and he would just keep talking for like, you know, we all do it for a little bit, and then we stop. But yeah, he doesn't have that ability. He never stops. He just keeps going. Sooner or later, you're gonna stop. It's crazy.
Yeah, you got to do that with him, and like, and he is really good at that. He's good at not interrupting you, like answer, like as you're talking about something, to like dismiss your idea with a quick quippy statement in the middle of your discussion, or body language, like facial expressions, like that's dumb, blah blah blah. You have to be ready to commandeer that, and you have to be quick on your feet. You have to be able to shift gears fast. It's the only way to debate a guy like that.
Mm-hmm. And that's
yeah.
No, go ahead.
So that's yeah. Go ahead, Pat.
Well, it's gonna be fun to have him timed. You know.
Yeah, but I like your idea, Pat, of like forcing him to actually write a position paper, and like, frankly, the kind of, sometimes I like the idea of old school debating, like where like I would write a summary and then you'll write a rebuttal and then I'll write a rebuttal and we'll just go back and forth.
And we share them before the engagement, and then you have the debate, and it's formal. You understand each other's position. You can make meaningful objections. The discussion moves forward. It's fruitful. People learn something about the positions, and that is what a debate is supposed to be about.
Yeah, I agree. I miss those kinds of debates. I understand why we do it differently now. You can't have those caught you moments if people have had plenty of time to
that's it, Rage. Exactly, you're 100% correct. It's the, you notice I said I'm gonna go back and clip this and clip that, and that's great. First of all, if I misspoke, it wasn't intentional, but this is about like, I got you. I don't think you did, but I mean, if that's what your world is clipping out 30-second clips where you think you look good, then go for it.
Well, he makes a lot of oh, sorry.
No. Go ahead.
I was just to say he seems to make a lot of inferences that most people don't make. Like he's like, "Oh, you said this," and I'm like, "But that's not what they said."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, like you'd have to go back and like I can't if he's listening. Like I can't do Terry justice for like, saying the exact. He did this to me a number of times where like I like paraphrased what he was saying, and he's like, "That's not what I'm saying. That's not," and you missed this word specifically. And, I'm like, okay, so I had to actually write down exactly what he was saying, that like the God of the Bible or the Hebrews instituted the 7-day week as a, whatever to show the sovereignty of God's this and this, which he's essentially saying is that the 7-day week shows that God exists because that it's a prediction, like that it's somehow a prediction, given the fact that we now have the 7-day week spread throughout the world, that given the fact that the 7-day week is spread throughout the world, that is somehow in the Bible, he would say the Bible says that God would spread the 7-day cycle worldwide, and it's spread worldwide. Therefore, God is real. That's his position in a nutshell.
It's bullshit. Basically, prophecy doesn't prove God. If the Bible says something and it comes true, that doesn't demonstrate God.
Yeah, technically true.
You then have to demonstrate that the prophecy came true because of. And you can't
For all
do
we know, by the time that quote unquote prophecy was actually put on paper, the 7-day cycle was already prevalent.
Mm-hmm. But Wildheart really, he brings up actually a really good point. You can't just say, well, there was some prophecy and it came true, therefore God. You're going to have to give the inference to the prophecy being fulfilled, somehow connecting to God. And if you can't do that, well, then you're just not going to be able to infer the conclusion that God exists from that. You're just, it's just not going to matter at that point.
Well, I mean, and that's why I was trying to get to him with the point, like, you look just at the hits and not the misses. He's got confirmation bias. I will, for this argument, be willing to say you have a hit there if you're looking at biblical prophecy, okay? But you also have a miss when you say there was a global flood. So this is the problem with indoctrination in a very narrow data set, right? I feel that, like, when people do this, they don't see the flaws in their argumentation. And I think that's really the problem with it. It's like, oh, well, yeah, that's wrong, but this. And so they hinge their belief on one prediction that they can say, that's true, that's true, that's true. And then they ignore all the ones that aren't accurate. And they ignore all the other problems with the other data sets that are in their, if you want to call it religious tradition or holy books or whatever you want to use.
When did you join I shouldn't say join the stream, but were you listening when I was, because I left for about an hour and 15 minutes. Pat, were you around prior to that?
No, I came in right after you left and then stopped reading the really important book I was supposed to be reading and jumped in the screen because I saw Gurr in there. I want to talk shit to Gurr, and then it went downhill from there.
Because I think Jason was here for a little bit when I first joined, but I ran an argument that at least that this weekend actually has been on fire, I guess. And so essentially what the argument tries to do is show, well, the claim is that God is infallible. The claim is also that God desires or wills in whatever way. Doesn't matter if it's permissive will, prescriptive, it doesn't matter. In some way, shape, or form, God wills or desires, because those terms, you could just effectively say those terms are synonymous, for all people to be saved. And it's also true that not all people will be saved. Well, it seems that God is failing with respect to that desire then, which means he can't be infallible. And Terry granted all of that. And then, just like praise granted all of that. And they then try to argue out of it. Like you said, they can't, it's either that they can't put those parts together or they put them together and then try to find a way to break them back apart. Like, it's just weird.
I always try to use the one, like, characteristics of God, like jealousy. Is jealousy a sin from a Christian worldview, right? Well, is jealousy a positive characteristic? I think we'd all agree that's not, right? But whether or not it's a sin, we can debate that. But then, is God a jealous God? Well, yeah. So he has some unfavorable characteristics. Well, no, because he's God. So if they're God, they're favorable. So jealousy is a good thing. I mean, that's really where we get. And we can go through all kinds of bullshit that's in there.
And the thing is, Jason, what you're doing now is the syllogism. I asked him to give his argument in a syllogistic form several times, and there are witnesses here to that, and he wouldn't do it. Then I asked him could he tell me what syllogism is, and he just kept reiterating that he could, but then never did, because he didn't like something I had said earlier. And the funny thing is I remember, I think you actually might have been there, Jason. I don't know if it was on Gurr's channel or maybe here or something, but he joined and I asked him if he could put this argument in syllogistic form, and then he attempted to, and I just kept having objections to every premise he attempted to lay out. So maybe that's why he wasn't going to do it. Do you remember that?
I do.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. And, yeah, that's where I met Terry, and he wasn't able to actually articulate it. But in this debate that I had with him, in the whatever, like the body of the video, he's got these 2 points, P1 and P2. They're not really it's not really in a formal syllogistic structure, but like the first one is the God of the Hebrews makes exclusive claims to the Sabbath, which is directly linked to the 7-day cycle. And then 2 is the God of the Hebrews prophesied the universal application of the Sabbath, which is directly linked to the 7-day cycle, his sign and the means by which he demonstrates his authority over all nations, blah, blah, blah. So that's kind of a connection between somehow like the God of the God of the Hebrew Bible created the 7-day cycle, and that he prophesies this universal application of the Sabbath via the 7-day cycle. And now we have a 7-day cycle worldwide. Therefore, God exists. So that's kind of his thing. You can read it. So I'll put it in the regular chat.
It's fucking insane and pretty stupid. And I'm pretty sure I've heard it from other people before. I don't think he invented it.
No, I've heard some inclination of this before, and again, like we all know Dr. Josh, and Josh is a great guy, but if I remember correctly, Josh said something like, "I'm not a specialist. Calendars are a unique area of study." So, and he referred him to someone, but I don't remember him beating up Josh. Josh actually deferred, "Not my area of specialization or expertise," because Josh does ritual prayer texts, so that's his area of specialization.
Yeah, well, he talked a lot of shit about Dr. Josh for like 10 minutes straight. I just figured he has wet dreams.
Does a lot though, doesn't it? When he talks a lot, he owned these people. That means
he said Dr. Josh panicked, and I'm like, I don't think it's possible for Dr. Josh to panic. That
I
dude
don't know.
is so
The only
even
person
keel,
I've
man.
seen him own is himself.
Someone with that greater hurt would never panic. Dr. Josh, greater, just unbelievable, brilliant hurt.
Josh is he's an academic, so he comes like just what like Pat was saying about like coming in with preconceived notions. You want to come into it being like, look, I'm open-minded. I have a view. I'm willing to be convinced by the evidence. If you present evidence that suggests that the 7-day cycle originated with the Hebrews, and you can show that convincingly, I have no problem changing my mind. I want to know what the truth is, and if that's actually the truth and I can be convinced, I want that. And I think that Josh is like that. He and his attitude when he talks is clearly that. He's very circumspect. He's very like, this is what I think. He's never like, this is the way it is. It's 100%. That's a very academic technique. It's
Later days, Ox.
So.
Oh yeah, I will be shutting this down. So I've been going super long, but yeah, no, I agree. I've known Dr. Josh for a long time, and I've noticed as I've done this for 4.5 years now. Christians they take a special dislike to Dr. Josh, and I think it's because of his academics, and I think it's because he's put himself out there and he takes a position, and he's not afraid to change his position. I mean, he started as agnostic when I first started, was introduced to him. And now I'm pretty sure he takes the atheist position. He continues to think out his positions. But certain Christians just really, really don't like him. Praise was the first one I noticed. Praise despised him, hated him, talked all this shit. Smokey did the same thing. Now it's like this guy for 10 minutes straight. It's like at this point I'm used to it.
Well, it reminds me of like growing up when the kid in school that people found out that like they had a brown belt or a black belt in karate, and then next thing you know, they're like, yeah, I can kick that guy's ass. I can kick that guy's ass.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
It's that mentality. It's like, oh yeah, I'll see if I can bloody that beak, right? And then and it goes. And then since there's no actual physical altercation, they'll just sit there and misrepresent what the person was talking about. They simply don't understand because they're a mental midget, and then they walk away thinking that they're the ones that got away with something. But Dr. Josh, given his doctorate degree and whatever, is just completely confused. And oh my God, I can't believe that he even has this degree, because I mean, look at how stupid it is. And they just, it's incredible amount of
Rage, I have 2 questions. Can I do a Rage after show? I'm okay calling it Rage after show. And I think you should end with a song.
No. Wildheart, you don't need to ask other people to do live streams on your channel, my guy. You can just do it.
No,
Who gives a
feel
fuck
free.
if they don't like it, right?
Wildheart, are you off the wagon?
I'm off the wagon again.
I
Yes.
figured. All right, well,
Well,
try to
until-
get back on that wagon, my
Jason,
friend.
well, Jason, until he gets back on it, he's off of it.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah.
And also, thank you, Rage, and sorry for yelling.
I do
man, I
gotta
love
say to
it.
you, Rage, I really do appreciate you facilitating these discussions and being patient with me, because I know that I can be a bit assertive with some of these Christians, but at the end of the day, look, I'm just not interested in other things that you want to mention that don't relate to us in any way to what I asked. Just want an answer.
Yeah,
No,
sorry,
you're fine, man. And yeah, I'm enjoying it again. This is the first time in a while that I've really enjoyed it, and I'm not doing anything. I need to keep myself busy, I think.
Yeah, sorry, I've been really quiet. I've been responding to a Christian theist who seems to want to throw out everything that's possibly prescriptive in the Pentateuch. That's fun.
But I like
seem
that.
They want to dismiss. They want to basically throw, in order to get around the slavery issue in the Old Testament. They basically want to say there's nothing normative in the Old Testament whatsoever. So don't worry about that slavery thing. In the meantime, God's cool.
Yeah.
It's really kind of. It's just.
Is it
dumb.
is it one of those progressive Christian people?
He seems to be a fan of One Way. If you're familiar with One Way.
Yeah.
One Way.
I'm really not that familiar.
One Way apologetics. Russ.
You can find him in Praise's side chat most of the time now, spouting some stupid shit.
So while he
I know
fucked
I've
up his,
interacted with him at least once or twice.
yeah, he fucked up his teeth. He fucks up his brain with a lot of alcohol, and then he turned around with his fucked up philosophy. Fucked up Praise's already fucked up brain. So it's quite a crapshoot over there sometimes.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, I am gonna in this. My daughter wants to spend some time, and I've been doing this like 6 hours again. So I'm gonna end it. You guys feel free to stick around. I really appreciate everybody coming on. Even Terry, you drove me nuts, but man, I appreciate it. William, I see you're being an incel in the side chat. Stop with it.
He's
Leave him alone.
pegging mom off. I'm not surprised that she's timing him out because he's fucking egging her on. So I don't know. What's gonna happen,
Yeah.
Will? I can't help you. Sorry.
Yeah, SPM, she's got my full blessing. And I told you that the other night, William. Like, damn it, you talk shit, you deserve half the shit you get.
And I do want to
All
say
the shit
quickly
you get.
before you end, there are a
Oh, yeah,
couple
yeah,
of
go
things
for
that I've criticized SPM for, but I've never, in any way, shape, or form, ever thought that she was a bad person. I admire her greatly. And with respect to one of the comments that she made, I know that me and Gur were laughing when her and I believe, was it you, Pixie, or was it? Oh my god. Anyway, they were me and Gur were laughing about inside jokes that didn't have anything to do with what was being said. So if you thought that was coming at you, I just want to apologize because that was not at all directed at you or what anybody was. Me and Gur, I say I like Gur a lot. Me and him, we get along well. We got a lot of inside jokes that have nothing to do with the discussion that we'll be laughing our asses off. And it has, Marty, it was you. Yeah, I couldn't remember. It was either you or Pixie. I knew it was one of the two.
I was gonna say I don't think it was me, but if it was me, I don't really give a shit if you laugh at me. Have fun with it.
But no. But yeah, me and Gur, we got some inside jokes.
I'm laughing at Pixie right now. And pointing.
I'll join in. Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate all of y'all coming on, despite some of the shit I talk sometimes. These have been great streams, so I appreciate it.
There's a reason why we call you the Rage. Come on now.
Hey, Pat,
Rage,
good luck finishing up your research, Pat. And
Yeah, well, I'm going to hang out and talk for a little while now because I'm wide awake. So I'll hang out in the after
right,
show.
great.
Yeah, I'll probably be hanging out for a bit. Not too long. I told my daughter we're gonna hang out a bit, but I got to get these headphones off. So I'm sure that in the after show it'll probably be easier. I can have my headphones off and then pipe in if I need to. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. I thought it was
Just
a great
remember
show.
when you do end the stream, SPM wants to come in. So
Yeah, she's still back there. So I'll bring you in, SPN. Thanks everybody for watching. I thought it was a great show. Terry, you're infuriating. I don't think I ever want to talk 7 days bullshit again. But looking
I don't want to
forward
hear the
the
number
debate.
7 again.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the debate. So, so thank you and have a good night.